Welcome back to AmericaFest, AmericaFest, whatever they're calling it, amfest.com.
I've heard many different versions.
And the Trail Life booth here on Media Row. We've got a jam-packed day. Yesterday, we were just trying to get our feet under us.
Yes.
And I think they're still behind us a little bit, but we're trying to get them under us. We've got an awesome lineup today. We appreciate you guys watching the live stream out there. We appreciate all of our
good morning
volunteers out in the field, all of our members who love Trail Life and what we do here. We've got a wide swath of conversations today. It's going to be an exciting time. Sitting to my right, your left, Roy Baldwin. How you doing, Roy?
I'm good, man. I'm energized this morning.
Yeah.
So it's been 2 full days of just getting things set up, getting our feet under us a little bit here, trying to find our place here, and so it's been an exciting 2 days. I will say that the highlight for me yesterday was just watching the activity in the booth. You know, we have 3 of our Freedom Rangemen here, and watching them interact with the crowd and talking about trail life is inspiring. It really is. We talked a little bit about this yesterday about the product that Trail Life produces, and to just see them talking about the impact that Trail Life has had other men speaking into their lives is powerful. And so just to watch, kind of be a fly on the wall a little bit yesterday was really cool for me to see that.
Yeah, we filmed our first interview yesterday. You can go back in the live stream yesterday, and might actually even be a clip, guys, of that up right now of Matt Miller, Freedom Rangeman.
That's a great conversation.
Man, if you didn't get a chance to see it yesterday, you should watch it. It is the product of Trail Life. And what's interesting, you know, we sit here today kind of in a position of like representation of Trail Life, but Matt's not a representation of us.
Right.
He's a representation of all the men in his life that poured in through Trail Life.
Right.
All of those volunteers, all of his troop masters, all of his mentors, which he talked in great detail about yesterday. So I'm excited for everybody to watch that interview. It was really, really fantastic.
Yeah, check it out. And, you know, check in a little bit. We talked a lot about Trail Life yesterday. We talked about, we had some really great interviews. We actually was able to wrap up the day yesterday talking with our CEO, Mark Hancock. And so lots of great content if you happen to miss that yesterday. But we've got a lot of great content today. And I think we've got some pretty heavy hitter speakers that'll be coming here as well. And so we're excited. Check out our feed on social media. I know we'll be posting when those interviews, who we're interviewing, and when those interviews are coming as well.
Yeah, and a big shout out to our tech team, LightSymphony.pro. If we can make these guys look good, we can make you look good.
Dude, I love that, man. That's so good.
LightSymphony.pro. They're awesome, incredible. They've been absolute professionals this whole time. They've done. Yeah. They made it easy.
They have.
Yeah.
Yeah. They hopefully they make us somewhat sound good, but we've loved this. I mean, this has been. I think for me, again, I've only been here 5 months, and thinking about the heart of this organization, and then coming here and doing things we have never done before.
Right.
And I'm just really excited about who this organization is and where it wants to go. We want to continue to find ways to get Trail Life troops to places where young men, boys, can become young men within the context of Christ, and understanding who they are in Christ. And so this is really exciting for us. And I think the thing I love the most is the people that just walk by.
Oh, yeah.
And the relationships that we're building, and they're like, who's Trail Life? What's Trail Life about? And there's such commonality here, which I love, but they're unaware of who we are. And so that's been really neat to begin to really start developing those relationships as well.
Yeah. One of the things that we talked about, we wrapped up yesterday with Mark. And if you're watching this for the first time today, or you're watching the live stream later, and you're just kind of wondering why we are at Turning Point USA,
right?
Why we are at what you may consider to be just a political movement, and it is so much more. But and I knew that before coming, but it's been remarkable how I've seen the gospel presented all day, every day, in all kind of different ways. It's been absolutely amazing. And I'm not just talking about, someone was nice to someone, so that's the gospel. Right. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the hard down, gospel of Jesus Christ, give your life to Christ message that has been here. But if you're on the other side and you're wondering why the heck are these guys here, we wanted to. Mark talked about it yesterday. We are unapologetically here. And there's some reasons why. And so we're going to spend a little bit of time this morning kind of talking through that. But before we get to there, what was your biggest win from yesterday? I know you talked about, but what was the single biggest win that you saw yesterday or Wednesday night at the pastor's event?
For me, this is Roy speaking, right? Part of that is I have, if you know my background, I have worked a lot with at-risk youth and families. So I've been very much a part of, I ran a foster care agency as the CEO of a foster care agency for 4 years in Nebraska. I ran a camp in New England for 6 years. And so much of, running a Christian parachurch organization, when you're reaching the lost and the vulnerable and the traumatized, politics is a very interesting thing for me about how do you navigate those things culturally when you're dealing with certain systems that are very kind of anti, try to get foster parents licensed within a state context that's no easy endeavor. And so for me to be here, I've what's our role really at Trail Life culturally? And my big takeaway from Wednesday night at the pastor's dinner and here is we, as believers, we have much to say about the governance that is happening around us, and how we go about doing that is super important, which for me, it really validated the decision to come here and be here as an organization, because there is a way within Christ that we need to be, salt and light here, Kelly, and Trail Life does that really well. And so I think that's the part that for me has been so important. And you see other pastors, you see other churches who are just as passionate about Jesus and want to influence the public square. They want to influence the marketplace. And we need to do that. And so we have to work hard. And we talked about this yesterday of grabbing the attention of young men. What's that look like? And we need to model for them and show them that Christ is the answer. His word is the answer, but it has to be culturally relevant. And I see that here. This desire of truth, but truth in love and truth for those who are lost. How do we draw them in a way that is captivates them, invites them into that, and I think I've experienced that. That's a big win for me the last couple of days.
I think one of the biggest win for me, not the biggest win, but probably one of the bigger takeaways I had was listening to Mike Winger on Wednesday night. And he talked about 10, 15 years ago, there was a move in the church to make it all about the gospel. And what has happened is we believe the culture's desire for the church to keep the gospel in the church,
right?
Instead of being public in the public square and not being quiet in the public square, to go out and really embrace what's happening in culture. And you and I were talking before we went live, this idea where there is movement without discipleship, right? There's a lack of formation.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's the part that strikes me about Trail Life. And so we use a phrase in Trail Life, walk worthy. And so I think of Colossians 1:10, and we talk about, walk in a manner worthy of the gospel and in the knowledge of who Christ is. And so when I think about yesterday here, right? This AmericaFest is for the first time without the head of its organization in Charlie and his assassination a few months ago. Right. And you're seeing right now, whether, even leading up to this on Twitter, on, the social media channels of people vying for the attention and heart of the conservative movement. And so we're like, well, why would Trail Life want to be a part of kind of the messy chaos part of that? And I think this is why, because when I think about Trail Life, we are just as concerned about the inner life and the inner man as we are the outer man.
That's right.
So do we want to encourage men and young men to grab the mic and to be an influence in their church and communities? Yes, but you can't microwave that process.
Right.
Right. You that has to be discipled and developed. And the more that you're solid on the internal life, then when you take that platform that God gives you, like it's not going to fracture under the weight because he's that one going to sustain you. That's why we're here. Like, we believe in the men that we're developing and the men who we are in that process.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so I think that's what we're here for, not to become, again, that political party, but make sure that, man, of whatever you're building your life on, whatever foundation you're building it on, make sure it's on, these godly biblical principles.
One of the things that we saw about Charlie, and I think because he went to the public square first, a lot of people just pigeonholed him into politics.
Totally agree.
Yet at his memorial, 160 million people heard the gospel. And we talked a little bit about this yesterday. What does it mean? And I think that's one of the things that Trail Life does well. That you listen to Matt Miller interview. We've got Avi from California, who's a Freedom Rangeman. We've got Blaze from South Carolina, who's a Freedom Rangeman. I think in all of those interviews, what you're going to see is a young man who has fully stepped in. The way that Charlie did, he understood exactly what God had called him to do.
Right.
And when he turned his legs around the side of the bed and put his feet on the floor and stood up every morning, he knew what his mission was. And I think that's what you're going to see. And that comes from that discipleship, that formation over years. And one of the things that you said, the microwave, you cannot microwave this. And so if Trail Life can't be in these moments, and if Trail Life can't speak to boys, and if Trail Life can't speak to what a godly masculine man looks like, who can?
Right?
Right? Yeah, absolutely.
Who's stepping into that? And we talked about this yesterday. Like, if all we're doing is assigning men how to park cars or to show up for the monthly men's breakfast, again, those in of themselves are not bad things. Like, I think each of us are called according to our gifts. But if that's all we're doing, and we're expecting the youth leader to be the only one to be speaking and modeling for what it means to be a godly man, or for the pastor. Like, as dads, as men, we cannot be abdicating that responsibility at all. And so you're absolutely right. We've got to be concerned with the inner life, the inner character of our young men. And the church has a responsibility to do that. And I mean, the Big C Church, and we don't mean, hopefully it doesn't come across as we're poo-pooing the church, because at the heart of what we do is about equipping the church.
That's right.
And because Trail Life is not about us.
Well, we're big defenders of masculinity too.
Absolutely.
And there's a gap in this space. There's a gap in the space of you have defenders of masculinity who have a completely messed up, the Andrew Tates of the world, messed up view of what it means to be a man, a godly masculine man. And then you've got this gap of no one is really, other than us and a few other pastors around the country, really speaking to the heart of what it means to be a man, and has a process to disciple those boys into man. We may have pastors across the country who are standing up and saying, you're a lover, you're a protector, you are to be the prince of your home, you're to do all the things that a godly masculine man is. He may be preaching those sermons, but those boys who are 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, what's the process to actually disciple them and form them? And Trail Life is able to give that process. That's right.
Is able to give the right opportunity, as their boys are trying new things and maybe at times failing at those things, but they have men that come alongside them, encourage them, inspire them, show them how to do that, and in a way that ultimately is equipping and building their inner life, as well as you're learning skills. Like, if we have to bring the standard over here today and show people what the standard is, our badges, and what that means, and the accomplishments that come with that. Like, that builds. Like, everything we just talked about, like, how do you build that in a young man? Like, this isn't
official Trail Life language,
right?
But I have called it, learning and earning the hard and the soft skills of biblical masculinity.
That's really good.
And I believe that is.
I love that.
I believe that's what that process of going through that rite of passage, that Trail Life rite of passage is.
Yep.
So when a boy when he turns 18, he's not living in the basement of his parents. He understands he's a man that has responsibility, that is meant to go build something,
right,
to do great things. to embrace Matthew 28:19.
Well, but I will say also is I think what we're also is developing and building in our life that if storms, when they do come, Kelly, and they find themselves, things aren't quite working the way and they do find themselves in the basement of their parents, which,
it does happen.
It does happen. But what I say is they also, but we've prepared them for that.
Right.
Like they know where to turn. Again, we've talked a lot about the stats around young men and higher suicide rates and loneliness and the mental health epidemic. And so a lot of boys have not been prepared for the storms and challenges of life. They don't know where to go. And I think Trail Life prepares them for that. And then they know who to turn to in regards to that.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
We'll unpack. I know, hey, we've got our interview here. We've got a lot going on today, but that's just Kelly and I. We're going to be with you throughout the day. Stephen will be joining us at some point.
Mark will be here.
Mark will be here. So we're really excited about today and just continue to unpack why we're here and what we're seeing and what we're experiencing.
We have a pastor coming up from New Orleans, Louisiana, my hometown. Yeah, there might be a little bit of talk of jambalaya and gumbo, beignets. We might have some cafe au lait. I'm hoping somebody brings me another cup of coffee here in a minute.
I'm already feeling like a third wheel in this conversation.
But we're gonna reset. We're gonna reset real quick and get him on at the table, and we're gonna rock and roll. So give us 3 minutes, and we'll be right back.
I came in as a boy, and I'm leaving as a young man.
Trail Life, the boys grow spiritually, physically, mentally.
It's helped me with importance of leadership because, before Trail Life, I literally did nothing.
They're developing lifelong friends, and they're being pushed beyond what they think their limitations are.
I've got one of my young trailmen. He was struggling a lot, and he is crawling up rocks. The entire time, we're having some great conversations about his relationship with God, and we're still teaching him skills that he can use in life. He gets out there, and he's just so awed by God's creation that at the end of it, he's like, I can't believe that I did that. And we just sat there and we prayed and we thanked God.
I like how you go camping and swimming.
There's a lot of leadership involved. You get to get a lot of good experience.
As a mom, I love the fact that I know that our son is involved in a Christ-centered, boy-focused group. I'm confident that he's in a safe environment, that he's getting the mentorship and leadership of men who have the type of foundation that we need him to get.
I've never really been able to talk in public, and being in Trail Life, everyone's so accepting of you, and you never feel out of place here. I never felt out of place, and that really helped me become who I am and who God wants me to be and show me where my life is going.
Other than my guidance at home as their father and Christ, I see it as the third largest thing that has molded them to be growing into men.
Me and my dad, we really didn't talk a lot. I loved him and everything, but we weren't on the best of terms. And my mom wanted my dad to go. He was like, sure, I'll go. So he asked off for work and he went. And ever since then, me and my dad's relationship has gotten closer and closer. He's moved from just being my dad, being very close to me. Even when he's away, we talk every day, and he calls us and prays with us at night. It's just brought our whole family together closer.
We thought this ministry first and foremost was to boys, helping them become courageous young men. But the secret for us was that as the dads got together, the dads bonded just as much as the young men did.
As we mentor each other's sons, we get mentored ourselves.
There's the spiritual nourishment.
Eventually, the parents start to realize they are part of it. There's so many opportunities to use whatever skill that those dads may have.
I'm not a very good outdoorsman, but the good thing about Trail Life is that you don't have to be an outdoorsman.
I've heard men saying, man, I'm looking forward to this weekend coming up. I think even more than my son is.
We come to life together as we experience adventures.
It's given me an opportunity to be around other Christian men who are sharpening me, who are challenging me, who are showing me new ways to reach my son.
The boys were sharing their testimonies, and one of our adults was really touched that, hey, you're a Christian, that he was missing that relationship with the Lord, and it was because of those boys sharing their personal testimonies. His spiritual growth from that point has been phenomenal.
Hey everyone, I'm Hudson Wild, and today we're out here in a snowy wilderness. I'm going to be teaching you guys a little bit about layering up in the cold. You guys are watching Trail Hacks. I've been up here in the snowy wilderness for a little over 2 weeks now, learning a lot about the cold weather, the snow, hiking around, seeing some amazing mountain views, and I've learned quite a bit about how to work in the snow in the cold environment. So I can't wait to talk to you guys a little bit about the importance of layering up. Layering up and having the correct cold weather gear can really mean the difference between life and death. It's so easy to get hypothermia, so staying warm is vital to hiking out in the snow. So I'm gonna walk you guys through a little bit of what I'm wearing right now. Let's start with my boots and then go up. These boots are insulated boots. They're waterproof and they go about halfway up my leg. They've been keeping my feet warm, keeping the snow from getting down into my socks. They've been great. So it's really important to have good snow boots for plugging around in the snow. And then second, underneath my boots, I have wool socks. It's so important to keep your toes and your feet warm when you're out in the snow. So I have my socks on, then underneath my snow pants, I have long johns, or like long underwear, and they're thermal, so they keep my legs nice and warm. Over my thermal underwear, my long johns, I have these snow pants. These things are great. They're waterproof, so I can sit in the snow right now. I don't even feel it. I'm staying nice and dry. The snow, once it melts, the water can't get inside. So let's check out what I'm wearing on top. Lots of layers here, lots to unzip. All right, so this is my base layer. It's a nice wool base layer. Man, it keeps me warm, but it's also very breathable. Over that, it's super important to have your secondary layer. And this can be, it can be a fleece, or what I have right now is a down layer. So your second layer is super important to have on. It just keeps the base layer nice and warm, keeps you nice and dry. And then your final layer is called the shell. And this is a giant ski jacket. And so
Hey, welcome back to AmericaFest. I am Kelly Love. Got Roy Baldwin here on my right and Terrence Jones from New Orleans. I think I'm more excited about this interview than if Erica Kirk were to sit down.
Wow.
And I tell you why, because Terrence is from my hometown.
That's right.
New Orleans, Louisiana, the greatest city on the face of the earth.
That is true. That is correct.
We are super, super excited to have you, Terrence. Terrence is one of the staff pastors over at Victory Church.
Yes, sir.
In Metairie, Louisiana. Him and I just connected at the pastor's dinner.
Yes.
And we talked food. And I gave him, he said, "Are you really from New Orleans?" I said, "Yeah, you know, baby."
It's baby.
That's right. So if you're wondering how we talk in New Orleans, that's how it is.
Yeah.
And so I'm super excited to have a real honest conversation here. And we want to talk about, I know one of the things that you guys said, hey, we want to have trail life at our church.
Right.
But I want to kind of go beyond just getting trail life at your church. I want to kind of go to what you see happening in the young men, boys, in the urban context. I mean, you're in Metairie. You grew up in Marrero.
Yeah.
With my fellas be yelling Marrero. Shout out to MC Thick out there.
Yeah, don't forget Kennedy Heights. That was the other side of my childhood.
Yeah, all right, all right. Fantastic. Well, tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do.
Okay, so, well, I guess I'll start with the very beginning, but this won't be long. I got called to the ministry at the age of 4 years old.
Really?
I did. And in Marrero, actually, at Belle Promenade Mall. You might know.
I know Belle Promenade. That's where I used to hang.
Yeah, man. And so I prayed the sinner's prayer for the first time when I was 6. And from there, I got hooked up in a lot of horrible things, and it just caused my life to just go downward for years. And so I got caught up in the streets. I got caught up in all kinds of stuff. And then finally, but for me, my childhood, I would like to say, I had a great childhood, but spiritually, it was like I had this Jonah in the whale experience. And it wasn't until I came to the very end that I just gave up. I said, okay, Lord. Because he had been speaking to me the whole time I was in darkness. I could not escape his voice at all.
Wow.
And so I don't even have time to tell you about all the different times the Lord encountered me. But at the age of about 25, Oh no, yeah, about 25. I just gave up. I gave in. And I told the Lord, I said, look, I don't want to do this. I'm letting you know. I don't want to read my Bible. I don't want to pray. I don't want to go to church. I felt like church was lame because they had a lot of fake religious people in church. And I said, but I know if I die in this state, I'm going to hell, and I need you to change my heart. And he did it.
Wow.
He did it. So I started reading Galatians and 1st and 2nd Timothy, and that's what really like just floored me. And I wound up going back to church at Victory Church, my home church. Shout out to Victory Church, 5708 Airline Drive in Mary, Louisiana.
Airline, baby.
If you live anywhere in the 504 or the 985, you need to be there this Sunday at 10 a.m.
That's right.
But anyway, and so when I got back, I disagreed with the pastor about his topic that he was preaching about. And now mind you, I've been watching this man preach and listening to this man preach like my whole life. But I could not disagree with any of his points. Like, I knew he was telling the truth. I just felt like he was focusing on the wrong thing. And so I went back because I felt like that was the most authentic sermon I had heard in years.
Wow.
And the reason why the Lord brought me back full circle was I got exposed. I'm not too sure if y'all familiar with this. When I was a kid, we had an outpouring of the Holy Spirit at Victory Church in 1995. And it really affected me and impacted me without any real physical manifestations. And so I had a craving for that substance my whole life. So I went through my whole life searching for that, and the Lord brought me back around full circle, and when I tasted it again, I knew exactly what it was, and that was it. I never turned back since. So I've been there ever since. That was in 2013.
Wow.
Terrence, tell us about your journey to being in Phoenix, Arizona, which the weather is hot like it is in New Orleans, but it's a different hot, right?
Yeah. Yes,
to be here in Phoenix, by the way, New Orleans is the hottest place on the face of the planet.
Oh, yeah.
It's the hottest. 95. You can't walk outside without being needing to change shirts.
It's hot in every aspect, literally.
Yeah. So tell us about your journey to, embracing Charlie Kirk, embracing that message, kind of the right side of the aisle, all of those things. So, obvious. I saw a T-shirt this weekend that said it's not political, it's biblical.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that obviously, to be, if I'm being totally honest with you, I had a hard time embracing Charlie Kirk at the very beginning. So I knew who he was. I wasn't too familiar with what he did at all. When he died, I started getting texts to my phone about Charlie Kirk had just been shot, and I'm like, wow, well, obviously that was horrible. But also I didn't really have a grip on who he was. And I think the switch happened for me when someone sent me a video of him actually getting shot in the neck, and something definitely shifted on the inside of me, and it was heavy, and I have mixed emotions, but I think the number one thing that I felt was this is a Christian man who was outspoken about his faith that got murdered in front of really millions of people because that video circulated all over the place.
Right.
For what? On American soil? Because he was outspoken about his faith and he disagreed with the left? Nah. So I had a big issue with that. I had been in touch with my pastor, actually, Pastor Frank Bailey at Victory Church. And really, to be honest with you, quick side journey, the way that I got here, I really just did exactly what he told me to do. He said, hey, Terrence, do this. Okay, yes, sir. Hey, Terrence, do that. Yes, sir. And I just went with it. And then now here I am. So, but anyway, back to that. So he wanted to honor Charlie Kirk the next day at church, which most pastors did, right? Well, at least the ones that, had the boldness to do so. We'll use the word boldness.
That's right.
And so I got up that Sunday morning. He gave me an opportunity to speak for a few minutes. And me and my friend Travis, that's on the other side of the camera.
What up, Travis? And, Travis DeZarn.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I spoke on his behalf, and I was blown away at the kickback that we got. And so, for us,
who did the kickback come from?
Well, unfortunately, I'll be honest with you, it was a lot of African Americans that were in the church that did not understand.
Right.
And I think the reality really hit me because we were it was spiritual for us. We like, okay, this dude died for his faith. He's a martyr. We're not going to keep our mouths shut. We're going to fight back. You know,
Praise God, man.
Yeah, definitely, man. I mean, we already had, several experiences with COVID and Black Lives Matter and just all the crazy stuff that went on, just in the last 5 years. My experience has been every time there's a presidential election, we have issues out of the people in the congregation. And so I was surprised that people were so out of touch with the fact that this dude was a martyr. Mm-hmm. That blew me away. And so then the other thing that I began to realize is, because even on both sides, some church people or Christians, they probably wouldn't admit it, but they also like to make this about race as well. So this is a racial thing. And the part that I still to this day can't understand is how you take something that's spiritual and make it about something in the natural and then approach it and handle it through natural means. So what I mean by that is, okay, Charlie Kirk said some things that a lot of African Americans disagree with. Okay, that's fine. At the end of the day, he was a Christian man and he got martyred for his faith. So that we have to go there first. I'm a black man unapologetically, right? Right. It's in my voice, is in my behavior, the way I move and everything.
Some of that's New Orleans though, baby.
Oh yeah, a lot of it is New Orleans. You better believe that. But I'm a Christian first.
Yeah.
And so my DNA is that of the creator of the universe and everything that is in existence right now.
Praise
I'm
God.
a joint heir with Christ. And so that's first. This physical body, this is going to go away. I mean, if I get another 55 years out of this body, praise God, right?
That's right.
Or maybe not, depending on the state I'm in, right?
That's right.
And but this spirit, man, this is eternal.
Yeah.
That's right.
And so that's how we have to approach life. Life, what we see all around us is a manifestation of what is going on in the spiritual realm.
That's good.
And so that's the part that I was really shocked that they had so many church people and Christians that were numb to that fact. So obviously I had to count the costs ahead of time. I got a lot of kickback. We even had some people that we really closely discipled. I mean, we brought to our house on holidays and everything. And they lashed out at us on social media and TikTok and things like that, my wife and I. But I'll be honest, I got kind of excited when it happened because it was persecution. I knew it was persecution. And I said,
there's something that rises up in a man of God in those moments, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That I've got 2 feet planted strongly on the foundation of the word.
Right.
And I'm going to stand firm.
Right. That's right.
Yeah.
And there's no other way.
That's right.
And so once the persecution started coming, then quickly I was like, okay, we're on to something here. The Lord is doing something. And so obviously I love those people, the ones that disagree. I would love to see them back in church. But at the end of the day, we have to move. We have to continue to move forward in the direction that the Lord is taking us. And so unfortunately, either you're on the train or you're going to watch the train pass by or you'll get ran over by the train. And that's my attitude.
Love it, love it, love it.
It's good.
Now, you just mentioned your wife. You better give her a shout out before you get in trouble.
I love Joy. I love you. You know that. She literally is the most beautiful person in the world.
I bet she can cook too.
Oh my goodness. Man, look, I'm going to tell you right now, her gumbo is the best gumbo you have ever tasted in your life. It's
Hold on,
like
hold
a
on,
touch of heaven.
hold on. You ain't had my gumbo.
Oh man, it better be good. I mean, she is like really an amazing woman. And I know, actually, to be honest with you, the way that we got engaged was I had this crazy encounter with God while I was unsaved. Literally, I was high as a kite smoking weed, and the Lord just began to like lay out my future right in front of my eyes, and she was a part of it. And the Lord showed me that she was the one that the Lord chose for me to take this journey with. Awesome. And I said, hey, look,
that's awesome.
You the one, so we got to get married. I said, and she was like, okay, And she was like gone because like just 3-4 hours prior to that, I was like in full blown sin, and didn't want to get married. Wow. So she knew something had definitely changed.
That's right.
So yeah, man. So it's just been a blessing, man. I love the Lord. Jesus has been everything for me, and I center everything that I do every relationship, every decision around him and his kingdom and bringing glory to his name.
Fantastic, fantastic.
Yeah.
I want to jump really quick, and I want Roy to come in on this part especially. What are you seeing happening with the young men in New Orleans right now? Young men in particular, 5 to 18.
Yeah.
What do you see? What are the needs?
It's really sad. So I was just having this conversation with one of my old friends that I still love just like a week ago. Right now, you have children, so the fathers are not in the home. So that's a problem. Then they're being raised by rappers and entertainers and athletes. That's a problem.
Meaning they're getting their knowledge, their quote unquote wisdom, how to live from
NBA Young
social
Boy.
media, from videos.
LeBron James, NBA Young Boy,
right?
Lil Wayne, Jay-Z, that's their role models. And so in New Orleans specifically, the gun violence is crazy. I had 2 close cousins that got murdered a month apart 2 years ago.
Wow.
One the night before Thanksgiving, the other one 2 days before Christmas.
Man.
And it was connected. So that my grandfather got murdered by the gun. I have other cousins. I have close friends that got murdered by the gun. So that's really a big deal in New Orleans. But the problem is, so a lot of these kids, they don't have a choice. It's like they're in it. They're just stuck in it. There's really no way out for them. And I think we as Christians, obviously are pro-life, and we fight for, pro-life, and we fight against abortion. The reality is, though, that's only the beginning.
Right.
Because the ones that don't get aborted eventually will lose their lives a lot of times between the ages of 13 and 18.
Right. Wow.
And so gun violence is one problem. The next problem is a lot of these young boys are going to jail. So they either get murdered, they go to jail and they catch life, or they catch like so many years to the point that they can't even function when they come home. And then nowadays they have a lot of them that are turning gay. So between abortion, gun violence, jail, homosexuality, and then you also have another group of kids that become complete couch potatoes and just like literally just stare at the screen all day. So, I mean, it's almost like a genocide. Like they're just getting wiped out, literally.
Wow.
So it's really sad. And so one of the things that I really push for in our church at Victory is I want to raise up leaders for several reasons. One of which would be to really affect the society all around us, and that's a big reason why I got involved with Turning Point USA Faith, because I realized that it was something bigger than myself, and even bigger than our local church. This thing is a big. This will be a big locomotive, a big train that's moving, and just being out here for these 2 days in Arizona, I realized the importance of connecting all of the different ministries and organizations, and I do believe that we will take this Goliath down. I believe it.
Yeah, Terrence, just as you're describing, those issues, you talked about fatherlessness. I mean, fatherlessness is like the problem.
Oh yeah, it's
right?
a huge problem.
When a father, whether he's absent physically or if he's absent emotionally, relationally to that. In a previous life, when I was a lot younger, I worked with adjudicated youth in New York City. Wow. So I worked in the 5 boroughs, and a lot of the young African Americans, Hispanic families, there was no positive role model. Of course, back then it was Biggie Smalls, it was Tupac. I mean, it was all of these people that were shaping a lot of these young men. And part of that again goes back to the fatherlessness, which is how do you wrap your arms around that? And it's one of the things why I love trail life so much, because I think at the heart of trail life is it's about mentorship and discipleship, right? How do you model that? Talk to us a little bit about mentorship. So you've talked about this passion. How does Victory, or how do you want to help solve that? Obviously, it's coming here, it's building relationships, but for you, what does that look like? How do you tackle some of those problems there in the inner city?
Well, I think that the first step for all of us as Christians is we have to believe that it's possible. And I think the reason why I'm such a huge believer that it's possible is because I've lived with a miracle in my dad. So my grandfather, like I said, got murdered by the gun. He was a drug dealer, horrible person. He left my dad at a young age. Well, my dad, I don't remember one day my daddy wasn't there. He was always there.
Wow.
He raised me in church. He helped me get out here. And so I've seen, and he was an inner city kid. He grew up in the Fifth Ward, you know, and so I've seen the effects of, I seen somebody, I watched them struggle through the years in different ways, but I've also seen him overcome as well.
That's good.
And I've seen the difference that he made in my life. And so obviously I'm able to take the baton even further with my two boys. And I think that's where it starts. It starts with us believing that it's possible and then stepping out. Obviously, not everyone is called to speak to the masses, okay? But if you would just take time with 1, 2, 3, 4 people, just start there and watch it multiply. Because as we raise up leaders, you begin to multiply yourself in people.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so I think us being more intentional about our time and what we do in the lives of these young men, we'll see change. We'll see change.
Absolutely. Terrence, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Terrence, did you appreciate the guys who came and picked you up at the front door?
Very much so.
Did you get a chance to talk to them a little bit?
Not too much because they were kind of moving pretty quickly.
Well, we had to get you down here.
Yeah.
So those, I encourage you to go spend some time with them in the booth. You talked about leadership. And we did an interview with Matt. He's not the tall one. He was the shorter one.
Okay.
But Matt was dropping. He's a Freedom Rangeman, which is the top of the standard that you saw in that brochure that we talked about yesterday.
Wow.
He's accomplished all of those things. He's learned and earned all the hard and soft skills of masculinity. It becomes a rite of passage.
Wow.
Right? So what happens is, in all cultures around the world, for all of history, there was this moment where a boy was no longer a boy, he was now a man. It was the rite of passage. And in the Western society, we don't have that anymore. In fact, gangs are the only people in the Western culture who do have kind of the rite of passage. Right. And so that's why young men are drawn to them. That's why they're drawn to video games, because it gives them a pseudo adventure, a pseudo purpose in life, a fake purpose in life. And so he was on our interview yesterday, dropping John Maxwell-sized pearls on leadership.
Wow.
So it's this formation process that we take them through. And Roy and I were talking a few minutes ago that what Trail Life offers, and we talked about this moment, and Roy said you can't microwave discipleship.
No.
Right? You can't. It's a process of forming and having your mind transformed, you know, and being renewed in the way that you think, the way that you act, the way that you talk. We talked to a guy yesterday. It was pretty instantaneous, right?
Oh, yeah.
It was, God chose to just change that guy instantaneously. And so I'm super excited, like what you just described and what your heart is. I'm excited. I'm just going to put this out there. We're going to have an urban context Trail Life in New Orleans, Louisiana at Victory Church.
Wow.
You heard me, Pastor.
That ain't give approved yet, no. You're going to give me trouble.
No, Pastor.
But hopefully so.
Pastor Terrence has represented you very, very well at this event. He has. Hey, I want to ask you one final question here, maybe a couple. It's 60-second answer, okay? Your message to the world. Anything you want to say, anything you want to, and so drop some nuggets, man.
Okay.
No pressure.
Okay, I'll go quick.
Right there to that camera.
The greatest treasure that you could ever have is a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, okay? Once you get that, and then you start walking it out and cultivating that relationship, then the next best thing that you can do is inspire others, let other people know about what God has given you. You share that with others, and then walk them along in their journey and help them cultivate the same thing. Teach them not only to cultivate it for themselves, but to cultivate it to to teach others to do the same also. So it's like in 2 Timothy 2:2. So you experience God, then you find other people, you help them experience God, and then you teach them to find other people and help them experience God. If we could just do that one simple thing, this country will change. This country was put here for the progression, the advancement of God's kingdom. That's why America exists. And so to not be evangelistic is to be unpatriotic and un-American.
Hallelujah. Let's go. Let's go. Man, Terrence, thank you so much for joining us today, man.
Terrence,
I love you.
awesome.
Man, you brought a smile to my heart. I just want to tell you, you really have.
Thank you.
Not just because you're a Christian brother, but because you're also from my hometown, New Orleans, Louisiana.
504, baby.
504, baby.
Can I just say one thing, Terrence? I am struck. Like, I love what you said about you have to have a belief that something is possible. And I think what strikes me about that, like, even the demons believe there is a God. Right? So when I think about the work and your own transformation and what God has done, like, he has shown you the impossible. Like, if he can take me and do something with me, then how can he not do that in someone else? And you just communicated that. But I think that's a really powerful takeaway for me. I mean, hopefully whoever's listening and watching, like, do you believe, like, whatever you're facing right now, do you believe that God can do that, can take that and do something powerful with that? It's simply a belief system, but it's not believing who he is, it's believing what he can do.
Yeah, amen.
And you got to know him to believe in what that power is, right?
Right.
So I just love that. That really blessed me and encouraged me this morning, Terrence. So
listen, I can't. I don't have the words to describe how grateful I am for meeting you and then meeting you
too,
this
brother.
morning
Yeah.
and this opportunity and being here. You have no idea.
It's good, man.
Yeah.
I love it. Our God's a big God.
He is, man. He is.
Amen.
Well, hopefully you enjoyed this. Like, I think this is what's really great about AmericaFest and us being here is this brotherhood. It is finding other brothers in Christ and talking about things that I think really matter. There's so many things to distract us here, I think. And part of that is like, no, how do we cultivate and nurture Christ?
Yeah.
What does that look like? And how can we call us to something higher and bigger and greater? And so
That's right.
That's been such a blessing, Terrence. It really
thank
has.
you, man. Really.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Way to bring it home, Roy.
Yeah. God bless
God
you, brother.
bless you, man. God bless you, Kelly. Love you too, man. God bless you. Thank you.
I came in as a boy, and I'm leaving as a young man.
They're developing lifelong friends, and they're being pushed beyond what they think their limitations are.
It's helped me with importance of leadership, because I mean, before Trail Life, I literally did nothing.
As a mom, I love the fact that I know that our son is involved in a Christ-centered, boy-focused group. I'm confident that he's in a safe environment, that he's getting the mentorship and leadership of men who have the type of foundation that we need him to get.
I've never really been able to talk in public, and being in Trail Life, everyone's so accepting of you, and that really helped me become who I am and who God wants me to be.
Me and my dad, we really didn't talk a lot, and my mom wanted my dad to go. He was like, sure, I'll go. So he asked off for work and he went. And ever since then, me and my dad's relationship has gotten closer.
Experience the Trail Life difference. Find a troop near you or start one today by visiting www.traillifeusa.com.
Hey guys, we're here at the Ark Encounter up in Kentucky, and I'm here with Mr. Kent and Mr. CJ. And these guys are veteran trailmen, they're experts. So they're gonna show me a couple different ways of how to make a fire using all different kinds of resources. You guys are watching Trail Hacks.
Okay, so here we are with a table with different ideas of way to start fires with something you might find in your house, might find in your day pack, might find out in the wilderness. But we've got Clifford Joe here from Wisconsin and his dad CJ. How can we use a magnifying glass to start a fire, Clifford Joe?
Well, the first thing you want to do is you want to find where the sun is. Basically, right now, the sun's directly above us.
The sun's above. Oh yeah, there we go.
Then, what you want to do, you take your magnifying glass and you want to make a tiny pinpoint with it. See?
That's awesome, man. Very effective. The magnifying glass is handy for looking at little insects and stuff, but also making fires.
Oh yeah.
That's so cool.
I'm going to take this ferro rod and I'm going to throw it into a piece of cotton ball. Now the trick with this is to pay attention and not do it up in the air, but to bring it right down and throw a spark right into the cotton ball. That quick.
Wow.
This is a confidence builder for a young man. You get a young man out there to throw a spark into a cotton ball, he's got confidence knowing that he can do something effective to survive, to stay warm, to provide a flame, to start a fire so they can cook. CJ, you have some actual flint and steel, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is called a char cloth. It's actually a piece of blue jean.
Nice.
Like this.
Okay.
So we cooked it off, put that over a camp stove or a fire or some coals.
Interesting.
And the ports let the gases escape and the smoke escape. And when it stops pumping gas and smoke out, you open it up and you'll have char cloth in there. But you take the char cloth, it's going to catch the spark, because the spark from these guys is not going to be anywhere near that of the ferrocerium rod. You may not even be able to see that. See that little spark that come off? That's about all you're going to get. That's what the char cloth is for. It's all carbon-based material now that we've cooked the impurities out of it. And you want to make sure that is along the edge of your flint where you're going to be striking it.
One of those sparks will land on that char cloth and create an ember. And once he does the ember,
super cool.
put it in a little bird's nest that we created.
There you go. We caught it. So it's just generally starting to get red in there.
You get one?
Yes, sir.
Smoke. Watch the smoke.
I'd never seen that.
That is actually flint and steel. This is an actual flint nap.
And it's a dull piece of flint, but it still works.
Yeah.
Okay, so where do you find flint?
In the woods, in the creek beds.
Yeah.
So let's show the battery and the steel wool there.
You just take a battery that you might have in your weather radio or walkie-talkie or something, and
Little 9-volt.
yeah, a little 9-volt battery, and you take some steel wool and you just touch those terminals. It's almost instant that it catches that steel wool on fire.
Wow.
And then you should be able to put your.
There you go. It's catching a spark.
But it's there you go.
Wow.
So steel is a conductor of electricity, metal, but it's in a open where air can go through it. It's not a solid piece of steel. It's really thin shreds of metal. Really unique ways to start a fire.
Yeah, I'd never seen that done before. That's super cool.
Yeah.
One thing that was common throughout all the techniques, it's like the more fuel that you give the fire, man, the bigger it gets, the more it can do for you. And it's kind of reminds me of our relationship with God's Word. It's the same thing. It's like, man, if we want to really be active, if we want to be able to grow and be useful, we have to be fueled by God's Word. As a believer, that's what really gives us the life, you know?
And you got to work at it too, because you got to prepare more stores of fuel for the fire.
The fire needs to be continually tended to, just like we need to continually tend to the Lord.
Well, Mr. Kent, Mr. CJ, thanks so much for teaching me some really practical new ways to make a fire.
Sure.
I can't wait to implement this the next time I'm on the trail. If you guys have liked and enjoyed the video, like and subscribe below. And consider joining Trail Life. Go to their website, traillifeusa.com, find a troop near you. And if you're interested in finding more adventures of the Wow Brothers, myself and my brothers, go to wowbrothersproductions.com. See you guys. Today the competition is on. My brothers and I are going head to head to see who is the best trail cook. You guys are watching Trail Hacks. A lot of people have asked us who is the best cook. Well, today we're going to decide. We're going to all compete against each other to see who can make the best trail meal. I'm gonna start us off with cooking in a pit. It's a full meal in a pit. It's basically creating a crock pot, you know, pressure cooker in the ground using the natural resources around us. And it's amazing a technique I learned in the jungle from my really good friends, the Wana people. Can't wait to show you how to do it. First step is to heat up the rocks. Be careful with which rocks you use. This one, see how it's already broken? Some rocks, when they get up to heat, they actually explode, they shatter. So don't use like shale, really weak, soft rocks. Those tend to shatter, explode. Use really hard quartz-like rocks that won't. But even then, keep your distance when you're cooking your rocks, just in case one happens to pop. So here's my pit. I've already dug it. The next step is to line it with leaves. What I'm using is these large palmetto leaves. They're actually pretty perfect. You want something large and kind of like a fan. So I'm gonna go ahead and line the bottom of it and the sides with these leaves, and this will protect my food from getting dirty. To transfer the hot rocks into our pit, we need some tongs so we can grab them. I'm making my own homemade one with a piece of wood, basically a small branch. I'm just gonna split it down the middle. Definitely be careful. Have someone supervise you if you're using a small hatchet or machete. You can also just use regular large steak tongs and skip this process. I've let my fire kind of die down, and so that's what you want. Now it's just all a bunch of embers. The rocks are smoking hot, so it's time to transfer the rocks into the pit. Man, the smell brings back so many good memories of growing up in the jungle. And I'm feeling so confident I'm gonna crush this competition. This is awesome. This looks great. I got a bed of collard greens. Now I'm gonna put in these 4 beautiful little pieces of corn. And then I'm gonna get my potatoes. And now, time for my meat. I'm gonna put some hot rocks wrapped in some leaves on top of my food. This will help cook it. And then I'm gonna wrap this thing up. The pit is finally complete. Now it's the fun part. We get to fold all these leaves. Be very careful. I would even advise putting some gloves on. And that's going to hold all my leaves in place. And I think that is a wrap. Now it's just a waiting game. We gotta let all this cook down. It's super hot. You can see all the steam just coming out of this. That steam is what cooks the food. The boys are gonna be super impressed. I think I'm gonna win this competition.
So today I've been nominated to be the judge. Hudson, Keen, and Asher are going to try to pull off some exceptional dish or beverage that you'd cook on the trail. And depending on how it goes, this could be a great experience or a bad one. Trail food is notorious for being, you know, rustic.
It is smelling amazing. The delicate aroma of like the greens and the sweet potatoes is telling me that I think it's time to uncover. Oh no, it's not finished cooking. It's not finished cooking yet. So this is what I was a little bit worried about when I was first covering up the pit. There's a couple of noticeable areas where the steam was just really pouring out, and I think I should have used more palmetto leaves. I think I have enough cooked where I can present it to Morgan, but this could really dampen my chances of winning this competition.
So what do we have here? This looks awesome.
Yeah, so pit style cooking, corn on the cob, sweet potato, a piece of nice succulent beef, and then collard greens.
And you did all this in a pit, huh?
Yeah.
You used hot rocks?
Style.
Okay.
Exactly.
It's a pretty advanced technique. This looks good. I'm ready to try it.
Enjoy.
Really good. Perfect, Hudson. Look at that. Man, you went the extra mile. It's amazing how those rocks can... Oh, you know, Hudson? Looking slightly raw there. A little chewy. All right, let's try the sweet potato. Nice and soft. Perfect. This was really good, Hudson. I think you made a couple mistakes. I will judge at the very end once I've tried all the dishes. Thank you so much.
Hey guys, stay tuned and watch the rest of the episodes to find out who wins the competition. If you guys liked the video, like and subscribe below. If you're interested in learning more about trail life, go over to their website, traillifeusa.com, and find a troop near you. If you're interested in the Wild Brothers, my brothers and I, and our adventures, go over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the live stream from AmericaFest here at the Trail Life booth, and I'm Scott Horde. I am so excited that you've joined us. You were walking by and you heard a word. We'll get to that word in a second.
That's right.
And you stopped and said, "Man," and you just listened for a while.
Yeah.
What we are about at Trail Life ultimately is raising up godly, masculine men. And I think just hearing 2-3 minutes of your testimony, we were like, dude, this is an example of what godly masculinity looks like. And so
that's good.
I'm Kelly, by the way, if we haven't formally introduced.
Good to meet you, Kelly.
And this is
know,
Roy.
Right? This is what we're doing.
Right,
this is the choice of America.
That's right. So, Scott, tell us a little bit about why you're here at Turning Point USA, and give us your stats, married, kids, all the things.
Yeah, I'm a Nashvilleian, Nashville, Tennessee, married to my wife, Lindy, for 30 years, have 2 beautiful children, 23, 21, both adopted.
Oh, wow.
My daughter's from Zambia, Africa,
That's
and
awesome.
my son's from Bordeaux, North Nashville, the hood. And, he's proud of it.
Awesome.
And, yeah.
Fantastic. And why are you here at Turning Point?
I rescue babies from abortion, and a conversation came up with Turning Point. They were asking the question, who's doing something real on the streets in Tennessee, and my name came up. And so that led to a breakfast and connection.
Wow.
So I ended up having breakfast with a Turning Point employee, and they said, tell us what you do. And that led to a relationship, and which led me to the memorial last year and led me here. And so now I'm here, never been. And man, it's fun. It was spicy last night.
It was spicy.
I was like, should I leave? Like, no, I'm not leaving. I'm staying to the end. And it was good.
So good. So cool story how you got into rescuing babies pre-abortion.
Yeah,
Can you tell us a little bit about it?
So I was a pastor in Smyrna, Tennessee, just south of Nashville, and the Ferguson riots happened, Ferguson, Missouri, and a lot of racial tension went out across the country. And it hit me as a pastor. I was pastoring a church of 250 people, a very diverse church. And my church began to ask me, hey, what are you going to do? What is our church going to do? And I didn't feel like I'm not a protest person. I'm not a sign person. But, I thought the answer was Jesus Christ. And so that was my response. But a guy challenged me on it and said, no, man, that's not enough. I'm like, how is Jesus not enough? And it made me angry. And I went into a time of prayer, and I just said, Lord, I give you my anger. Give me something in return. He gave me 2 words, engage abortion. So took those 2 words, Googled it, Googled abortion, didn't know where they were happening in Tennessee. And I found 2 locations. And I was like, all right, I'm supposed to go. So one day I got up, didn't tell anybody I was going. I went. I was scared. My plan was to play it safe, sit in the car. Pulled up. There was a mom and a young girl, teenager, calling out to the women going in. Mom got separated from the daughter. The girl was one-on-one with a male who was being abusive, verbally abusive, to a point I thought it was going to get physical. And I thought, all right, as a man, do I sit here and pray, or do I get out of the car?
Wow.
And I was actually afraid, and I opened the door, and I said, hey, talk to me. Don't talk to her. And for 2 hours, I engaged a young man. He threatened my life, and real intense. And at the end of the day, he aborted his child. And so I just said a quick prayer. I was like, Lord, is this what you called me to do? And he said, yeah. So the place was called Hell's Hill in Nashville, and I found out that's what it was called, and went, and I was like, all right, Lord, show me how to do this. He said, go in truth, humility, and love. Don't compromise those things. And just began to speak truth, humility, and love. And I got a girl named Tina to come talk to me. She came over. We had a conversation. She's like, what do you want me to do? So let's go get an ultrasound down the road. We did. We came out. She said, look at my son.
Wow.
I was like, what are you going to do? She said, I'm going to keep him. I'm like, you're going, what?
I just got chills, brother.
Yeah, and that's what, I did too, actually. And
the Holy Ghost be rolling in here, y'all.
And so that one rescue breathed so much confidence and boldness into me.
Wow.
I went back, and one turned into 5, 10, 20, 30. And then I realized, oh, man, these moms have needs, and I'm broke. Man. And my wife was like, hey, what do you do with our money? And I'm like, writing checks, and I'm paying rents and paying electric bills and repairing cars. And she's like, you got to come up with something better. So I went to the church. Church was like, what are you doing? Or how you representing the church? I'm like, doing it in love, compassion. And so our church took it on. Our benevolence went from 15,000 that year to over 90. And they're like, you got to go.
Wow.
And so it led to a point to where I was going out on Tuesdays and Thursdays. They're called kill days, rescuing these children. And I was like, Lord, if I go out 5 days, Planned Parenthood was killing them 5 days a week. And so if I go out 5 days and I get 5 rescues, do you want me to resign? So I put the Lord to the test.
Wow.
And I got 5 rescues. He said, and he spoke, he's like, resign. And so 2 weeks later, I resigned. The last 6 years, I've been full-time.
Rescuing babies.
Yeah, and so we had our 785th rescue this past week in Granite City, Missouri. So we had
500 babies.
785.
785.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so we get the rescues, and they're amazing. I was holding 3 of them. What's crazy is the babies I was holding this week, guess where they were from? Ferguson, Missouri.
What?
Yeah, so it comes full circle.
Wow.
And I was walking with Beatrice and Jayla. They're the moms, and the babies are 1.5. They have needs, and so I come in, provide Christmas, fix cars, put food on the table, whatever they need to be the moms that God has called them to be. And so there's a lot there, but that's been the journey. So trigger laws happened when Roe fell and abortions quit at Planned Parenthood. I looked at my wife. I was like, hey, you want to move to a blue state? And she's like, no. I want to stay in Tennessee. And I was like, all right, I'm traveling. Is that okay? She said, go. And so now I go. And so interesting stat. All the women in Middle Tennessee and West Tennessee go to Carbondale, Illinois to abort their children 3 hours north. Carbondale, Illinois, town of 19,000 people, aborted 11,000 people last year. They got 3 abortion mills. So that's ground zero for me, but I go coast to coast.
Man.
And what I do is I just go to the streets and, bring the Father's voice to a place that's very dark and very evil, to young women who have never heard the Father's voice.
Man.
And so when you get eye to eye with them and they're in their car and I'm on my knee looking in their eyes, I'm proclaiming truth, love, compassion, humility, and they hear something they've never heard but they long for. And so they might drive 5 hours like my last rescue did. Kayla from Memphis drove to St. Louis. She hears the Father's voice and she's like, I don't know what that is, but I like it. And I don't know who you are, but I trust you. I'm going back home.
Man.
And so she drove back home, and I met her 2 days later in Memphis and provided Christmas for her 5-year-old.
Man.
And her little baby that'll be here in June.
Man, I can see in your eyes you're emotional about this stuff. I'm trying to. My eyes are starting to sweat, so I don't want to go full on eye sweat.
That's okay, man. Let it go.
Yeah.
Real men cry.
But I just I almost. That's true. I almost don't know where to go with it because it's such a testimony to what godly masculinity looks like. We get a chance to go around the country and talk to people, and we're talking on this how to raise boys into masculinity, all of those things. And so often the question after the talk is, well, my son doesn't have those masculine characteristics, and so what would you say in that situation? And the comment back is, it's hard. People have an idea culturally what masculine looks like. Mm-hmm. I was just in the bathroom with this guy, and I looked at him. I was like, they didn't tell you can't bring guns in here? Because he's like swole up and like muscular and all the things. And I am so excited that you're on this with us right now, because I think everybody who's watching, me, Roy, get to look across the table at someone who is a awesome representative of what it means to be godly, masculine, to put 2 feet down on what God called you and claim territory.
That's right.
And do it humbly and do it in a way with truth and love. That's the picture. What you're doing is the picture of masculinity, man.
Well, I came late to the game of Christianity. I was 23, went through college, and I had a good time. And I drank a lot. I fought a lot. I loved adventure, and followed a pretty girl into the church who became my wife. But I was sitting in the church. I was like, what is the church? Blue shirt, khaki pants, penny loafers. That's all I kept seeing. I was like, is there adventure here? Is there a fight here? Is there fun here? Is this the pinnacle of what it means to follow Christ? And sat there for 6 months, and the Lord challenged me in that moment and said, man, I put that fight in you. I put that sense of adventure into you. I put that fun into you. You've been using it for the world. Now I'm going to bring it to me.
Wow.
And so that's when I was like, all right, is it here? And the longer I stayed, I was like, okay, it's not here in this church. It's a big church. He's like, I want to use you to bring it. And so I began to do things, blast and cast, guns and fishing and ATVs, and men began to respond. And so that led me on my journey. And when you think about what I do on the abortion front, it's the most vulnerable person in our society. It's a child that's voiceless, that can't defend itself. So who should be defending these kids? Men. Men should be the first there, but who is the most uncommon person to find at these facilities? It's men, but it's changing. But the strongest voice at the abortion front is the masculine voice.
Wow.
Scott,
as I was thinking, how we talk about masculinity a lot. Just hearing your story, I wrote down the word obedience, because you're really here because you were obedient to the Lord, which I think is a big part of what it means to be a biblical, masculine male. Is again, obviously there's lots of physical attributes that we could talk or not talk about, but it's the inner life, and it's your ability to be surrendered to whatever that the Lord has for you to be obedient to. And He has called you, as a missionary to the unborn. How has this changed you? You talked about, you brought in adventure and fun, and obviously there's things that the Lord has wired you to be, do what you do, but how has it changed you the last?
Just from a pastor perspective, it changed the way my love of the Word of God, my prayer life, my belief in miracles.
Wow.
So I see miracles on the street firsthand. I apply the Word. I speak it. So I had a couple sitting in a car, girl on the driver's side, guy on the passenger side. I'm speaking, the window's cracked. The car, he opens the car door, big dude. I'm like, I'm in trouble. And he gets out and he just stares at me, no emotion. And I'm looking at him and I'm like, hey, I'm here. I'm not against you. I'm against what you're doing. And he gets back in the car. So I quote Psalm 139, that God makes that child in the womb, intricately weaves that child together. He's fearfully and wonderfully made. All of a sudden there's commotion in the car's shaking. And I'm like, oh, he's getting ready to hit her. And I'm getting ready to go in, because that's what men do, right? We protect, we defend. And right before I go, he jumps out of the car and he's looking at me again. And I'm surrounded by these people, my friends. I'm like, this is it. Y'all get ready. And he's walking towards me. And I'm like, I don't know what to expect. He gets up to me and he throws his arms out and he grabs me and hugs me and starts crying.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
And so,
man, that's good.
So I'm like, oh my God. And so I'm hugging him now. I'm like, what's going on? And he said, man, we were sitting in the car and you began to quote a scripture. And when you did, we've never felt the baby move. And when you quoted what you were quoting, the baby started jumping in the womb. And it caused so much commotion, we started crying. He jumped out. His wife gets out, his girlfriend gets out, and begins to proclaim the gospel in that moment. So how's it changed me? The Word of God, the miracles of God.
Right.
And it shows me that it's real. And so what men and boys need to realize is, church is amazing, but our final call is not the pew. The final call is to leave that pew and then go take your light and the goodness you have and go into darkness. My place is the abortion front, but every man has a call on some front. And so as I'm at the front rescuing babies, if you're coming by me, I'm praying with you. If you walk by me, I'm saying, hey, how can I pray for you? Just that act alone of praying with people, we've prevented 14 suicides.
Man.
14 suicides just by engaging everyday people. And every man has that call on their life, and church is not boring. Our faith is not boring. When you act on it and you get out, it does. It changes you. It changes you. You realize, hey, I do need God. I do need the Word of God. God is unbelievably amazing, and we are called to be light in darkness.
Man.
And I see it now. It's here too.
Well, right, because it's the same power that resurrected Christ.
Yes.
Is with us. Is with us.
Yes.
It's been promised to us. And just to hear your story is like step into that. Don't be afraid of that. Be obedient, and then watch what the Lord watch what the Lord will do. And it's like he invites you into this rescue mission, right? It's like, hey, I came to rescue you, but now I'm going to have you kind of thrusting your hand into the cold, icy waters, and we're going to rescue as many as we can. And that's a privilege. That's an honor to do that.
And it comes back as a blessing. A guy was walking by me named Q, suicidal. He's homeless. I prayed with him. He's a tough guy. He's like, yeah, man, pray with me. And I prayed. But we opened my eyes and he was crying. I was like, you good? He's like, I'm good, man. And that day he was picking up garbage on the property and he was listening to me. He was hearing the gospel over and over again. Went to a Narcotics Anonymous meeting that night, walked in as leader, looked at him, this lady, and she goes, what's wrong with you, Q? Something's different. And he goes, I met a crazy white man on the street today. And who was it? She said, his name's Scott. She said, Pastor Scott. She goes, that's my pastor.
Oh, man.
So Q was getting ready to check out, addicted to cocaine, homeless, heard a simple prayer, heard the gospel, started attending church. Turns out he didn't like white people. I found that out later. But Q is south of Birmingham. He's a truck driver. He moved into a great neighborhood. He called me up and said, Scott, you won't believe this. I'm like, well, he goes, dude, I live in the whitest neighborhood ever. I was like, you're not angry anymore at white people? He goes, no, man, I love them. Guess who's mentoring my son?
No.
Q. Q. So Q, it's come full circle. And it's just amazing. And that's when it gets good.
Yeah.
And that's what we're called to do.
Yeah.
Life on life.
Yeah.
It brings change.
It's good.
And that's what y'all do.
Yeah.
Scott.
Man, what a blessing, man.
Scott, how do people get a hold of your ministry?
I'm not very creative. It's Scott Hord Ministries. It's scotthord.com.
And that's 2 T's, H-O-R-D.
H-O-R-D, yeah.
.com.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Last question. We've got another interview coming up, but scheduled interview. But, man, I love it when God interrupts our schedule for something.
Man, thanks for being flexible.
No,
I did, I knew something about you. I didn't know a lot. When I heard Terrence's previous interview, I was like, man, that's right up my alley. I love what he was talking about and the mentorship, and he threw the abortion word out there. I'm like, come on, he gets it.
Yeah.
And so my ears were up, and I listened to the whole thing. It was awesome. So thanks for what you guys do.
Thank you. Scott, I want you to 60 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to talk to men about being the defender.
Yeah.
That you talked about. A godly, masculine, humble defender.
Yeah.
60 seconds. That's your camera.
That's your camera right there.
You got it. Hey, guys. The Christian life was never meant to be dull. I know that when you give your life to the Lord, He puts a call upon your heart. He gives you an adventure to go on, but a battle to fight. And when you press into God, He's going to give you something to fight for. First and foremost, it's your family, your kids, your marriage. But then there's usually something beyond that. I challenge you to step into it. When I stepped into mine, there was tons of fear, uncertainty. There's the unknown factor, but I trusted God, stepped onto Hell's Hill, really afraid. And I've had people pull guns on me, try to run over me, tase me, punch me, throw slushies at me from Sonic, all those things. But you step into it, and when you do, and you cross that fear factor, then God really shows up, and you see some unbelievable things. And so challenge you to step out of your comfort zone and fight the fight and watch what God will do.
Dude, man, yes! That's good. Let's go take Hell's Hill.
Let's do it. We took it. It's gone.
That's
There's more to take.
You have a Hell's Hill, too.
That's right.
That's right. That's right. This is great. Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Yeah. We got a little gift for you.
I came in as a boy, and I'm leaving as a young man.
They're developing lifelong friends, and they're being pushed beyond what they think their limitations are.
It's helped me with importance of leadership, because before Trail Life, I literally did nothing.
As a mom, I love the fact that I know that our son is involved in a Christ-centered, boy-focused group. We're confident that he's in a safe environment, that he's getting the mentorship and leadership of men who have the type of foundation that we need him to get.
I've never really been able to talk in public, and being in Trail Life, everyone's so accepting of you, and that really helped me become who I am and who God wants me to be.
Me and my dad, we really didn't talk a lot, and my mom wanted my dad to go. He was like, sure, I'll go. So he asked off for work, and he went. And ever since then, me and my dad's relationship has gotten closer.
Experience the Trail Life difference. Find a troop near you or start one today by visiting www.traillifeusa.com.
Hey guys, Wild Brothers here.
Today we're stuck on this beach. We don't know how long we're gonna be here. It could be a few hours, it could be overnight. And so in the meantime, we're gonna set up camp, which means doing 3 things. We're gonna set up a shelter, find some food, and get a nice, good fire going. You're watching Trail Hacks. All right, guys, well, we're here. We need to make the most of the daylight hours, and so let's get started setting up camp. It's time to delegate some responsibilities. Hudson, if you'd be in charge of getting food, that'd be great. Kian, if you could be in charge of getting the fire going, that'd be sweet. And Asher, if you could stick with me, we'll be responsible for setting up our shelter. All right, is that all clear?
Yep, let's go.
Let's go.
All right, so we need to find some shelter, and Morgan, I'm thinking that we should actually maybe stay clear of the beach just because I think the tide might rise and also the ground's uneven.
Yep.
Plus, it's so windy out, it might be kind of hard when you get the fire going.
Sounds
so I'm
good.
thinking we can maybe go inland and see if we can get through the first layer of trees, and that can be where we make shelter. Hey Morgan, this actually isn't a half bad spot right here.
I like it a lot. It's protected from the wind, still a view of the ocean.
Yeah, and it's nice and cleared out.
Now, today we're gonna be making an A-frame shelter. A-frame shelters are pretty easy and they're great on the trail. Typically it consists of 2 Y poles, 1 pole across the top, and then a simple tarp that you can drape over it and then attach from the 4 corners. Now, A-frame shelters we used to make all the time growing up in the jungle. We'd be out on the trail hiking in the virgin jungles of Southeast Asia, and all we had to do was stop, take about 20 minutes, and we could quickly whip up one of these. Now, for today, looking at this area right here, it's actually gonna be a lot easier to take advantage of these 2 trees. We're gonna use these trees, and instead of getting a pole across, we're just going to tighten a rope from the top, drape the tarp over, secure it from the 4 corners as we normally would, and that'll be our shelter. That's about it. Now, when you're securing the line to a tree like this, it's important to make the top rope a little bit higher than your head. The shorter it is, the less space you're gonna have inside. Now, the next step is really just to secure the 4 corners. The wind's actually picking up, and I think a storm's brewing, so we're about to get some rain, so it's important that we finish this up fast.
Shelters are super important when you're on an adventure just because they provide that area of just safety and comfort. And that's really, honestly, what God is for in the life of a Christian. God describes himself as our sanctuary, our refuge. And that's super encouraging because we know that in this life there's going to be all kinds of trials, elements that come our way. We know that for the Christian, no matter what's going on in our life, we know that God's always there looking out for us, protecting us, for those who love him. And so, you know, this is a great shelter for the night, and hopefully it'll take care of us, but God's going to take care of us forever. And so that's a real comfort.
Time to chill and take a break. A well-earned break. Good job, Asher.
Thanks for watching Trail Hats. If you enjoy this video, be sure to like and subscribe.
And if you're interested in learning more about partnering with Trail Life USA or becoming a member yourself, a member of a troop, visit traillifeusa.com to learn more there. And if you're interested in the Wild Brothers and seeing some more of our adventures, visit wildbrothersproductions.com.
Catch you guys later. Hey guys, I'm Master Wild, and today, we're here at the Ark Encounter, and today we're going to show you guys something special. I'm here with Mr. Steven and Mr. Kent, and we're going to show you guys how to make a simple piece of twine like this and how to turn it into a rope that will not easily be broken. You guys are watching Trail Hats. All right, so for starters, Mr. Steven, why don't you kind of just run us through what we're doing here and what this machine is right here?
Yeah, well, this is a rope making machine, and we're going to use this, like you said, to take this piece of tiny twine that really isn't strong at all and make it into a rope that we could use for great purposes. All right, so our first step is we're going to take this piece of twine and tie it to our machine. And so to do that, we're going to make 2 half hitches. So I'm going to take this X, and I'm going to tuck it through the loop, and I'm going to pull. So we've made 1 hitch, and then we're going to make our second half hitch. We're going to make an X again, and tuck it through the loop, and pull. And so the next thing I need is Mr. Kent. I'm going to need you to hold the handle down here. And we have to decide how long we're going to make the rope. So how far do you guys think we should go?
It's a good question. Depends on what we're going to use it for. I'd say about 4 or 5 feet would be good.
About 4 or 5 feet. So you guys like where Mr. Kent is right there then?
That sounds perfect.
Okay. We have to keep even numbers, so we're going to be multiples of 2. We need 2 for each one, so we can make this with 6. We can make it with 12. We can make it with 18, right? We can make 24. And the more strands we weave in, the stronger this rope is going to be. You guys help me count here.
All right, 4, 6, 8.
And we're going to end right here. and we're going to end with the same knot that we began with. A lot of rope on this machine right now. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to take our needle and we're going to place this on the rope, and this is going to keep our strands separated. When you got it, Morgan?
Got it.
So I want to start cranking this handle. We've got to crank it clockwise.
Okay.
We're going to see what starts to happen here. We set a cord of 3 strands, right?
Yes, sir.
And we began with 18. Now, if this gets hard, you can take your other hand and push on that.
All right.
And it'll help you keep it moving evenly. And how many strands does this look like now?
3, absolutely.
We're pretty clearly getting to 3 strands. You know, one of the verses I really like to talk about as we make rope is Isaiah 40:31. They that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not grow weary. They shall walk and not faint.
I just read that the other day, actually, yeah.
Yeah, one of my favorite verses, actually. And one of the things I love about that verse is the Hebrew word for wait is to braid or to twist.
Really?
So if we want to get stronger, what do we need to do?
Probably start working out. I don't know, do something hard, you know?
You don't get stronger by sitting on the couch, do you?
Absolutely not.
And in Hebrew, this idea of waiting on the Lord isn't a passive idea, it's active. And so a lot of times in life, stress happens and things get difficult. And you know, we're adding stress to this rope right now as we twist it. And as we add this stress, we're actually making the rope stronger. And so we watch this stress come and we say, Lord, what are you doing? I don't understand. Things are difficult. Things don't make sense. But you know, the Lord says that he works all things together for our good. And so we've seen this stress and we've really strengthened this rope. And now the time has come to see what's been happening with all this. So I'm ready. Morgan, go ahead and move that needle forward. And let's see what's been happening here. Go ahead. And so we begin to see what God's purpose has been all along, and we see the purpose here with all the stress and the strain we've been putting on this rope. It's pretty incredible. And you know, right now, if we stopped and we took this rope off the machine, what do you think would happen?
It'd fall apart and unravel. So?
It absolutely would. Now, I don't happen to have any wax here. Mr. Kenton didn't bring wax along. I'm going to blame this on him. But what I can do is I can whip this rope. So I'm going to take this one single strand of rope, fold it in half, and I'm laying this on top of my rope. All right, so I have a loop on this end, and I have a tail on this end, and then I have a really long tail on this end. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to begin to wrap this rope around the bigger rope, and this is called whipping. And what we're going to do is we are going to bind these strands together. I'm going to take this last tail on my rope and stick it through the loop, and I'm going to grab it. And then we come here to my other side, and I'm going to pull this. And you see how this is grabbing hold of the rope?
Yep, there we go.
And I want to pull this, and what I want to do is I want to get this tucked underneath and inside the security of these wrappings. So I'm going to pull pretty hard, and now that's pulled inside, and this is all going to hold this together so this cord cannot come unwound. And then I'm going to cut this off, and we can cut this rope off of the machine. There we are.
Wow. Guys, thank you so much for watching Trail Hats. If you like this video, if you learned something like I did, feel free to like and subscribe. And if you're interested in Trail Life USA, man, head over to their website, traillifeusa.com, and consider joining a Trail Life troop. And if you're interested in learning more about the Wild Brothers, feel free to head over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com. God bless, guys.
Awesome. Well, welcome back to AmericaFest, our live stream here at Trail Life. I'm Roy Baldwin. Kelly is taking a break, and we have Eric here with us. I have to be honest with you. I'm a little out of. I feel a little bit out of my element right now, Eric. So I'm going to apologize. I'm going to apologize up front.
You're off to a great start as far as I can see.
Good. So, as many of you know, we've already had some really great interviews today from Terrence, and just finished up with Scott Horde, and hopefully those have been a blessing to you. I know I've been blessed by them already, and I think there's such incredible nuggets of truth, and I'm sure we'll get this from Eric as well. And part of that, what's exciting for me to be able to talk with some other men is really show an example of when we talk about what Trail Life represents in regards to, you know, other men pouring into boys and helping them become men. It's all walks of life, all doing different things. And so I'm excited that Eric is joining us. So Eric Olhausen, you're with Old Glory Bank. So tell us just a little bit about who you are, your family, and we'll kind of go from there.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for having me here
Absolutely.
today. And Turning Point events are just fantastic. I'm co-founder of Old Glory Bank, and that's what got me here. Is it's our third event of Turning Points that we have exhibited at. Fantastic audience, and as you know, I think you'll hear a little bit as we speak some more.
Yeah.
Just the relevance of Old Glory Bank to this audience, and a lot of shared values and
yeah, that's great.
Kind of mission oriented. But I'm married, 33 years married, wonderful wife Catherine, and 2 children who are late 20s, and just happy to be here. And I think I wish Trail Life had been around when I was growing up, but I was able to have some suitable alternatives, and I really see the value in what you guys are doing.
Yeah, we were just kind of doing a quick intro and hearing him. So talk a little bit about that. You were part of what, Indian Guides?
Indian Guides, which was, back, I'm 60 next year, so back when I was growing up, Boy Scouts was certainly there, but Indian Guides, I think, had a lot of appeal to those who weren't looking for as regimented of a organization, and not that was necessarily the main driver. But Indian Guides was based out of the YMCA program, just really good father-son type gathering. In fact, my uncle who lived in town was stood in for a friend of mine whose father was not around, and so probably similar to what you guys all do, and just great, really oriented towards getting out to the outdoors, just as Native Americans would have, and that was kind of the theme, and just a great experience. We had names and some rites and passages with it all, and I was my dad was Big Tomahawk, I was Little Tomahawk, and each pairing had kind of similarly matched Indian Guide names, but it was a great foundation.
I think I'm relatively new to Trail Life. I've been here 5 months.
Okay.
And I was a Boy Scout. I was a Cub Scout. I did a Weeblo. But I remember, I think the older I get, I look back on those times now, and I have a different perspective of them. And so I kind of, as I hear you talking, there's this I see the important role that play, and I especially think of your uncle, right? Your uncle stepped in as well, playing that father role as well.
Yeah.
And the seeds that I think are planted in that, and the importance of that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was great. My Uncle Ronald, actually, my father's no longer with us, but his younger brother is my uncle, and so he's, even for me now, he's kind of a father figure, just in lieu of my dad being around. And it was just a great impetus for getting guys, fathers and sons, and other associations like that out in the outdoors and the simplicity of life. I think you think of what are the things that you learn, that a young man learns being in the outdoors. It's a great metaphor for life, just because you're having to think ahead, especially let's say an overnight backpacking type trip where you're having to prepare for everything that might come up. What am I going to need? What am I going to need to eat? What are we going to do just to get by, and all of that. It's not always going to be sunny like today. It might be rainy. So, a lot of good things in life that you learn about preparation and being ready for the unknown and the unexpected. And it's a great upbringing.
Yeah. And so I'm thinking with you, right, with being with Old Glory Bank, talk a little bit about what you do and Old Glory Bank. And you were just talking a little bit about you're relatively new to the scene, right, as a banking institution.
Yeah.
And share a little bit more with our audience about that.
Well, we are Old Glory Bank. It's funny, we say we're the oldest new business, because it's actually a 122-year-old bank that the current management team acquired or lined up the purchase of it several years ago.
Okay.
So it was a bank in Oklahoma, founded in 1903. And about 4 years ago, I got the idea. I just got tired of yelling at the TV. If you think about in 2020 with the riots going on and all the sports stars kneeling for the flag and the anthem, I just got tired of seeing that. And it really, my wife said, do something about it.
Do something.
And that was the impetus of Old Glory Bank, which was to be a bank that openly promotes the greatness of this country, that promotes the flag, of course, faith, family, and freedom. We have customers in all 50 states, so we layered a digital branch on top of this one location. So tens and tens of thousands of customers clear across the country. And this mission of ours, once word started getting out, we attracted some really fantastic patriots who are now part of the bank. Secretary Ben Carson and Larry Elder are both board members of Old Glory Bank. John Rich is one of my co-founders in the bank. Sean Spicer, former press secretary in the previous Trump administration, is on our board as well. And just some great folks who see the value of promoting these great ideals of America, support for the military and first responders for the hard work they do, and putting faith in front, and just awareness of it, and not being afraid to talk about it on a national level. And it's something we see as quite unique. Really has decommoditized banking, because banks for the most part are what's really the difference? Would you really rave about B of A over Chase or Citi? You're not going to tell a friend, oh, you really ought to come to, this big bank. But people do encourage their friends and family to go to Old Glory Bank because it's distinct, right? And it has a really strong offering. And I'll just conclude with one point. So we're exhibiting here at the other end of the field, other end of the hall, and at our booth, it's very simple. And in addition to it saying Old Glory Bank, is a verse from Proverbs 13:20 that says, "Walk with the wise and become wise, for if you're with the companions of fools suffer harm." And the notion there of choosing to be around the wise and becoming wise, as opposed to being a companion of fools to your own harm. It's a great metaphor, certainly for today's youth, and the importance of surrounding themselves by people who matter and will have a positive influence, whether it's their peers or the adults they choose to be around. And it's something that means a lot to us as a bank, to be instilling these kinds of values in the general population.
What I love about that, Eric, when I think about trail life, and and goes back to your experiences in an Indian River or Indian guides, in the sense of the preparation part of that, and so when I think about the banking industry, Christ-centered probably wouldn't be in the top. Our understanding or character traits of that. Talk to me, or share with our audience a little bit about how, as you were just talking about Proverbs, like how instrumental that really in your own journey, in your own walk, but how that has influenced then what you're doing in the banking world, in the financial industry. I think of the young men who's like, maybe I want to be in business. I want to, be in banking. Like, how's faith influenced that in your own life with this?
It really was one of the drivers for forming Old Glory Bank. Again, we repositioned a very old bank. Right. But with Old Glory Bank, one of the prompts was not just this sense that people were, there was too much pushback against the great values of our country, and maybe people not, being too quiet about allowing that to happen. Right. And so there was wanting to push back against that. But it also was a response to what we were seeing of the cancel culture entering the banking industry. It's a term that's used, it's called debanking, primarily conservatives being asked to move elsewhere, whether it's Mike Lindell, whose booth is just a couple doors over here, was canceled by his bank. John Eastman, an attorney for Trump. Of course, the Trump family and organizations have been asked to move to other financial institutions. Whole industries, firearms industry is a great example, lawfully operating businesses being told to move to another bank, primarily by the large national banks. And faith-based organizations also have been discriminated against. And it was in 2023, not long ago, 19 state attorneys general sent a letter to Chase calling them out for,
I think I remember seeing that in the
religious
news, right?
discrimination against faith-based organizations, and requiring they provide their donor lists, and real invasions of privacy for no suspicion of wrongdoing, just being punitive.
Right.
And that was something that we were reacting to with Old Glory Bank, and really saw a need for that, to be a safe haven from that cancel culture. And our approach, we feel, is a very principled one. We didn't set out to be, let's be the bank that cancels the other side.
Right.
It's more like free speech, and if you believe in one's right for free speech, then you don't have to agree with everyone, but you would stand by their right to say what they have to say, so long as they're being lawful about it. And that's how we view with Old Glory Bank. And
I love that. I love that, because again, I think about, we talk a lot here in terms of how we develop and pour into young men, and helping them understand the inner life. It's the character leadership development we focus a lot on in regards to preparing them for life. But that, at some level, that does require the courage to stand on principle, right? More than conviction. There's a lot of passionate people. I mean, you can be passionate about the wrong things, right? So passion isn't enough. Conviction isn't necessarily enough. There's got to be a foundation of truth. There's got to be a foundation, and you captured that a little bit about even our own very personal freedom, that we're not in here then to cancel others. Like, there are principles by which we stand on, that even in the financial world, you can I would say experience mission drift of understanding those things. And it sounds like you and others are leading and standing strong on that principle level leadership within the financial institution, and Old Glory embodies that, because it's a part of, I would say, an extension of who you are, and those are, you're getting on your board, and who your co-founders are, is like, no, we're standing on these things. And I think that's just a powerful testimony in and of itself, right?
Yes. No, well, thank you. We could not be more pleased just by the people who've been drawn to be on the team, folks I mentioned, and just a really passionate employee base as well. And you're probably a similar organization where, when you have something that stands out and is principled, you attract great talent and people who are passionate about it. And sure, we'll post an ad, but so many times we just have a whole file folder of people who have expressed interest in being a part of Old Glory Bank, because it does stand for something. It is making meaningful impact in ways that doesn't speak to everyone, but it speaks to a whole lot of people. And when we set out, when we initially were getting Old Glory Bank going, one of my favorite quotes I used to kind of demonstrate what the opportunity was with our mission was, you might recall Charles Krauthammer, who was a political commentator. He was on Bill O'Reilly's show all the time. On the
I remember, yes.
This goes back a while. It was probably 12, 13 years ago, but he was asked, to what do you attribute the success of Fox News? Came out of nowhere, went to #1, and Charles's response was that the genius of Roger Ailes and Rupert Murdoch is that they identified a niche in American broadcast news that was half the American people. So he didn't do air quotes, but you can picture, a niche that's half the country. Right. And in a lot of ways, that's what we feel Old Glory Bank is doing, is that there are a lot of other aspects of society kind of carved up by the banking industry.
Right.
Environmentally conscious crowd, the African American crowd, the LGBTQ crowd, that appealing to different constituencies. But we just saw that half the country must feel they're not being spoken to, and that are supportive of the military and the police, and proud of their flag. And I think there's more and more enthusiasm for that. Proud of their church, and not being afraid to talk about that. And look at how Charlie Kirk was so vocal, not just in great life lessons, but in really talking about his faith and relationship with God. And that's something that really comes out with Old Glory Bank.
Yeah, well. and however God has then gifted you or called you to, that you're there to not kind of kowtow then to whatever popular culture is, but it's defining it by those biblical principles or sound financial principles, right? It's no longer kind of being driven by the crowd or what's culturally relevant or expedient. It really is like, no, like I think of Chick-fil-A, or I think of other Hobby Lobby. I think of those things. It's like, no, we're going to close our business on Sunday because there's other things that drive us that ultimately lead to greater outcomes and blessings. And I hear that, Eric, as you're describing Old Glory Bank, is no, we're going to build it around these things, and then we're going to trust the Lord then at the end of the day, whatever that what that produces, even if it feels at times, even if its niche is at half the country, but there's a cost to that. There is risk to that, and so you're stepping into that in a way that ultimately I think honors the Lord or honors good financial biblical principles. So
absolutely, I want to point something out since because of the youth audience here and involved with Trail Life. To any high school seniors who is looking to going to college.
Love this.
We at Old Glory Bank, you go to oldglorybank.com, you can find a link for it, but we have a merit-based scholarship for $10,000 that we will be awarding in the spring. The deadline for the application, I believe, is at the end of February.
Okay.
So it's for graduating seniors looking to go to college, and we awarded it last year for the first time, a $10,000 grant.
That is awesome.
And so I wanted to tell your audience.
So if they go to
oldglorybank.com.
Okay.
And after you open an account, of course, but that's not required. We just we just would love to have you as a customer, but then also come and apply.
That is awesome.
And I think it's a great opportunity. And as I tell people, why wouldn't you bank at a bank that shares your values?
That's right.
You have an option. I will say one thing that we're very clear about pointing out is that there is no sacrifice to coming to us. I mean, we felt strongly that people would come to us for the brand and the mission, but they were only going to stick around with us if we really delivered a good, solid product. And I think anyone would find that the mobile app is fantastic, onshore customer service, and some real passionate things that we do. We support our military and police, I mentioned.
Yes.
A $100,000 line of duty death benefit if you're what we call a protector, and you bank with us. That is a free offering that we offer, is that God forbid something happens to you in the line of duty, $100,000 is paid out. And so, to the broader audience, we say come to the bank that protects those who protect you.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Eric, this has been wonderful. So Kelly usually ends with a 60-second, tell the world, share, you go look at the camera, and really it's just like whatever you feel like. Think about our audience, young men, other men, troop leaders who are investing in the next generation. What would you want to share or communicate from your perspective as running an Old Glory Bank?
Sure. I will say life decisions matter. It's you can certainly recover from bad ones, but I think it's so important, as I was mentioning earlier, who you surround yourself with, how passionate you are about what you do, and really caring about not just yourself but others. And I think there's a way for everyone in life, and there's so many ways to be successful in life, and the important thing to know is there's so many ways to measure success, and it's not just economic. There's the happiness, there's the goodness you do for others, the thankfulness that you have for your Creator, and there are a lot of ways to achieve success. And I would encourage people to have a sense of what to you success in life means, and you'll certainly find a path to reach that. So
that's so good.
Yeah, good.
Eric, that's so good. Well, hey, this is one of the things I am loving about AmericaFest is the opportunity to build new relationships and really seeing how the Lord is positioning, again, this broad understanding of masculinity. It's not this cookie cutter, what it looks like. God has gifted all of us, and I think the call is walking worthy and stepping into that, knowing what that is, and doing it with everything you have, and then trusting the Lord. I think some ways trusting the Lord then with the outcomes of whatever He's put in front of you. So get a chance to check out Old Glory Bank. We're so excited that Eric has joined us, and really hope you have a great rest of the convention here, Eric.
You too. Thanks for
joining us. Absolutely.
Sure.
I mean, it's probably started when I was in high school, the degradation of men. You see it constantly. I just think about the Barbie movie that just came out and how patriarchy is a bad thing, it's evil. And you see that impact on boys today. Mark talks about how they underperform girls in almost every arena now. But I was thinking today when we were talking about some of the things in the general session, men have been integral to spreading God's word, to scientific advancements, to basically everything that we have done as human beings.
With true respect for women.
Oh, that's what biblical manhood is about.
Exactly.
It is not about degrading women, it is about walking arm in arm. God put men here for a reason, but we have our role, and we have acquiesced in that role in so many arenas, especially in the United States today, but globally, we've just acquiesced our manhood, and we got to get it back.
Right, and we're not redefining biblical manhood or biblical femininity. What we're doing is we're raising up
bringing
the
it back.
again.
And as best I can see, there is no other organization out there like Trail Life that is really feeding into the next generation of young men. There are men and women because he created us in that fashion, and we have a role to play, and we have lost that. And that's what Trail Life is doing, is it's bringing biblical manhood back.
The competition is coming to an end. I am the last contestant. So I'm gonna make some trail bread, and then Morgan's gonna judge it, and we're gonna see just who is the best brother at cooking on the trail. You're watching Trail Hacks. Trail bread is one of my favorite things to make while on the trail. I think Morgan's gonna really appreciate this because after a long day of hiking, you just want something that's delicious and salty and savory and fills your stomach. And that's exactly what trail bread does. So I'm gonna get started here. The first step is to add 2.5 cups of flour to your bowl. Here we go, this should be enough to feed all 4 of us boys. Step number 2 is to add 1 teaspoon of salt and whatever else you happen to have in your counter at the time. So I had some smoked paprika and chili flakes, so I just put some of that in here as well. Oh, and that's gonna add all that flavor to the bread. Yum. I have 1 teaspoon of sugar here. I'm gonna add that as well. Now for the most important ingredient. There's a little bit there, but this is yeast. And this is what's gonna make the bread nice and light and fluffy. Really, really important ingredient. What's crazy about yeast is actually it's a living organism. And so in a little bit, using some warm water, I'm gonna wake it up. And it's gonna get through all the flour and all the dough, and it's gonna make it rise and make it really light and fluffy. There we go, that's all of my dry ingredients. So after you've stirred up all the dry ingredients, we're gonna go on to the wet ingredients. And to start with, add 2 tablespoons of oil. And then you're gonna stir it up until it gets all clumpy. Now we just need 1 more ingredient, some warm water. So I'm gonna head over to the fireplace and heat myself up some water. I have about a cup full left in my water bottle, and that's just what you need. You need 1 cup of water. So I'm gonna heat that up. Really, really important, and this is where it's kind of touch and go. If the water's too cold, it won't wake up the yeast to have that rising action. But if it's too hot, it'll actually kill the yeast. So it's like fine balance of having the water kind of warm to the touch. If you want to be able to stick your finger in it and not burn yourself, but it'd be nice and warm. All right, I think it's done. Perfect. It's crazy because just 1 little bit of yeast leavens the whole loaf, and it spreads its way throughout all of the dough and makes it rise. It's an amazing thing. But it's kind of like an example of what sin is to us. We may think that, oh man, just that sin I did, just a little thing, doesn't affect anybody. But just a little bit of sin can actually, it affects our whole being and it corrupts us, and it really separates us from God. But thankfully, through what Christ did on the cross, is that he took the punishment that we deserve for our sin, and he bore it himself. And he took that punishment himself and died in our place. And then if we have faith in God and trust in Jesus as our one way of salvation, then he promised us to make us like new, and that we can be like born again, so that we don't have to have our sin affect us anymore. We be like new creations. So that's super exciting. It's a great hope that all of us as believers have. All right, there we go. Look at that beautiful bit of bread. So now we're gonna wait, let it rise. Let that yeast start to wake up, do its thing, and make the bread all beautiful and fluffy. So I'm gonna let that sit there for about, say 15 minutes. All right, this is what I'm gonna cook my bread on. So you wanna find a stick, like something that you would wanna roast a marshmallow on. Man, it's starting to get dark, storm's coming. We've been cooking all day for this competition, so I need to finish this up. The dough is risen, it's beautiful. I'm gonna start making the trail bread. So grab a chunk, start rolling it out until it's kind of a skinny, long, worm-like looking thing. I think I need a little something extra just to get across the finish line. So actually I brought some bacon with me. I'm gonna wrap that with my trail bread, and it's gonna have all the delicious juices sinking in and give a little bit of protein. And I think it's just gonna make me have that final bit of goodness that's gonna help me win. There we go. Are you believing how good that looks? Wow. All right, almost to the finish line. Now I just have to make sure this doesn't burn. Make sure not to put the bread on the open flame, otherwise the outside will get nice and crispy, but the inside will still be raw and doughy. So kind of just put it off to the side where it's still hot, but it's just not on the open flame where it's gonna burn. This is bad, it's starting to rain. It's gonna drench the fire in a few seconds. But this is the true test of an outdoor cooker. Can you cook in the elements? So I'm still going strong, we're gonna make this happen. I think it's good enough. All right, let's see what Morgan thinks. Sorry it's raining, Morgan.
So
glad
what
you
is
waited
this?
though. Dude, this is trail bread mixed with delicious bacon. And
Wow.
it's piping hot, so be careful.
Whoa.
Good?
Damn. With warm, comforting bread. I'm tasting the spices. You got some red pepper flakes.
Is it too spicy?
No, it's perfect. And that bacon. Oh,
Final
it's
touch.
magical. Yeah.
Thank you.
That is awesome. Well guys, thanks for showing off your trail cooking skills. I was really impressed. You guys all are quite talented.
Thank you.
This was hard for me to decide. I don't like judging like this, but I'll start with Asher. Your tea, man, was awesome. I loved it.
Ooh, tea.
It was incredibly comforting. It had this like light edge of citrus to it. Very good. Hudson, yeah, your feast pit was incredible. I love the proteins, mixing them with the vegetables.
Dude.
It was really good. Yours, unfortunately, was not quite perfectly executed. There's a little bit of raw meat involved. I'm not a huge fan of that. So, unfortunately, that took up a couple points for me. Kian, your trail bread, I just ended with that. It was incredible. It was so light and fluffy. The yeast had worked its way through that dough. It had risen perfectly, and then intertwined with that bacon. It was so good. So, nice, Kian. That being said, you guys all are amazing trail chefs. Proud of you, but I think the winner is Kian. Kian, that trail bread. That was excellent.
Good job, boys. Good job, guys.
Guys, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to like and subscribe to Trail Hacks. Join a troop, and if you like the Wild Brothers, watch our videos through Wild Brothers Productions. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, and in the comments below, tell what meal you guys thought was the best out of all the ones. I want to hear your guys' feedback.
Awesome. See you in the next
Catch
Trail
you later.
Hack.
See you on the trail.
Hey, welcome back to the Trail Life booth here at AmericaFest. Man, I've got Luke Vercolone.
Come on.
Vercolone. I had it perfect right before the end. Vercolone. Really cool interview I think we're going to have here with Save the Storks. Spent 15 years, lived in professional soccer.
That's right.
You were drafted, and so now you played soccer on a professional level. Now you're with Save the Storks.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. So we're going to have a fantastic interview. Give us your vitals. Tell us a little bit about you, and then we'll get into kind of the meat and the potatoes.
Oh, Kelly, I'm honored to be here. I know about Trail Life. My son did it. I've got 6 kids, so I have to mention that. My 15-year-old son loved Trail Life. I enjoyed going, being a part of it. I got 3 boys, 3 girls. I live in Colorado Springs, married 18 years, and I'm here with Save the Storks at AmericaFest. Such an honor to be here.
Awesome. Shout out to the wife, or you'll be in trouble when you get home.
Oh, she's amazing.
Yeah.
Very blessed.
What's her name?
Andrea.
Andrea. Awesome. So, really interesting. You know Matt, who I interviewed yesterday as our Freedom Rangeman.
Yes.
And your son's friends with him, right? And so they were in the troop together.
Matt is a stud. They go to school together. They play soccer together. And I got to keep him away from my daughter because that man is a stud.
He is. It's funny. I worked an event with him. He introduced me a couple of talks I was giving at a homeschool event. And all the girls were surrounding him. Like, it's so...
Trouble.
But it's also kind of emblematic of what we see in our culture. The lack of masculinity and the cry of a girl's heart to really find a masculine husband or potential mate, whatever, at that age. She probably shouldn't be thinking about marriage at that time, but, you know, they're looking.
It's true. I mean, we were made women are made for men, and men need to be masculine. And when they see that, they're drawn to it. And our culture will push and promote this feminist male identity that they're trying to promote, and all this isolation and social media and all this influence from the culture. But when a man steps up and is a man, that's attractive. That's right. What we're made for.
That's fantastic. Tell me about Save the Storks.
Yeah, so we're a pro-life ministry empowering moms and saving babies. We're known for our mobile medical clinics. We have 110 of them across the country giving free ultrasounds. And since they're mobile, they can go anywhere where the need is. We partner with pregnancy centers, so they help operate them. But we'll park in front of a Planned Parenthood or an abortion clinic. We'll have our prayer warriors and our sidewalk advocates direct the mamas and say, hey, you'll get a free ultrasound on this mobile clinic here, versus you don't have to pay for it where you have to pay in Planned Parenthood. So they come onto the Stork Mobile Clinic.
Oh, yeah.
They see their baby on the ultrasound. They hear the heartbeat, and 80% choose life.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
We just talked to another interview, and he's on the front lines in the abortion fight as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. It does my heart good to see men stand up and be the defenders of the unborn, the innocent, the weak, the downtrodden, and those most vulnerable in our society. It's really the call of masculinity.
Yes.
So tell us how you got involved in so you transitioned from professional soccer, and I imagine you probably didn't do much for a little bit, you know?
No,
or maybe
I had my last game on a Friday. I started with Save the Storks on a Monday.
I love it, man.
Yes.
I love it. So talk to us a little bit about that transition.
Kelly, can I just echo one sentiment you made about true masculinity is stepping into the breach for the widows and the orphans and the downtrodden? That's what James tells us in his epistle. Right. And that's what true religion is. And so many times in our culture, they'll say, you're a man. You don't have a voice in this cause. And it's like, no, the opposite is true. As men, we need to step into this fight where women and children are being abused. Men got to get off the sidelines. So that's a big part of my story.
Fantastic. Well, let's stay there for a second.
Yeah.
I want to motivate, I guess part of what we're doing here at Trail Life, and I don't guess, I know, is calling men to take their position in society as a godly masculine man. Mm-hmm. That's the whole focus of what we do with every boy that comes through the Trail Life program. That's the focus of what we want to see their dads who are in this ministry as well.
Yes, Lord.
To kind of take their steps. So How does that happen with the Save the Storks? As you're calling guys, imagine you're on the front lines. You need some men there in those places. It's not just you and a bunch of medical workers on the truck, right?
Yeah. I agree with what Trail Life's doing. I want to highlight that and echo that. I mean, it's beautiful and it's so critical. And you're right, in this movement, so what AmericaFest and what Turning Point are doing is they're emboldening and empowering young men to have their voice. Because the culture will say, like, be feminine, go with the flow. Like, don't be conservative, don't speak out for these values that you care about. But what AmericaFest is doing is saying, be a real man, be authentic, and lead. Step into the breach and lead. And at Save the Storks, we have a similar message, just like Trail Life, where, we've been told to sit back and this is a woman's issue, but we do have a lot of men that are driving these mobile medical clinics, that are out on the sidewalk praying, that are coming alongside the women nurses, or along the women administrator, along some of the women that lead at these pregnancy centers, but they need the men there for support and there to pray and to help with this movement. And so we're seeing more and more of that, and it's so important because we need both. This pro-life is a human issue. It's a divine. It's important to the heart of God, and it's not just a woman's issue. And for the culture to say that, it's high time for men to step up and to lead, and we're seeing that, and it's super cool.
Man, so let's transition a little bit. That is incredibly powerful. I want to come back to that in a minute, but I want to get your story out too. So, professional soccer player, living the life. You decide to hang up the cleats. That's what we say in football. I don't know what.
Yeah, that works.
In real football, not
real football.
In American football. Just kidding.
We'll
just
edit
busting
that.
your chops a little bit.
I'll forgive you.
So you decide to hang up the cleats, so to speak. Tell us about that transition. What was God pulling on your heart? How did that process take place?
Yeah, so, I've been a believer all my life. In college, I really caught fire. He just lit a fire in my heart. Like, he continued to pursue me. And finally, through mentorship, through discipleship, I gave everything to God. Some would say born again. But just committing my life in every area of my life, not holding on to like the parties or this part or like the relationships or being cool or popular, but like, Lord, take it all. Here I am, use me. And he lit that fire, and it's continued to blaze. But throughout my pro soccer career, I've always done Bible studies. I've always been involved in ministry. And so I decided, doing ministry, I felt this call from the Lord, like, you need to do more in this critical space, in this fight for life, which is important to my heart. And so I started volunteering with Save the Storks, and that was in 2017. So that's why I was able to have my last game on a Friday and start on a Monday, because a year before, I was already volunteering with Save the Storks. And I fell in love with our messaging and our mission. Like, pro-life is a sensitive topic, but when you say Save the Storks, people are very intrigued, right? They don't have the walls up. And the way that we message and present the pro-life gospel is very winsome and very attractive. And so for me, that really spoke to my heart. And I was like, I need to get involved. I need to help out this group. And so I was helping out this group. Their CEO and founder was pursuing me to work there. And I was like, no, I got a pro soccer career. And then the Lord said, here's an injury for you. And it helped me to expedite that pro sports to pro life. And so I was, my last half of my 15th year as a pro, I was coming off injury and just like, you can't play forever, and thinking about, what's the next step. And the Lord made it clear to me that working in the pro-life space was a great way to use my gifts and talents that He's given me and my passion to glorify Him. And so I've been here now for 8 years.
Man, fantastic. What are the struggles that you've had?
AmericaFest speaks so much of so many of the struggles of our culture. So I'm super encouraged. I mean, the challenges are, what bothers me the most is the misconceptions. I would say the straw men that are built, like, since you care about the baby, you don't care about the mother. And there couldn't be anything further from the truth.
Right.
Those in the pro-life space do more for humanity and the sanctity and dignity of all human life. So to say just because you care about the preborn child, that doesn't mean you care about the mother. That is an absolute farce.
Yeah.
And you hear that, and so you get labeled
it's
a bigot.
It's not an either or thing. It's a both and.
Right. Amen. Thank you. So to get labeled as a bigot or as a hater or as like a chauvinist or someone who doesn't care about women, that's hurtful because it couldn't be further from the truth. So the straw men and the misconceptions, they hurt the ego, but it helps me to fix my eyes on the Lord. And so, you take the arrows, but you don't get discouraged.
Wow. So, I mean, you're the picture of masculinity from just an outward appearance, right? You walked up today, and I was like, well, you can't sit at this table. You're too good looking, right? It was the first thing I said.
You hitting on me?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
I like this guy. Hey, my coworker just said I look like I'm in my 30s, so I'm going to take all these compliments, keep them coming.
Fantastic. No, I'm not hitting on you, but I think the world has this impression. I get questions all the time. What is masculinity? Or my son, we help families. We talk around the country to moms, and maybe their son has become a couch potato, and he's just not, or maybe he's just into books, and so they wrestle and struggle with what does it mean for my son to be masculine when he doesn't have what you have on the outside necessarily. And I think that's a struggle for moms. It's a struggle for young boys who are trying to figure out, like, what does it mean for me to be godly and masculine, right? And there's a lot of examples that can go a lot of different ways in terms of masculinity and the such. And so it's impressive to have a conversation with you that you've said, I'm going to take up my cross daily. I'm going to give my whole life to Jesus. When you could be doing a lot of things in your life. And I want you to, you kind of touched on it, God was pulling you, but can you dig into that a little bit deeper?
Yeah.
Like, it's one thing to be needy and find rescuing from a Savior.
Yeah.
It's another, and you were sinful, lost, and all the things.
Yes.
But it's another thing when you've got all of life going for you to submit in that way. In some ways, I feel like it's maybe even a little bit more impressive than the guy who's down and out or whatever.
Yeah, that's a really good one and a deep one. And I hear what you're saying. Like, we need more, people to choose this life rather than to be pulled into it, whereas you have plenty of options. Because as a pro athlete, I had the world, but
yeah,
I use a quote of St. Augustine in terms of, you made our hearts for you, O Lord, and they remain restless until they rest in you.
Yeah.
And so whatever the world gave me, I was not fully content with. And I knew that. And I was trying to play this balancing act between, like, 1 foot in the world, secular, let's say, and 1 foot following Christ. Whereas, going to the parties on Saturday night and going to church on Sunday morning, and that just produced a restlessness in my heart. And so until I gave him my whole heart, I had that restlessness, because our hearts are made for him. And no matter, I love the quote, who said it? It was Jim, the comedian, what's his name? Jim Carrey, who's like, I wish everybody was rich and successful so they could find out how unfulfilling it is.
Yeah.
Because
that's right.
And so I had some successes, and that's what you're alluding to. I'm not a superstar, no Cristiano Ronaldo over here, but the world offered a lot.
He's got a mean bicycle kick, though.
That's true.
Pele.
That's true. So the world offered a lot, and yet I was not satisfied until I gave God everything. Like, He doesn't want half our hearts. He doesn't make half saints. He wants everything. In my encouragement, and you alluded to, like, what is true and authentic masculinity, and you talked about godly masculinity, they go hand in hand. And it looks differently for different people because we're built differently, perhaps, and we have different callings, but many members, one body. But to be a true man is to be what we were created to be, and we know that by our Creator. So if you are a man, and it's no accident, the Lord didn't mess up and make you a female in a woman's body. No, that doesn't happen.
That's right.
The Lord does not make accidents. And if you are a man, you want to pursue your calling. So that's one way for sure, is that prayer and that discernment, and to give everything to God. And then another, what I talk to my son about, is just that responsibility. Taking responsibility for yourself. So as you grow and mature as a man, taking responsibility for yourself so that you can guard and protect and take care of others. those gifts that he's given you, they're for you, but they're to build up the kingdom and to take care of those he's placed in your life. To think about Adam in the garden, where God tells him to shamar the garden, to guard and protect. And as men, that's what we're called to do.
Fantastic. So you're in an interesting place. You have 3 boys, 3 girls, 6 kids, and so you're a boy dad, and you're a girl dad. And those are very different roles in a lot of ways.
Oh, man.
Talk to us about that.
It's challenging. I know when I had my son, I couldn't be more proud. Just that feeling, like to fall in love with my wife, that was one thing, this romantic love. And then the love of my son was like this proud dad. And then...
And he's 15, the oldest.
15, he's the oldest, yeah. And then I had a girl after. She's 13, Gemma, precious, my gem, right? So then I have a daughter, and just the feeling of cherish, where it's like pride.
Man, that's really articulate.
Right?
I love that. Yeah.
It's this love and these different types of loves that are so powerful, but they're unique.
Yeah.
And so to be you love your son, and you're going to tell him you messed up there, boy. And and you love your daughter, and she can't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
It's like this cherish, and like, girl, I would do anything for you. Like, you need a Starbucks, here's some money. Like, you could ask me for 100 and I'll give it to you. Right?
So talk to me about embracing that example, because you're painting 2 different examples, right?
Yeah.
You're painting for your boy this. I want to be the kind. I want to be the kind of man that you need to be, son.
Mm-hmm.
And for your daughter, it's I want to be the kind of man that you want to marry eventually.
Yeah.
So talk to me about embracing that. We're all sinners. We've all messed up. I'm sure you've had your man, I shouldn't have said that. It was a little hard. All the things.
Mm-hmm.
But you're fleshing that out too as you go. So explain some of that to me.
It's hard, and I'm no expert. I do encourage the dads listening to lean on some of the experts. I've learned a lot, the books, Intentional Fatherhood. There are a lot of really good resources out there. I've messed up a ton along the way. I hope my kids have a lot of grace and mercy. I think here's one answer, Kelly, I can give you, is that when your kids see you apologize and say you're sorry, I think that's very important, because we do mess up, and they look to us. The studies show they look to the example of the mother until they hit about their teenage years, and then they follow the example of their fathers. So that example of the men, going to church, having a prayer life, having a relationship with Jesus is so important, because as they grow and mature, they're going to follow your example. So I've messed up 1,000 times. I tell the guys to lean on the experts, lean on the resources that are out there. But I think one critical, tangible takeaway is to tell your kids you're sorry when you mess up, because you're going to mess up. And we love our kids more than anyone out there, more than their teachers, more than their coaches, more than their peers. And so we want what's best for them. We're going to do our very best to try to give them what's best, but we're going to make mistakes, and we're going to fall. So when we fall, we got to apologize and let them know.
My personal testimony is rocking the biggest mess ups that you can make in life. And so one of the things that I've tried to embrace after some of the bigger mess ups in my life was that I'm a son of God, trying to have a relationship with the Father, and my job with my boys and with my girls is to also help them be a son or daughter of God, and we're on this journey together.
Yes.
And so that making a mistake and apologizing for it, and being sorry, and real contrition over it, and the way they see it almost impacts their faith in a really, really strong way, because they see a real life example, because they're going to get there. I heard a story the other day of your parents, our parents are the first times.
Yeah.
And we have so many of adult children who have hard feelings for how their parents messed up, but their parents were trying to do the best that they could.
That's right.
So as you've walked through that journey, you talked about the apology. Can you encourage some young parents who are trying to figure it out, and maybe some practical ways? The obvious answer here is trail life in one way for the boys, but some other things that you've employed. I'm sure you're involved with your boys playing soccer. I'm sure all the things.
Yeah. So the word that came to me as you were speaking, Kelly, was patience. You said it really well, that parents, we're parents for the first time too, and we're learning. And the kids are messing up, and they're learning, and we need to be patient with them, just like they need to have grace and patience for us. I like the saying that God doesn't have any grandchildren, He only has children.
Oh, man. That's good.
We can't just become Christian through osmosis. We have to allow the kids to embrace that relationship with Jesus. So for me as an athlete, I have high expectations for myself, very high. Like I push myself, self-motivated, hardworking, and sometimes I project those expectations on my kids, and it can be tough.
Yeah.
And so the lesson, I'm saying patience, but a lot of that is for me. Like I need to grow in patience, and part of the reason why is because as parents, I do this sometimes, and it's bad. Like, so when I mess up and I make my kid ashamed, like I say things like, hurry up and get in the car, get your shoes on, buckle your seatbelt. Like, you should know how to feed yourself or make your bed, or
That's me, man.
and then we make them feel ashamed, right?
Right.
And so we need to have that balance between having high expectations, but being patient and graceful.
Right.
Because even though you have high expectations for yourself, you can't project that onto your kids, and you cannot make them feel ashamed. Like, they're going to get there. You said it. And it's not going to happen today. It's going to take time. Right. So the word I want to give and the encouragement I want to give to the parents listening is to be patient with your kids and be graceful with yourself. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to say sorry. You got to say sorry, apologize. So be humble, but be patient as well.
Fantastic. So tell me about your experience in trail life and what you took away from that experience.
So important. I mean, I really enjoyed trail life, and I've also been a part of other outdoor activities with my son. And it's so important for boys to get out in nature, to experience God. We say God is the author of truth, goodness, and beauty.
Right.
And there's so much beauty, and there's so much goodness, and there's so much truth outdoors. It's just natural. It's like, get off the screen. Get out a cell signal and get out there and experience God. I know for me, there's peace, there is harmony when you step out there. And so for the young boys to get away from screens, to get away from that influence, it's extremely powerful. So I love the outdoor adventures, but also the prayer. Like to start and end each meeting in prayer, to let them know, like, and it's with the dads too. So the boys see other dads that are living the faith. So not only do they see their dad praying, but they see other dads, and they're like, I'm not alone. I might be the only one who prays before meal at lunch at high school, but I go to Trail Life and all the dads are praying. So it's okay and it's cool. And it gives them permission. So there's that masculinity represented and promoted that these boys are attracted to and drawn to, and it gives them the confidence, and it gives them permission to be a man and to be a real man and to be a man in love with Jesus. So I love at Trail Life how they start in prayer, they close in prayer, they respect and honor their country, and they get outdoors and help boys to experience and witness authentic masculinity.
Man, that's good. Thank you for that very much.
It's true. Huge need for Trail Life.
So, wrapping up, how do people get in touch with Save the Stork?
Save the Sparrows.
Save the Stork.
I like it.
Sorry. Save the Stork.
No way. So savethestorks.org. Go to our website. We are here at AmericaFest promoting a mobile medical clinic in honor of Charlie Kirk. So these mobile medical clinics, they go to where the need is. They go to where moms are scared and terrified and feel like they're alone, and we let them know that they're not alone. We're here to help them. We're here to come alongside them. We're here to help them to choose life, and to help not only choose life, but the pregnancy centers that we work with moms for at least 2 years after the pregnancy. So on average, while pregnancy and the average of 2 years, it's about 3 years of walking with these moms. So they're not alone, and they need to know that. So go to savethestorks.org. We're raising funds right now to build a mobile medical clinic in honor of Charlie Kirk. We're going to name it Erica. And
awesome.
What the enemy meant for evil, taking out his life, the Lord is using for good, and we're going to save hundreds of lives on this mobile medical clinic.
Fantastic. That's one of the things. The blood of the saints.
The seed of the church.
The seed of the church.
Let's go.
And being here at this event right now, and everybody who's watching this has seen 160 million people hearing the gospel during the memorial.
Let's go.
But it wasn't just this captured moment in time on a Sunday afternoon when they did the memorial.
Yes.
This thing is exploding.
It's a revival.
Christianity is on the move. We're on the march.
Come on.
We're on the front lines like you, on the front lines, and it is a powerful testament to one man.
Yes.
One man who, when he put his feet on the floor in the morning, knew who he was in Christ.
Yes.
And doing exactly what God called him to do. And I like to say it, 2 feet planted firm, that kind of manhood and understanding who they are. So I want you to take that. I want you 60 seconds. I want you to talk to that camera right there, and that's the whole world.
Yeah.
One day it'll be the whole world. You know, this thing's going to live in perpetuity in social media. I want you to give them a message that's directly from your heart to theirs on any topic that you want to give them.
Yeah. I am inspired by what you said there, Kelly, and I am inspired by the life of Charlie Kirk, because his life pointed to the life, the way and the truth and the life, and that is Jesus Christ. And Charlie Kirk said, "Here I am, Lord, use me." So my message to the world is, here I am, Lord, use me. And if you want to set the world on fire, you will become who you were created to be, as St. Catherine tells us. If you only become who you were created to be, you will set the entire world on fire. And we are called by God to live his truth and to be saints. So here I am, Lord, use me.
Fantastic. Stand. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. And make sure you hit the website. .org, right? SaveTheStorks.org.
Yes, sir.
Fantastic.
Honored to be here, Kelly. Thank you for this.
Thank you very much.
God bless you all.
5, 4,
Hey guys,
3, and I gotta get back.
Wild. Today, as you can tell, it's really rainy, it's damp out. Really not the funnest day to be outside doing stuff. But oftentimes you're gonna find yourself probably out in the woods on such days like this. And so I'm gonna show you guys how to make a fire even when it's all wet outside and it's hard to find firewood that's dry enough to start one. You guys are watching Trail Hats. Now, it's been raining all morning and the forest is absolutely drenched, but fire is so crucial when you're out in the wild. You need it to stay warm, you need it to cook your food, etc. So even though it's super wet out, that's not gonna stop us from making a nice toasty fire. So before I go ahead and start looking for firewood, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna find a nice area where we can make it and also a platform on which to build the fire. This is really important, guys, so follow me. Okay, I think we found something. This looks pretty good. So what you're looking for is going to be a tree that it's not doing the best. It's not the healthiest tree ever. There's big areas of shaved off bark, but what's nice about this is that the bark, it's not clinging closely to the tree. Right now it's super loose. And the outside may be wet, but the inside is going to be nice and dry because no water has been able to get down there. It's coming right off. Now, I just realized there may be some creepy crawlies down inside. I did not think about that. You see that little guy? There's a spider. It's crawling out. Ah, there's a cockroach too. It's okay. Sometimes you gotta face your fears in order to get to the good stuff. Take this, put it over there, and this will be a great base on which I can build my awesome fire. Okay, I got my platform to build the fire off of, and now I'm gonna move on to finding kindling and firewood to get this fire roaring. But I can actually use this tree for the same purpose. Right here we see that, like I said, it's dying. And because of that, the wood is really soft. So right here on the outside, it's actually a little bit damp because it's raining out. But if I actually break off some of these first couple layers with my knife here, and the inside should be nice and dry. Okay, so I have my kindling now, and that's a huge step. But kindling is not going to keep the fire going for long. What I need is some big, substantial pieces of wood that's really going to last a long time. So now I'm going to move forward a little bit and try to see if I can find some rotten logs. Rotten logs are perfect because, again, they're weak. I can break them open and the inside should be nice and dry, and I can be able to use those bigger pieces to keep the fire going for longer. Alright, here we go. We found a log. This one may be too far gone. I don't know. It looks pretty drenched, but let's go ahead and see if we can crack it open, see what we find. Be careful, by the way, when you're using your knife. Wow, look at that. Nice and dry.
gonna have a fire in no time. Sometimes your knife might not suffice. Sometimes you gotta go all karate on this kind of stuff. Hold on. Oh man. Whew, it's raining down on me now. There we go, easy peasy, right? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and chop this up and then get my fire going. Oh man, the rain's coming down now. I gotta cover up my wood. I had to take out my rain coat and put it over the firewood so it doesn't get too wet. I worked too hard for it, you know? Well, it's still raining, but it died down at least a little bit, so I'm gonna seize the moment and get all my fire stuff and take it over to a cleared area, and I'm gonna go ahead and get this fire started. And I actually am, even though we're in Florida, it is getting a little bit chillier out, so the fire will be nice. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and use my foul weather gear here as a kind of emergency shelter as I get this fire going. So here, come underneath the tent in a sense. I'm gonna go ahead and get my platform set up here with my bark that I got from earlier. It is a little bit wet now because, well, it started pouring on us, but that's okay. My other firewood over here, let me kind of get it nice and close so that when it's time, I can quickly apply it. For my fire starter, I'm gonna use a little bit of lint that I brought along. This is perfect, this will take a spark. So I'm gonna get it going right there. I'm gonna spread it around a little bit. Now you're gonna take out your flint, you got your knife. Be very careful. Spark is gone. All right. Got a flame now. That kind of coats this thing into existence. Blow a little bit if you need to, but don't blow too hard. You know, sometimes when it's cold and rainy and you've been hiking all day and you're exhausted and you're hungry, kind of the last thing you want to do is to work on something like this, you know, to get a fire going and to serve everybody else. But really, that's a servant leadership right there. That's what it's all about. Even in those moments when you're, the least thing you want to do is to put more effort into it, you know, work really hard on something like this. You want to make sure that you're always thinking about the other person and going the extra mile to serve everybody else. That's gonna go a long way. The trail brings out the best and the worst in us, but moments like this is when your character really counts. And you go the extra mile to serve everybody else and to do the hard things even when it's not comfortable. Guys, thanks so much for watching Trail Hats. If you like this video, feel free to like and subscribe. And if you're interested in learning more about my brothers and I and some of our videos, feel free to head over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com. and if you're interested in learning more about trail life, head over to their website, traillifeusa.com. Guys, the lightning is coming down. I'm getting out of here. Make the fire. Let's go. Hey guys, Asher here. Well, the competition is still raging full force. Hudson and Tian, they're making some awesome stuff for Morgan, and I'm really excited. I'm going to be showing you guys how to make pine needle tea. And I guarantee it's going to be the best tea that Morgan has ever tasted in his life. It better be, because otherwise I'm going to lose competition. So, you guys are watching Trail Hats. So it's summertime right now, but actually what's great about pine needle tea is that you can make it any time during the year. Pines are evergreens, and so you can always rely on pines to provide those nice little needles, and it's gonna make a really tasty treat for Morgan. So right now I'm just looking around, trying to find a nice pine tree, and I'm gonna look for kind of the needles that are really nice and soft and green. They're gonna be really delicious and tasty, full of life. So follow me as we look around here. Okay guys, here we go. Perfect. So you can go ahead and pick your needles from like a huge full-grown tree, but I have a feeling that this little sapling actually might even be more tasty since it's so young and fresh. Let's give it a go. Let's see what it tastes like. Right, I'm really excited to go ahead and get started here. It's pretty straightforward. I have my my pot here. I have some water and even a little bit of sugar to give it a nice sweet tang. So I have my needles, and I'm just gonna go ahead and start picking them off, and you wanna be sure that you don't get any of the branches along with it. You just want the needles, because that's what's gonna have the taste. Pine needles smell so good. Making tea is fun regardless of where you are, but it's especially enjoyable when you're out on the trail. This is probably the most important part of making the tea is this brewing process. You don't want to put it like in the very hottest part of the fire just so that it boils super strong. You kind of want to keep it on the side a little bit and more of render it. You want it to be kind of a slow brewing process where it really just seeps the needles for a good while. And if you want to get it more flavorful, you don't put it on the hotter heat. You just put more needles into it. So that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm just kind of slowly making it heat up. Time for my secret ingredient. Sugar. This is really going to make it pop. More pine needles. All right, the tea has seeped for long enough, so now I'm just gonna carefully pour it into this little cup. If a couple needles do fall in, that's okay. You can always just pick those out later. All right, there you have it, 1 cup of pine needle tea. I'm gonna go ahead and take it over to Morgan and see what he thinks. So basically, I poured my heart and soul into this cup, and it's delicious, and it's steaming, and it actually has a depth of flavor. So I hope you enjoy, and don't drink it all at once. Just take your time and slowly.
Is this for decoration, or am I supposed
That's
to
just for
garnish
dramatic
it?
effect, yeah.
Dramatic effect. All right. Well, thank you. This looks amazing, Asher. Cheers. It's pine needles.
Cheers.
Asher, way to go. This is good. I'm impressed. I mean, I think you've pulled off an excellent pine needle tea here. I'm gonna finish this entire cup. Good job, Asher.
All right.
Well done. Thank
Awesome.
you.
Glad you liked it, Morgan.
Yep. I'm loving it. Pine needle tea.
Guys, thank you for watching. Make sure you stay till the end of these episodes to figure out who wins this whole cooking competition. If you guys enjoyed the video and learned something cool like how to make needle tea, then go ahead and like and subscribe. If you're interested in learning more about Trail Life USA and becoming part of a troop, then go over to their website, traillifeusa.com. And if you want to learn more about my brothers and I and some of the cool adventures that we've had over the years, head over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com.
Trail life changes dads more than you realize.
When I joined Trail Life, me and my dad, we were, he works away, he travels for his work. Me and my dad, we really didn't talk a lot. You know, I loved him and everything, but we weren't on the best of terms. I got started in Trail Life and everything, and I loved it.
I was a drop-off dad. When he first started in Trail Life, I just dropped him off, set in the truck.
And then I went to a summer adventure, and it changed me a little bit. It made me a little bit older, and I learned a lot of things about leadership, and I went home and I was older. And then the year after that, I went, and my mom wanted my dad to go.
So my wife's on the computer, she says, "Are you gonna go to that?" I didn't know I could go.
So he asked off for work, and he went.
So I went, not having a clue of what I'd done. So my son and I showed up at the equip, and that's where it first hit me. And I've been going to everything I could go to, with the trainings and all that ever since.
And ever since then, me and my dad's relationship has gotten closer and closer. And I can finally say that he's probably not even, he's moved from just being my dad, being very close to me. Even when he's away, we talk every day, and he calls us and prays with us at night. Even though he can't be there, he calls us.
And it is for families. It's for bringing families together.
It's just brought our whole family together closer.
I'm thankful that my son got me involved.
It's a true blessing.
Hi everyone, this is Hudson Wild, and if you remember from last episode, we're stuck on this beach, and it's my job to find food for everyone. I'm gonna go try to catch some fish using the hand line technique. You're watching Trail Hack. Today I'm gonna be using a hand line technique for fishing, and what's great about this method is that you don't need a pole. Oftentimes poles are large, they're inconvenient to carry around, especially when you're doing any kind of hiking. And in our case for today, there just wasn't a lot of room in the canoe, so I brought along my hand line. This is a technique of fishing I learned in Indonesia growing up as a missionary kid. A lot of the locals over there in Indonesia, they don't have fishing poles, they don't make them, but they do use hand lines. Whoa, all right, we got a big school of bait fish here. This is perfect, this is just what I need for a bait. This giant black blob is actually a huge school of fish. So I'm gonna try to corral them closer to the beach. And if I get close enough, I can kick a couple up on shore, and these will be my bait. This log gives a great vantage point, but I'm not seeing any kind of large fish in the area. It's too shallow here. I'm gonna keep walking down the shore. This location looks like it has a little bit more potential. I'm gonna show you how to make a standard fishing rig for a hand line. And what's really nice and easy about this rig, super simple, straightforward, and it has the weight on the bottom of the rig. That means it has that weight that you can have to throw out, and it'll send the line out. Step number one, you tie the weight on here at the very bottom with a simple knot like this. And then about, I'm gonna say a foot, sometimes even a little bit more above the weight, you're gonna make this little loop here and a nice standard knot tied around like this. Whip this through, pull it through, tighten it. There you go. And then you're gonna put this loop through the eye of the hook. Just string it through, just like that. You're gonna take this and you're gonna put it around the hook. And then you just pull the hook and it'll tighten on itself. One thing I love about fishing is that Jesus' disciples, many of them were actually fishermen. And when he called his disciples, some of them were even in their fishing boats, and he said, come follow me. And they threw down their nets and they went and followed him. And later on in Jesus' ministry, he actually used fishing as an example. And he told his disciples, hey, I'm gonna make you guys fishers of men. Come follow me, I'm gonna make you guys fishers of men. And what he meant is that they were gonna be his tools, his ambassadors to go out and to make disciples, to share the good news of how to be saved with others. We in the same way are also called to be Christ's disciples and his ambassadors and fishers of men, which means our job, one of our purposes in life, is to share the good news. We should really steward that and use it to the best of our abilities. We need to be sharing it with others. So I would encourage all of you guys, you young trailmen, man, don't be ashamed of the gospel, don't be scared of it, but be bold followers of Christ, willing to witness to others so that people who have never heard might come to a saving faith in Jesus Christ. Oh, fish on. I got one, guys. Woo! We got dinner tonight. This right here is a little pinfish. See, the free line technique is very effective, very minimalistic. You don't need a pole or a bunch of gear, just a simple line, weight, and hook. Works almost every time. Thanks for watching Trail Hacks. If you guys enjoyed the video, like or subscribe below. And if you're not already connected to Trail Life and would like to become a member or join a troop, go to traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in seeing more adventures of the Wild Brothers, go to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com. Thanks, guys.
Hey guys, it's Kian here. And today I'm going to be showing you guys how to make what I think is the most important knot ever, the bowline. And there's actually 3 ways to make it. The regular bowline, the one-handed bowline, and the flying bowline. You guys are watching Trail Hacks. Guys, there's a million different types of knots out there. And to tell you the truth, I don't know very many of them at all. But the really important knots that you need and use all the time are those that are easy to make and easy to undo afterwards. And the bowline really fits all those marks. And so I'm excited to teach you guys about it today. And I actually learned how to make this while my family and I lived on our wooden double canoe, the Chendarwasi. And man, I use the bowline all the time because it's so useful and it's really easy to undo. And so I'm gonna teach you guys 3 ways to make it today. The regular bowline, the one-handed bowline, and then the flying bowline. So let's get started. All right, that was the fast way. Now I'm gonna slow down and teach you guys how to do it. So first, you're gonna make a loop in your rope. You see that, how it's on the top right there? That's super important. If you don't do that, the knot's not gonna work. An easy way to remember this knot is actually by telling a story. So this is the story of the rabbit, all right? He comes out of his hole, he goes around his tree, and then he goes back down to his hole. And by remembering the story, there's no way you can forget this knot. So here we go. Here's the rabbit. He goes up from his hole, then he goes around the tree. Then he goes back down to his hole. All right, and then you're gonna grab these 2 parts of the rope, see that? And then tighten it. Boom, that's the bowline. You've done it, good job. And this knot will not come undone. No matter how much you pull on that, man, the rope's gonna snap before that knot comes undone. But look how easy it is to untie it. You just pull out this little rope, boom, you're good to go. Now you guys know how to do the bowline knot, but there's lots of variations on this knot. So next I'm gonna show you how to do the one-handed bowline. Now, I learned this for emergency situations in case of a man overboard situation. While we're living on our boat, there's always a chance that someone might fall off. So if I'd fall off the boat and my brothers threw me a rope, what would I do with that? I would need to use a one-handed bowline to secure the rope to myself so I could hang on to it. So imagine that this line is connected to the boat. So what I would do is, I would grab it, pull it around me, and then do the one-handed bowline. Let's break this down step by step. First, with your right hand, you're gonna reach around and pull the rope around you. All right, it should look something like this right here. Next, you're gonna use your right hand and cross it over the rope. Now, pay attention for this part because it's gonna be a little bit complicated. You're gonna go up through this triangular hole right here and come around. And then, if you look closely, we have our old friend again, the rabbit, the hole in the tree. All right, so we're gonna take it from there. So if you look, the rabbit's already outside the hole. So he's gonna go around the tree again, back through the hole, and then you pull. So now guys, if it was on like a stormy day like today, you found yourself overboard and someone threw you a rope, man, you'd be good to go. You can tie yourself a one-handed bowline, climb back aboard, safe and sound. Now we get to learn the fun one, the flying bowline. This one looks so cool, but it's actually really easy to do. So pay close attention, I'll teach you guys how to make it. So that looks super complicated, but it's actually really easy. First, hold the rope on your open palms like this. Your palms face upwards. The end of the rope needs to be on your right hand. Next, you're gonna take your left hand and you're gonna twist the rope, make a little loop like that. Then, this is kind of the tricky part. With your right hand, you're gonna make a loop go around. Now we're gonna do a slow-mo of this so you can see it, but the loop needs to go around both parts of the rope. Okay, now you have two loops. So the one on your right hand, you're gonna put through the loop on your left hand. And then grabbing this end of the rope and this part, you're gonna pull. There we go, just like that. So those are the steps you need to make the flying bowline. And let me tell you guys, practice makes perfect. So practice it, and before you know it, you'll be a master. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed, like and subscribe below. And if you're interested about joining Trail Life USA and becoming a member of one of their troops, head over to traillifeusa.com. And if you want to see more adventures of myself and my brothers, head over to wildbrothersproductions.com. Thanks guys.
Hey guys, Morgan here. Today, Hudson, Asher, and myself have split up to try to catch some small game. It's my job to track down some breakfast, and I'm going to do that by setting some overnight snares. You're watching Trail Hacks. All right, so first step, we're trying to find a good location to set the snare. I'm looking for something like a game trail, a little pathway that critters regularly travel. You might want to find a water source or a small burrow, droppings, animal droppings, that could be a good sign. Anything that indicates that this is a well-traveled path for animals. Okay, here we go. This looks pretty good. Yeah, this looks like a little game trail. I think I'm gonna set my snare right here. Whoa, 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 whoa. This is not only a game trail, this is looks like the lair of the giant fire ant. Check this out, guys. That's a great trail hack. Always be aware of where you're stepping. That would have made a bad place for my snare. I'm gonna have to find a second location. All right, guys, I found a new little game trail. This one is free of ants, thankfully, so this is where I'm gonna set my snare. Now, the materials you need to pull off this snare is, first of all, a 3 to 4 foot flexible snap stick. Secondly, you need about a half a dozen 1 foot little sticks that are going to be used for the structure of the snare. Third, you're going to need 3 to
Hey, welcome back to the Trail Life booth here at AmericaFest, amfest.com. Man, we've got a really exciting interview here.
I am excited about this.
With the OG organization, our grandparents, with our grandparent organization, our sister organization with a brand new face, Rachel Culpepper, the new CEO of American Heritage Girls. Clap it up, everybody out there. We're excited.
Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah.
Man, we just want to pay honor to all that American Heritage Girls has meant to Trail Life.
Yep.
Over the years, kind of helping us along the first couple of years and helping us take our baby steps and all the things. And it's something that we honor around the office all the time. We got Roy Baldwin here to my right, and Rachel obviously is on the end there. Rachel, give us your stats. So how long have you been CEO? How long have you been at HG?
Sure.
Tell us about, family, the whole deal.
Yep. All right. So I've been in the executive director role for a whole 6 months. So totally have it down, no problems.
It's on lock.
Yep. Totally great. But I have been on staff with HG for almost 20 years. And then I have been a volunteer or sometimes a voluntold, since the very beginning. So my mom, Patty Garibay, was one of the original founders. So I've had the blessing of watching HG kind of grow up, right? So from a very baby organization that she was convinced was just for my sister for a couple of years, and then we'd all move on, and here we are 3 decades later,
Wow.
and God's still rocking it. So
yeah, just celebrated 30 years.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. So it's been very exciting just to see how the Lord has blessed HG, has used it, has grown it far beyond any of our family's capacity or capabilities. It's really the Lord's ministry, and it's just been amazing to watch Him work in and through it. And so I am home based right now in Cincinnati, Ohio. My husband Jeremy and I have 3 kiddos, 2 boys and a daughter. So I also have the blessing of being involved in a local HG troop with my daughter Mabel, and she's an explorer. So we have lots of fun together. And she's getting to that fun age where I get to step back a little bit because she's like, you know what, I got this, Mom. So it's been really fun to see it from the other side as well. So kind of full circle.
And so you don't get in trouble when you get home. How awesome is Jeremy?
He's awesome.
I've never met him, but I'm teeing you up to really deliver.
I'm going to tell
here.
you how awesome. We have a little guy who came down with a stomach bug while I've been here in Phoenix. So, major brownie points. Vomit, I mean, come on. So
awesome. By the way, thanks for the hat.
Absolutely.
Nice puff embroidery. Love this hat.
It is a beautiful hat.
I won't tell you the story of why Roy is not wearing a hat.
Okay, real quick. I said I don't wear hats. I'm not good at the hat. I put the hat on, and both Rachel and Kelly laughed. So I'm like, I'm definitely not now wearing the hat.
That's right.
Yeah, we've got these great Bold Faith hats. We have a brand new campaign that we're kicking off here at AmericaFest around Bold Faith. So I believe on Saturday, right before you guys get up on stage, we have a 30-second commercial all around being bold and emboldening girls to live their faith out.
That's awesome.
So I don't know if people are tuning in, check it out. It's also available on our website starting today as well. So
awesome.
Wow, that's great.
And how do they find that? How does the world find that?
Yeah, so if you go to AmericanHeritageGirls.org/bold, that will pop right up for you, and you'll get to view it and see all the collateral that surrounds. But just really excited about leaning into that idea of helping our girls really live boldly with faith forward. So excited about that.
That is awesome. One of the things I love about the, for lack of a better term, the sisterhood, brotherhood of our 2 organizations we're raising godly masculine men.
Yes.
And you guys are helping to raise godly feminine ladies who also love adventure and can be bold in their faith.
Yes.
I should go so far as to say a marriage made in heaven, right? No,
we were
just
just talking about the possibility of HG and Trail Life mergers at the booth, and there are some men and women who met as they were at HG.
Hold on 1 second, just so we don't get in trouble with our audience. That's the first anybody here has been hearing about that. That is not on the docket. We are not breaking a news story right now. You're going to get us both, me and Roy, fired.
I almost fell out of the seat. I'm like, what just happened in the booth?
No, I'm telling you that we have Trail Life men and AHG women who are, after they graduate out of the program, getting married and having families.
That
and
is super cool.
Oh, a marriage merger.
Yes.
Oh, you scared
Not
me
an
for a
organizational
second.
merger.
Like, what's Mark doing?
The comments on the interwebs went crazy.
It just went crazy. Breaking news. We're trending on X.
How do we recover from that?
We don't.
No,
we
but-
just like hard stop.
Yeah.
Next.
So, if you a little bit about my background. So, I used to run a Christian camp in New Hampshire.
Okay.
Did that for 6 years, and when you have a lot of Christians coming together for a summer camp experience, why is it a surprise that relationships are birthed out of that?
Right.
Especially in a very secular culture, especially in New England. So when you find another person who has similar values and attitudes and you experience adventure together, why are we shocked then that relationships and marriage get birthed out of that? And I think that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, that's actually Jeremy and I's story. We met, we were both working at a camp together, a summer camp. So,
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So I want to get back to that. I think it's really, really important in this culture. I've seen a lot of studies. Guys are embracing Christianity at a much faster pace than young women are. Young women are going the other way, more secular, and boys tend to be going through highest Bible sales among young men. More young men are going to church. And so what you guys are doing on the front line is incredibly, incredibly important. Tell us about what your hope is with that young 5-year-old, 6-year-old girl who's coming into AHG, what your hope is for her.
Yeah, I hope that during her experience with AHG, she gets to know God's character. And through that, gets to know her identity in Christ, and then gains the confidence to live that out in every corner of her life. So often, culture tries to encourage us to keep our faith, just on Sundays or on the shelf. But with American Heritage Girls, we tie it into literally every corner. Whether you're out on a camping trip, or you're learning about geology, or you're learning how to bake a cake, we are telling the girls how that can be part of their biblical worldview, how they can live out their faith through these different activities, how they can really be the hands and feet of Jesus in their community. So that would be my hope, is that they just come out of AHG having this super rooted identity, and then look back and have tons of fun and tons of memory and tons of friends as a result of that experience. So
my 15-year-old just started AHG last year.
Nice.
And so she's 16 now. And she's one of the oldest girls in her troop.
Okay.
It's a newer troop, and she's not chasing badges or emblems and everything. She's just, for us, it's important that she have relationships with other girls going that way. And it's been remarkable. She's not chasing the badges still, but she loves the environment that she's in.
Yep.
And she's growing. Like the one thing she wanted when we returned, I want a Charlie Kirk Freedom shirt. And 3 years ago, that wasn't her.
Yeah. Yeah. My daughter's the same. She does not care at all about the badges. I actually have to remind her, hey, by the way, you did this. Do you want to mark it off? She's just in it for the friends and the experience, and just being around other girls that love Jesus. That just really gets her coming back. And every year, we have the discussion, is HG coming back next year? Oh yeah, Mom. Why would I ever go anywhere else? Because she just has such strong friendships and gets to do things that she doesn't get to do in any of her other extracurricular activities. So it's been a blessing to our family specifically, but then I get to hear these great stories of girls across the United States.
Right.
So part of what I do as an executive director is I read all of the spiritual walk essays that the girls do for their Stars and Stripes Award, which is our highest award, like your Freedom Award. And so these girls pause for a second as seniors in high school and reflect back on how the Lord has been moving and working in their lives. And to see and read the things these girls say and what they've experienced, the wisdom is so amazing, and it gives me such hope for this next generation.
Could you share one? What's one story or what's one nugget that you've heard?
So one
in those.
Good.
Yeah, absolutely. So one kind of consistent theme that we hear a lot are girls who are very much wrapped up in perfectionism or in achievement.
Wow.
Right? So they feel like their identity is wrapped up in whether they get the A or whether they get the part in the ballet or fill in the blank, all of these things. And through HG and through their Stars and Stripes, they start to realize, you know what? God loves me whether or not I have all these things on my resume. he loves me because I am his child. And to see that, like, what an important thing to get before you go to college, right? To really understand that, hey, failure is a part of life. And it's something that we have to learn how to do well. And that's one of the things I love about AHG. It's a really safe place to fail. Not every Stars and Stripes project goes exactly as it was planned, but you learn very much through that. So that is a consistent thread that we see in these spiritual walk essays.
Fantastic. Rachel, so our crowd is also interested, and I'm sure your crowd is as well. Like, why the heck are we coming to this right-wing political event? Some are, right?
Sure.
And
yeah.
others are super excited that we're here. And we spoke with Mark last night about our we're unapologetically here. And there was some reasons that we shared. But I want to know from AHG side and give you a chance to kind of tell your crowd who may be watching this why you chose to be here at AmericaFest.
Absolutely. So our number one goal is to reach more girls for Christ. And so when we look at the different events that we've been going to, they're great, but they're a lot of the same audience. When we go to homeschool events, we get tons of people that come up and, oh, we love you guys, like, we're involved, da-da-da. So we weren't reaching new audiences. So we're like looking, where can we find new audiences if our goal is to reach more girls? And honestly, this is an audience we haven't really proactively reached out to. And so we're here now, and there are folks that have never heard about us, a lot of aligned values, right?
That's right.
And have never heard about us. So that's why we're here, is because our heart is for more girls to understand who they are and whose they are. And this is an opportunity to do that. So that's why we're here.
Fantastic.
I can see why you're the executive director. You're you're just so well spoken.
Well, thank you.
And articulate. I'm just like,
he's never given me a compliment like that.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you make him wear hats.
Oh my gosh, this is great. This is great. It is hard. Part of that, I think, right, and how we position ourselves within our organizations. There is a real cultural movement happening.
Absolutely.
And things have changed since Charlie Kirk's assassination, and so we're seeing young people engaging and mobilizing in ways. And we talked a lot about this morning. Is a big part of who we are, and I think this is true of what I know and what I've heard of American Heritage Girls, is it's not just the output, it's not just the conviction, it's not just what we're passionate about, it is really that inner life. It's that character development that has to be, at the end of the day, grounded in God's Word. So although we might be mobilized or excited or moved by what happened with Charlie, or what we've seen culturally, but it really is not enough. It can't just be in an emotion.
Right.
It's got to be grounded. And I think one of the things I love about Trail Life and what I love about American Heritage Girls is you get to that place. Like, as you were just sharing about the letters, like, part of that is like, how do girls understand who they are in Christ? Well, they have to do that not by reading, but by experiencing.
Yes.
By having safe relationships, by seeing it modeled by their mom or, a mother-like figure in their life. That's what they need to really help build that inner life that is resilient and gritty, and that is really for the kind of that long game of flourishing, is, when I think of that.
Absolutely.
So that's kind of what we have been talking a lot about, and I know that's true. I don't know if you have a response to that, but I just feel like that's why we're here.
Absolutely. And I think one of the beautiful things specifically about American Heritage Girls, I'm sure with Trail Life as well, we have a great curriculum, and that could be awesome for a girl to sit at home and read, but what really makes it come to life and really plants those seeds deep is that authentic community that she gets in her local troop. So she's learning alongside other girls. She's seeing that there are other women in the world that believe like her mom does. And we even talk often about, as the girls get older and maybe they're a little bit more hesitant to take mom's advice, well, it's okay, because I know any other mom you ask in this troop is going to give you the same advice that I would. And so we build this little community for our girls to thrive in, but really that supports what we're trying to do at home. So we love the way that HG comes alongside parents on this journey, because it is hard to be a parent today. So
it is, yeah, and because there's so many threats, that really help tear down. Again, when we think about social media and the mental health epidemic, and how that is impacting our youth.
Yeah,
there's got to be an alternative to do that, which is getting them away from their screens and providing those safe communities. And so now,
and we all want to be connected. We all want to be known and seen and loved, and you can't get that through a screen, right? You need that real human people.
Yeah, that's really good.
Rachel, there's there's a moment that comes together for AHG and Trail Life that's very similar. So a pastor is choosing to say, we want this as a ministry of our church. And I want to give you an opportunity to give your value proposition to a pastor who may be watching this.
Yeah, so I think the beautiful thing about how HG can be an outreach or an inreach for the local church is that they really get to customize it to meet their ministry goals. So that's one of the first things that when we talk to a pastor on the phone, we say, what are your goals for your ministry? What are you trying to accomplish? And then we help them see how HG can actually help them accomplish what they're already trying to do versus HG coming in and being some extra add-on. We really are integrated into the fabric of that church ministry. And we hear about it all the time because there aren't troops in every single church, right? So there's usually one church and then families from all over the community come. And we hear all the time about families who haven't been to church in years becoming members of that congregation because their daughter is plugged in and they've got this tribe of people that are already walking the journey, and now we're going to up it to the next level. So we hear that all the time. And it's just really a blessing to watch that kind of unfolding across the country and the way that these troops are just impacting communities through these churches and bringing more people to Christ. It's beautiful.
That's awesome. That's so well said.
Yeah, fantastic. I want to touch back on kind of what we were talking a little bit about. I think we kind of got a little sidetracked. I did. I didn't keep us on task. I'll fall on the sword for you guys. That's all right. You're going to allow me to. No, I'm just kidding. I really want, as you position, you talked a little bit about where girls, what your hope is for that girl, that young girl. What are those girls looking for in a masculine man or in a man itself? It can't be just good looks, right?
No,
I mean, that's got me a long way. That's got me a long way.
Yeah, I mean, I think we really talk to girls, and we're cautious not to get into parenting lane in this particular arena, but really just talking to a girl about, hey, if you're running after Jesus and that guy is running after Jesus, you're going to end up in the same spot. If he's running this other way and it's making you run away from Jesus, not a match for you.
Oh, that's so good.
So I think the number one thing is really just finding a young man who, above all else, is chasing after Christ. Yeah. And that's the number one thing. And then to have some shared interests. If you're in HG and Trail Life, most likely you either like camping or at least put up with it. And so, there's some common
Don't
hobbies.
Speak for everybody.
Hey, our girls, the number one thing that they say when they leave that they loved was camping and friends. And these are even the girls who maybe cry when the curling iron gets left at home. But it's those experiences that are memories, core memories for these girls. So even if it's not their favorite thing, it's one of their favorite memories, if that makes any sense. So
it does. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And I think that's the power. So when I think about those connections that are made, even when it's you leave the curling iron, these become core memories, right? This becomes these milestones. And we've talked a lot about one of the values of for Trail Life are these rites of passage.
Yeah.
What does rites of passage look like from American Heritage Girls?
I mean, we have level awards similar to, how you guys have advancement and things like that. So that is sort of built in as far as programming goes, right. Those rites of passage. But one of the things that I think is really fun that we do often, especially in my troop. So we have a bridge. I don't know that you guys do this, but
we do a bridge.
Okay, a bridge. And one of the fun things, so let's say my daughter this coming year, she gets to cross over into Pioneers from Explorers. And all the Pioneers gather at the one end of the bridge. And as that Explorer comes over, they're hugging her, giving her high fives, just welcoming her into the group. Wow. And it's just such a special thing to see that kind of community and just the Christ love that is just spilling from these girls at that moment. And so I love to see those kind of things, those rites of passage. But honestly, the camping, the outdoors, and sometimes it's something that we have to push a little harder on because we're actually getting into a generation of mamas that maybe didn't grow up in scouting because Girl Scouts left us long, long ago. And so camping is not necessarily a natural thing that they're used to doing. And so we're having to equip a lot of moms to feel comfortable enough to take girls out.
Sure.
But there's something so special about the wilderness, right? We look in scripture and so often God takes people out into the wilderness to teach them things. There's something that kind of strips you of all those extra layers that you put on and brings out this vulnerability that makes it really ripe for growth. And so we really hold tight onto those. There's often pressure to kind of just turn into like a girls club, right? But there is something so important about getting into the outdoors. Like I said, even if it's not your favorite thing and you're not going to end up being some sort of a river guide, fine. But to get out there and experience God's creation firsthand, to just kind of be vulnerable with other girls in an unfamiliar environment, there's something really powerful and I think biblical about that model.
That's good.
Fantastic.
I have a question. So when we talk about Trail Life, is not just a boys ministry, it's a men's ministry.
Yes.
And I think that I assume that looks very differently for you, because I think of men's ministry, it's a prayer breakfast, it might be a Bible study. There's not a lot, to be honest with you, that I think are offered for men within the church. But I see a lot, at least in my experience, where churches, there's a lot for women to get involved with. I'm curious from your perspective of, if we look at Trail Life as that primary men's ministry, do you have a similar approach when you think about American Heritage Girls through a women's ministry
Good
lens?
question.
And how that then differentiates itself from like a MOPS or other kind of those women of faith, those other women ministries? Like, what distinguishes you from them?
Yeah, I mean, nothing against any of those ministries.
No, absolutely.
We
Nothing
love them.
against them. Yep.
But I think one of the beautiful things, and we do consider this a ministry for women, and it kind of by default, to be honest. It wasn't something we expected when we first came out of, or, introduced HG.
Right.
But we have moms that their daughters are long graduated and they're still involved because they're like, these are my people. Like, these are my ladies. Like, I'm not leaving. And so it's funny, they joke, like, sometimes maybe I like it more than my daughter even. But it's because of that community. And again, that in real life community that is so important. And I think that women do find it a little bit different than some of their other Bible studies because it is so hands-on and you are having to learn new things in order to teach these badges, in order to take them camping. So you're also expanding your skill set as a mom, in addition to like growing with your daughter. We even hear, so we have a badge called Bible Basics, and we have some mamas that come in and they're like, oh my goodness, going through this made me realize, like, I need to get back in the Word and I need to figure some of these things out. So it's helping women grow spiritually as well. So we're seeing that it really is a women's ministry as much as it is a girls' ministry, which is really exciting. And honestly, we didn't expect it back in 1995, but here we are.
Wow,
That's awesome.
I graduated high school in 94.
I got married in 90.
Really? Okay.
It's 30 years ago.
30 years. Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
Rachel, I want to ask you a question. I'm ending every interview with 60 seconds, your message to the world. But I want you to give us a message, and I want you to speak to the feminine heart of a Christian woman. Anything you want to say for 60 seconds. We have a mute button. It's actually a crash, but we can. I want you to feel complete freedom to say whatever God's putting on your heart.
Or over here? Okay.
Yeah, right over
All
here.
right. Well, I think, one of our big messages this weekend is that America needs more women of integrity. And I think that starts at a young age, and that starts at home. And American Heritage Girls is a great way to come alongside families and help build up women who are putting God first, putting family second, community and country, and those are the things that they're really focusing on, and we will make a change in this country if we can get mamas on board to live that out with their girls.
Man, fantastic.
So good. Hey, can you give a plug for this real quick?
Absolutely. So we have a sub-brand, the Raising Godly Girls is a parenting resource arm of American Heritage Girls, and we release ebooks every once in a while, and our newest one is about faith and country and how to really talk to your daughter about that balance of loving country and loving God, and how to keep that in the right order, and how to be an engaged citizen that is acting through their biblical worldview versus cultural pressure. So all of our ebooks take a cultural topic and give parents talking points, questions to ask so that they kind of understand where their daughter is on the topic. And even some of them will have, definitions, because I don't know about you guys, but sometimes the words that are coming out of my kid's mouth, I'm like, hold on a second, I got to look up what that means. So
right.
Really just trying to help parents engage with their kids where they're at with the cultural topics.
So I love this. Real quick, neighbors who are a world away, polarization, division, and contempt for our neighbor.
So it's deep.
It's deep.
Yeah, and there's an action step. So what I love is like, what is a Christian's moral obligation in today's modern community and country? So I think this is a great example of what American Heritage Girls and Trail Life is doing. Like, we're not shying away or overprotecting our kids. We are on to equip and inspire them to be the men and women that God has designed us to do, to be a part of his rescue mission, to be a part of advancing his kingdom, which requires integrity and courage and humility and obedience and all of those kinds of things. That's what we're about. And so I think this is a great resource and would encourage people to check it out.
And to be the tip of the spear.
Yes.
On the mission field, which is our culture.
Yep, because culture is very happy to disciple our kids for us. Yep. So we've got to be proactive and we've got to step in there first. And if we're not the first one having the conversation with them about these cultural topics, someone else will have gotten the jump on that. And I can almost guarantee it's not going to be where we want that conversation to go.
Amen to that.
Fantastic. Great job, Rachel.
Rachel, this has been awesome. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for stepping up to be the executive director, I guess. I gave you the wrong title. Is it executive director?
It is executive director, but yeah.
Yeah, thank you for stepping into that role.
Absolutely.
I'm excited about where AHG is going. Let's just keep this going a little bit.
Okay.
So you stepped into a new role.
Yeah.
Can you talk about your hopes and dreams for the next 5 years, next 10 years, next generation of American Heritage Girls and what you guys are hoping to accomplish?
Yeah,
absolutely. So it's very important to us that we hold on to the traditions of what American Heritage Girls has been. While that said, there's also room for innovation so that we can reach more girls. Again, we want to reach more girls for Christ. So one of the things that we struggle with right now, which I would assume Trail Life does as well, is a lack of volunteers. We have more girls wanting to be in troops than we have volunteers to support that. So one of the campaigns that we're running right now is an Embracing Wisdom campaign, where we're really reaching out to women 55 and older and saying, hey, you ladies have a ton to give back to this younger generation, and really talking about this fact that we've got girls that have unprecedented access to information. Internet, they can get as much information as they want, but they don't have access to wisdom. And so we really want to help build this honoring of past generations, that there is wisdom and there is value, and help these girls see that. So we're doing that right now to try to have an intergenerational ministry going
Fantastic.
on. And we're also looking to move into more urban spaces. We've been doing some research with urban families, and there's a lot of alignment with what urban families are desiring and what HG has to offer. And we're just looking at how the Lord might help us kind of find some repackaging on how to bring that to more families and allow that Christ-centered character development program to really saturate various, demographics.
That's fantastic.
I love that. Embracing wisdom.
Embracing wisdom. Mm-hmm.
So this is the difference between a man's organization, a men's organization, a women's organization. I would have called it "Don't Waste the Gray." Just saying.
We have
embracing wisdom,
right? And we have like a quiz where women can take it to see what kind of wisdom they have. I'm sure that you guys don't do a lot of quizzes to know if you're.
No. Hey, Roy, will you just pray before we get out of here? Pray a blessing on AHG.
I will. I would be honored.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's pray.
Yeah.
Father, what incredible platforms that you give us. These aren't ours. And just hearing Rachel's heart, she'd say, like, AHG isn't hers or her family's. It's yours, and that's true for Trail Life. Like, Lord, this isn't about us. It's about you. But it is about championing you. It's making people aware of who you are because of your son and because of his work on a cross and his resurrection. Even makes these conversations possible. And so, Lord, I just pray blessing in your favor. May your face shine down on AHG and Rachel and the leadership there as they look to grow and expand, not for growth's sake, but for Christ's sake, that you would give them favor and blessing as they want to reach into urban areas as well, that they would be able to kind of craft the right language and messaging and content to reach them. It's my prayer for Trail Life too, God, that you would be honored and glorified in all that we say and do. Give us favor in these cultural moments that we find. I pray for the volunteers, that you would just continue to raise up Lord, a generation. Because at the end of the day, when we think about the products that we are producing, right? These young men and young women who want to honor you, Lord, we cannot do that without volunteers and moms stepping up to the plate to do that. So we just pray your blessing and favor and protection over those families, those volunteers, and for those that you are raising up for this next generation. God, go before us and go before American Heritage Girls. We pray this in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
This has been great.
Thank you.
Thank you all for tuning in, and we'll be back.
Just in a few minutes.
Hey guys. Hey guys. Hey, we're the Wild Brothers. I'm Morgan. This is Hudson, Kian, and Asher. Just so you know, Wild is actually our last name. And we did happen to grow up in Southeast Asia, in virgin jungles, tropical islands, and so we did have a pretty wild upbringing. And we were over there as Christian missionaries, taking the gospel of Jesus Christ to places where it had never been heard. And so we had a pretty awesome childhood.
Yeah, and over the years we've been documenting our lives via video, making epic adventures to share people here in the States to inspire them that following Christ is the ultimate adventure.
But now we're in a new season of life, living here in America, and we are so excited to partner with Trail Life USA to bring you guys trail hacks. These are skills, tips, know-how, everything you need to become a better trailman. And the first one is going to be premiering soon, so we are just really excited.
And we'll see you guys on the trail. Catch you later. Hi everyone, this is Hudson Wild. And if you remember from last episode, we're stuck on this beach, and it's my job to find food for everyone. I'm gonna go try to catch some fish using the hand line technique. You're watching Trail Hack. Today I'm going to be using the hand line technique for fishing. And what's great about this method is that you don't need a pole. Oftentimes poles are large, they're inconvenient to carry around, especially when you're doing any kind of hiking. And in our case for today, there just wasn't a lot of room in the canoe, so I brought along my hand line. This is a technique of fishing I learned in Indonesia growing up as a missionary kid. A lot of the locals over there in Indonesia, they don't have fishing poles, they don't make them, but they do use hand lines. Whoa, all right, we got a big school of bait fish here. This is perfect, this is just what I need for a bait. This giant black blob is actually a huge school of fish. So I'm gonna try to corral them closer to the beach. And if I get close enough, I can kick a couple up on shore, and these will be my bait. This log gives a great vantage point, but I'm not seeing any kind of large fish in the area. It's too shallow here. I'm gonna keep walking down the shore. This location looks like it has a little bit more potential. I'm gonna show you how to make a standard fishing rig for a hand line. And what's really nice and easy about this rig, super simple, straightforward, and it has the weight on the bottom of the rig. That means it has that weight that you can have to throw out, and it'll send the line out. Step number one, you tie the weight on here at the very bottom with a simple knot like this. And then about, I'm gonna say a foot, sometimes even a little bit more above the weight, you're gonna make this little loop here and a nice standard knot tied around like this. Put this through, pull it through, tighten it. There you go. And then you're gonna put this loop through the eye of the hook. Just string it through, just like that. And you're gonna take this and you're gonna put it around the hook. And then you just pull the hook and it'll tighten on itself. One thing I love about fishing is that Jesus' disciples, many of them were actually fishermen. And when he called his disciples, some of them were even in their fishing boats, and he said, come follow me. And they threw down their nets and they went and followed him. And later on in Jesus' ministry, he actually used fishing as an example. And he told his disciples, hey, I'm gonna make you guys fishers of men. Come follow me, I'm gonna make you guys fishers of men. And what he meant is that they were gonna be his tools, his ambassadors to go out and to make disciples, to share the good news of how to be saved with others. We in the same way are also called to be Christ's disciples and his ambassadors and fishers of men, which means our job, one of our purposes in life, is to share the good news. We should really steward that and use it to the best of our abilities. We need to be sharing it with others. So I would encourage all of you guys, you young trailmen, man, don't be ashamed of the gospel. Don't be scared of it, but be bold followers of Christ, willing to witness to others so that people who have never heard might come to a saving faith in Jesus Christ. Oh. Fish on. I got one, guys. Woo! We got dinner tonight. This right here is a little pinfish. See, the free line technique is very effective, very minimalistic. You don't need a pole or a bunch of gear, just a simple line, weight, and hook. Works almost every time. Thanks for watching Trail Hacks. If you guys enjoyed the video, like or subscribe below. And if you're not already connected to Trail Life and would like to become a member or join a troop, go to traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in seeing more adventures of the Wild Brothers, go to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com. Thanks, guys.
Hey guys, Morgan here. Today, Hudson, Asher, and myself have split up to try to catch some small game. It's my job to track down some breakfast, and I'm going to do that by setting some overnight snares. You're watching Trail Hacks. All right, so first step, we're trying to find a good location to set the snare. I'm looking for something like a game trail, a little pathway that critters regularly travel. You might want to find a water source or a small burrow, droppings, animal droppings. That could be a good sign. Anything that indicates that this is a well-traveled path for animals. Okay, here we go. This looks pretty good. Yeah, this looks like a little game trail. I think I'm going to set my snare right here. Whoa, 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 whoa. This is not only a game trail, this is looks like the lair of the giant fire ant. Check this out, guys. That's a great trail hack. Always be aware of where you're stepping. That would have made a bad place for my snare. I'm going to have to find a second location. All right, guys, I found a new little game trail. This one is free of ants, thankfully, so this is where I'm going to set my snare. Now, the materials you need to pull off this snare is, first of all, a 3 to 4 foot flexible snap stick. Secondly, you need about a half a dozen 1 foot little sticks that are going to be used for the structure of the snare. Third, you're going to need 3 to 4 foot stick that we're going to cut up into smaller sections to make the skeleton, the frame for our snare. Lastly, you'll need a knife and some fishing line. Let's get started. Now, this is the game trail that I'm on right here, and so I'm going to plant the end of this right here. So once you have your snap stick embedded in the ground like this, you're going to take the other long 3 to 4 foot stick, and you're actually going to chop it into 2 hefty guys like this. And then this is what we're going to do. We're going to take the end of this, we're going to bend it down onto the game trail, and then you're going to go 6 inches from each side of the end, and you're going to plant these. So that's 1, 2. Okay, once you have these 2 sticks planted like this, we're going to take the remainder of the stick that came from them, this nice kind of scrawny end piece, and we're going to create an arch. And this arch is going to rest right between these 2 sticks. So I'm going to plant this on this side nice and deep, place it up alongside these 2 sticks, then I'm going to stick the end like this and create that nice arch. All right, now that we have the skeleton for our snare, we're going to create the trigger. Okay, first knot, here we go. We take your fishing line, make a nice big loop, pinch it like this between your thumb and forefinger, and you're just going to take this, the excess here, you're going to loop it around like that, and you're going to take the end and you're going to stick it through that loop that you just made. Now you're going to take that first knot, that little lasso, that little slip knot, and you're going to take a little stubby piece of wood like this. It could be really from anything off the ground. You can whittle it, break it off from a branch. This is going to be our actual trigger. So we're going to take our loop, we're going to put it around the trigger, and we're just going to let that cinch get nice and tight. There we go. Taking our trigger, we're now going to reach up, grab the tip of our snap stick. We're going to bend it down over the skeleton of our snare, and then we're going to tie this to the snap stick. Now, if you can see here, there's already a natural little knot. That's where I'm going to secure my trigger to the snap stick. So I'm going to take about 1.5 inches of line, let it dangle, and then we're just going to wrap this around and secure it tight. Now the fun begins. We're going to bend this down, and we're going to actually set our snap stick. This can be the most dangerous part of setting the snare. So you're going to watch out. You want to make sure that none of your friends or your own face isn't in the way of this snap stick as you set the trigger. Okay, we're going to put the trigger, drape it over like that. We're going to take our little stick here, and we're going to put it opposite side of the arch. Then you're going to hold it in position. Meanwhile, bend this a little lower, and you're going to basically put the trigger across like that. And then this little twig that was floating is suddenly going to have tension applied, and it's going to keep it in place. Now that our trigger is successfully holding that little piece of floating wood in place, we're going to build a platform that's actually supported off the floating piece of wood. And this is going to be what sets off the snare. So this is really fun. It's delicate work. You have to have surgeon's hands. The last thing to do is basically make any kind of slip knot, some kind of a noose that's going to cinch on tension. So I'm going to do that. We're going to lay that, drape it carefully over our platform. Okay, make sure the noose goes over the whole platform that's on top of it. That looks just about right. Excellent, excellent. I'm excited. All right, time to get the bait. It's been a lot of fun making the snare with you. This is actually a snare that my brothers and I learned how to build growing up in the jungles of Southeast Asia, so it's pretty unique. And the last thing we're gonna do before we set it off to show you how it works is to bait it. I'm gonna put some in my mouth, I'm gonna chew it up until it's nice and fine, and then I'm just going to spit. Yeah, I'm gonna spit all around the area, little pieces of it. You don't want big chunks that are gonna set off the snare. You just wanna scent the general area so that you can attract wildlife. Okay, the moment of truth. So let's give it a shot. Let's pretend that I'm the rabbit, I'm the small game, and I'm coming down the game trail, coming down this pathway. I caught the scent of the fresh carrot, and now I'm coming over. I'm gonna start eating it. Comes up here, puts his foot on the platform. Whoa, look at that. Gets snagged, and he's running around. And hopefully this would hold him overnight until I could come in the morning to track him down. Man, and this is amazing. This is just simple tribal technology, but it works wonders on the trail. So if you take the time to actually learn how to set these snares, you're well on your way to actually catching something. This is awesome. All right, before we head out, I'm gonna reset this and then we can take off. All right, guys, I've reset the snare back there. It's ready to go. And in order to maximize the potential of actually catching something, I'm gonna go out and set some more, 3 or 4 more. Guys, if you enjoyed watching this trail hack, make sure you go to Trail Life USA to subscribe and to learn more about trail life. Maybe you can even join a local troop. If you want to learn more about my brothers and I and our childhood growing up in the jungles of Southeast Asia, consider going over to our website, Wild Brothers Productions, where you can capture more of our adventures. Thank you guys. God bless.
Hey, welcome back to AmericaFest. Awesome interview scheduled right now at the Trail Life booth with the OGs. With the OGs in the house.
That's original Google.
That's right. Pat and Patty Garibay with both Trail Life and American Heritage Girls. Patty is one of the founders. A founder of American Heritage Girls, and Pat's on our board at Trail Life, and so I got to be on my P's and Q's. I don't want to get fired after this interview.
Not my ability to fire you, which is why I was on the board to start with, because I want to make sure the board doesn't get into what the operations does.
You can strongly suggest a firing.
That's true.
No, wouldn't matter. Like I said, not my role. But
no, we're so thankful for you guys. We just talked to Rachel. Who is she kind of multiple dimensions of your relationship now, right? Mm-hmm. So she's now the new executive director, but she's also daughter.
Yep. Yes.
And I know you guys are super proud of her. She crushed her interview, by the way.
That's great.
She always does.
Yes.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, she's a superstar.
Yeah, awesome.
No prejudice there.
We told her, and I want to tell you guys too, like at Trail Life around the office, we honor how you helped us take our first baby steps in as an organization.
Yes.
It's really important. Who knows if we'd ever got off the ground without your help. And so it was a loud, I don't know if everybody could pick that up, but we picked it up.
Sure did.
But we really do honor what you guys have done with us and helped us. And by the way, I'm rocking, me and Pat are rocking the Bold Faith. And we talked a little bit with Rachel. We didn't capture it as much as I think is worthy of talking about, but this gap of men or young men being able to find a suitable wife who believes the way that they do, who has bold faith, and a young woman being able to find a suitable mate in what they do. And I think if I could go so far, and I might get in trouble for this, I won't, but if I could go so far like a Trail Life guy and an American Heritage girl make a really awesome couple.
Absolutely.
Because they've been focused on Jesus.
Yep.
And been discipled in what it means to have bold faith.
Yes.
Like bold faith, it strikes me that you guys chose bold faith, because I think about that in the godly masculine way, like be bold.
Yes.
And it's so encouraging that you guys are encouraging girls to be bold in their faith.
Well, Kelly, when we know our identity in Christ, that we are sons and daughters of the King, there's no reason not to have bold faith, right? So this is just sort of inevitable. It is who we are, but let's put it on a hat.
I got to tell you, I mentioned something to Patty walking over here this morning that I always wanted my son to find an American Heritage girl to marry.
Oh man, that's awesome.
So, and you know, why not? I mean, we're raising up. Both organizations are raising up young men and women who have bold faith, who know what it is to be a man, know what it is to be a woman.
That's right.
And that is powerful together.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is very powerful together. Yeah. So,
talk to me about that moment when you decided, hey, we're going to go do this thing. Rachel said this is going to be, for a couple of years of my daughter, and then we'll go do something else. And then it became the passion of your family, obviously, to do what you guys are doing.
I'll tell you, Kelly, it was really scary. The whole thing was scary. Found out about the Girl Scouts USA changing their Girl Scout promise in 1993, and that was a change no longer mandating an oath to God. But when you think about a character development program that had been around since 1912, suddenly changing such an important tenet of their promise, I was thinking, what is going to happen to this organization? Well, we know what has happened since, but it was my husband, and this is the masculine part of all this discussion, right? He looked at me and the evening news and he said, what are you going to do about it? And you know what I said, Kelly? I said, for me and my trip, we will serve the Lord. He said, no, really, what are you going to do about it?
What she's not mentioning is she was super volunteer. She had 3 Girl Scout troops. She was an area representative. She should have known about this vote well before it happened. And they kept it a secret until it was on the floor.
Under the radar.
Because they knew that the constituents would be against it.
Yes.
So,
fantastic. So how was the family challenged during that time? I know there's a lot of sacrifices.
It's been more of a blessing than it's been a challenge. I will tell you that. God has moved in amazing ways. It's just incredible. Yeah.
But to answer your question, it was difficult at the time, and my faith was not as strong as it is today.
Yeah.
And my confidence certainly wasn't. It was a fraction. I had that question that was asked so often of women in the 80s and the 90s. Well, what do you do? And my career was to raise my family.
Right.
And that was embarrassing at times.
Oh, man.
So to think about having the chutzpah to do something like this, I needed Pat's encouragement, but moreover, I needed the Lord's guidance. And I had to get out of that boat to walk on water. I had to trust him to bring the resource. He was definitely calling me to this. But how in the world was a mom of 4 with a husband that was traveling internationally and also doing his MBA? I mean, this was not the best time.
Right.
Yeah. All right?
God calls us, it's never the right time.
It's never the good time. And so we just had to continue step by step, and our growth was slow and methodical.
Very slow.
And we had to be okay with that because it wasn't about us, Kelly. It was never about us. It was all about what God wanted.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember those early days going out and doing info sessions at churches and having 1 or 2 people show up.
Really?
And we would spend hours putting the PowerPoint together, and we're ready for it, and 2 people show up, and you go, okay, Lord, what are you trying to tell us here? And we really did not think it was going to go beyond just our daughter. And then all of a sudden people started calling, we hear you're doing something. And Patty would say, can we join? And it just, organically grew. We didn't try to grow it. It organically grew.
And I love what Pat said, calling, literally on the phones. This is really pre-PC era, okay? The most high-tech thing we ever had was a facsimile machine, okay? So the growth had to be slow, and it was by letter even.
Yeah.
Snail mail, Kelly.
Wow.
And this was a whole different world back then.
It really was.
But it was good because God helped us to have that time to create a structure that would be sustainable.
And he really guided us. And that same structure is what Trail Life used as well. The funding piece of it. I remember sitting down with other board members and trying to figure out how are we going to make this so that we don't rely on donors. That's so important because there had been a downturn and so many organizations we knew had to start cutting heads. I'm thinking we need to figure out how to make this organization one that is self-sufficient. How do we do that? Boy Scouts is a good example. I mean, every year, huge fundraisers and pushing, and their people were more about selling the popcorn and doing that than they were about investing in boys.
Right.
And we didn't want that. So we sat down and we have spreadsheets, and we did have spreadsheets back then. Going through all of this and trying
Only
to figure
in
out
Excel.
ways. Yeah,
No Google Sheets.
That's right. And it was God's blessing to guide us to a way that we could self-fund and grow. Of course, that happened after we realized that we have to figure this out because people are coming. This is something that's needed.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things that's kind of been a theme through a lot of our interviews is and one of the things I admired about, so Charlie Kirk, the day he died,
yes.
I told my wife, like, I had small group that night, and I run a men's small group at my church.
Nice.
And I wrote the material for it, so like I should be ready to go. And I just told her, I'm wrecked. I don't know how I'm going to do anything. I'm wrecked. I really admired him. I'm not one of the, and not good nor bad. I've watched Charlie for 10 years, and I was wrecked. Kind of a hero of mine,
Yes.
and so. But he was the archetype of a guy who swung his legs over his bed in the morning and put his feet down on the floor, and he knew who he was in Christ.
Yes.
And he did, not only knowing who he was, but what he had been called to do in Christ. And there's such a magic moment when a husband and wife, or a man or a woman, realize that now I'm swinging my feet over my bed and putting my feet down, and I know what God has called me to do.
Yes.
And be able to embrace that and work in it and see God work in those ways. Talk to us about, like, as you rolled into that, like, you weren't there at first, I'm sure. You know, it's a calling that you kind of figuring it out. But when you really realized that this is what I'm called to do.
You know, I knew my dad. I don't know if you've heard my story about my dad. He was a disabled man. I never knew him to walk. He had acute multiple sclerosis. And so I would tell my father at the nursing home about the latest travails with the Girl Scouts, and he said, Patty, why curse the darkness when you can light a candle?
Oh, man.
At the same time, my husband was nudging me, saying, why don't you do something about that? And then meanwhile, in the Word, I was studying Habakkuk. And it talks about railing at injustice and doing something about it. So my heavenly father, my earthly father, my husband were all telling me, you can do this. They believed I could do it. And so it wasn't just, I am the founder, but I wasn't alone. I always you have cadres, you got peeps, right? You got a tribe. And they came through so well. But I realized it when it started to grow, because I still can't hardly believe what God has done.
Wow.
He is such a miracle worker, and he has given us so many opportunities. And I know at Trail Life, you see the same thing, and you're like, this is not a work of man.
That's right.
It is a work of the eternal God that we serve.
Yeah.
So that's when you know. I mean, when you start to see tangibly, and then you feel in your heart that that's where you're supposed to be, and you know you're in the center of his will, you know when that happens.
So, Pat, Patty has talked about this several times and hinted at it. And, you know, we talk about masculinity, and part of being a masculine figure in the home is that you are the priest and the prophet over your family.
Absolutely.
And so I think a lot of guys struggle with how they encourage their wives to fulfill God's mission in their life. And you did that in an incredible way. Talk to me about that.
So, you knew this was going to make me get emotional.
That's the point.
That's the point, yeah. So, whenever I talk about God's blessings, I don't deserve it, right? So, it still impacts me in amazing ways. But I was not on board when we first started of this being a big organization. I was running 2 major divisions of a corporation. I was getting my MBA. I had 4 kids we're trying to work through life with. And you want to do what? Well, let's do something for Katie, and then we'll just let it go. And then all these people keep coming, and I will never forget the morning God said to me, "You're on board here. You get this?" It was, I won't go into the story, but it was so clear. There's a few times in life when it's almost audible, where you hear God say, you got to do this, dude. If you don't, you're walking away from blessings. You're walking away from me. And I clearly remember that morning. I said, okay, I'm on board. Let's go. And it was early on, thankfully. But I've always felt that God holds us as men accountable for our family, for our family's faith, for our financial health, our emotional health, our physical health. It's our responsibility.
Right.
God calls us to that. Now, it doesn't mean we have to do it all, but it's got to get done, and we have to be the leader to get that done in our family. Doesn't mean that she has enough capabilities or anything like that. It's just that's part of who, with the Y chromosome, that's who I'm responsible. Part of my responsibilities, right?
That's right.
Okay, so I figured that out early on that was what I was supposed to do, and so when Patty decided, and by the way, when she was a stay-at-home mom, she gave up so much of what her mindset had been about a career. Yeah. Growing up in the 70s, I am woman, hear me roar kind of stuff. Yeah, so, and she gave that up for the more important role of being at home with the family. So when it was time for her to start stepping out and show what God has done in her life, it was really interesting as we look back. God did that because he wanted you to have this skill set. God put you there, even as we were kids. We've known each other since grade school.
Wow.
When we were kids, he did that so that you had this skill set ready to go when he called you to do this.
Yes.
He built her to do this. Wouldn't have thought that when we first started, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. But he definitely did. And so I just felt like I have to jump in and support her. She supported my career. She gave up so much. God's calling us to do this, so I better get on board and help figure out how. I'm not the face of it, and I struggled with that early on. If you talk about pride, man, that was my sin.
Oh, man.
That was my sin, was pride. So, and God taught me, nope, you're in a support role. You are not on front. You're here to help her get to where she needs to be. You're help to keep her encouraged, to make sure that she has what she needs to do what God's calling her to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah. A long way of answering your question. Sorry.
No, that's incredible, man. We need to figure that out. I think of myself as young. I turned 50 in February, and then
mine keeps telling you you're young.
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah, and so I'm even saying that I can't believe it, and so I was about to say us young guys need to know how to do that. How to be stand in the gap for our families, how to stand in the gap for our wives,
yep.
How to be the priest and prophet over
yep.
Our families. Patty, you had this amazing last couple of years where you've embraced the wisdom. I know that's one of y'all's themes, right?
Yeah.
But you're not sunsetting, right? You're not retiring.
No.
But you passed the baton.
Yes.
And talk to me about that and like your hopes and dreams for AHG as it moves into the future.
Well, I think first and foremost, AHG was never mine anyway.
Amen.
I was here to steward it for a season. And I felt I had a mentor who was actually the CEO of MOPS, Mothers of Preschoolers, and she was a blessing to my life. And I said, how will I know when I need to move on and let someone younger? And she'll say, you'll know. The Lord will tell you. And the Lord started telling me that it was time. Different situations would happen, and I would quit having energy around certain areas of my leadership as a CEO. I never call myself that, but an executive director. And I started to realize this is the pulling away, that she spoke of, and that the Lord was making it very clear that my enthusiasm and my energy around this important issue of raising up girls in the way they should go, alongside men that are masculine and that are leaders in their homes, that was never going to go away, and that I was still to be part of it. And so that's why I still am doing a podcast, a weekly podcast, as well as
it's
a
like
radio
the
minute.
Top 10, top 5 of family?
Yes, for Christian families, top 10. We're so excited. It's called Raising Godly Girls, and it occurs 3 times a week. It's on all your major platforms that you can tune in and check it out. But my particular podcast is with a thought leader on the issue that we're describing. And many times it's mental health issues that are confronting girls, or perhaps it might even just be about leadership or about service to a community or anything like that, anything inspiring to encourage parents. We have these kids, and Kelly, they don't come with an instruction manual. we need a tribe, right?
Parenthood doesn't come with an instruction manual. We're on our first time, right?
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. So this is still my passion. Love for this ministry will always be there. It's just been amazing. Yeah.
Fantastic. I want to give you guys an opportunity because our crowd who's watching this and your crowd who's probably watching this as well, some are questioning, heck, why are they at this turning point political event? Why are they embracing that? And we made the case, and we talked to Mark about it last night. We're here unapologetically because there's just something happening in culture, and we've made the case that faith doesn't grow in a microwave.
Yes.
It takes formation, right? And so you've got to, there's this process of, and this moment can be an emotional moment, and young people can get excited about America and excited about Christianity, but if it's not met with discipleship, and so our point is if men are seeking what godly masculinity looks like, and young ladies are looking for what godly femininity looks like. Try to say that 5 times real fast. If Trail Life and American Heritage Girls can't be here and can't speak to it, who else do you want speaking to these things?
Exactly.
So I want to give you guys an opportunity to talk about why American Heritage Girls is here at Turning Point AmericaFest.
You know, I look at this event not strictly politically or partisan like. It's values. It's conservative values, which are biblical values, and we share a biblical worldview. That is what American Heritage Girls is founded on.
I saw a T-shirt yesterday that said, "It's not political, it's biblical."
Amen.
Amen.
And this is why we're here.
Yeah.
This is these organizations, these ministries, Kelly, that we all share and love. They need to be known to those people that care about these things and even beyond. So it's about exposure. It's about making sure that the tribe that we have here know that we exist and they can share that information with others. So it's really about duplicating, sharing the gospel through this ministry. And if we are not forming kids, we are not going to have the next generation of this country. So this is critical. We got to pick up the mic, and that's what both organizations have done by starting, right?
That's right.
And we must train the next generation to pick up that mic. And this is important work.
Fantastic.
And I'll add a little bit to that. You know, I was one of the few people in this country, few Christians, that really didn't know much about Turning Point or Charlie Kirk until probably a year and a half ago. The foundation and the ideas come from Scripture. He was a godly man who faith was first. God was first in his life, and he made that very clear. And when you think about our country and the history, it came because God blessed us because we honored God first.
That's right.
And so if we're going to get our country back, this kind of event's critical.
Yes.
It's critical. So when, as a board member for both organizations to say it's a group that we have not connected with yet, we need to be there, not personally for us, but to support the fact that we have a biblical message about what our country should be and what it should look like, and the values that should come out of our belief. So I think that's a big piece of why both organizations are here.
Pat, I got one thing to say. Mount up, regulators.
I love it.
Hey,
I love
it. Just kidding.
It's good.
If the secular world has its way, we'll stay in our Tuesday night meetings and our Wednesday night meetings and our Friday night meetings and our weekend campouts with these boys and these girls. And we won't embrace culture.
That's right.
And we have to stand up with 2 feet down solidly on the rock and say, we're going to meet culture where culture is.
Yes.
And so I want to end with this. I'll let you lead that away. Pat, I want you to 60 seconds I want you to speak to the masculine heart. Anything you want to say. We have a beep button, so you can say anything you want. Just kidding. Actually,
you don't need it.
Actually, it's just a crash button. All of our live streams go off, so please don't make us hit that button. It's quite an ordeal to get all these live streams back up and running.
Not a problem.
But 60 seconds, I want you to speak to the masculine heart. I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to give you a little forewarning.
Okay.
60 seconds after he finishes, I want you to speak to the feminine heart. And I'm captivated by this hat that you guys chose to bring to this event, Bold Faith. So, 60 seconds.
So masculinity in our culture is not celebrated anymore. Caustic masculinity, right?
Right.
And I think that's because men let pride take hold of them. I want to read a scripture verse here. This comes from Proverbs 11:2. When pride comes, then comes disgrace, but with the humble is wisdom. So as men, we have to be humble first. Caustic masculinity comes out of pride, comes out of I'm better than you, right? No, we're not. We are servants of our God first, and if we have that humble approach, then we can take care of the other things in our life in a way that God's calling us to do that. So that's always been an issue for me, is my pride. Another thing I want to read here is G.K. Chesterton said, if a man would make his world large, he must be always making himself small.
Wow.
It's not a one-time deal. It is not a short-term event. It's a lifelong struggle for men. But if we're going to be masculine men, if we're going to be Christ-like men, our humility has to be first in how we deal with others. So,
fantastic. Fantastic.
All right.
And that is so attractive to a woman.
Look,
a humble man.
She's going to give you a kiss after this interview.
I am, and that is so
slap
very
a wet one on him.
I expect it.
So biblical femininity is so critical in that a woman's role in society, in the family, in the kingdom of God is so unique and special. I sadden myself when I think about the influences I had growing up with the feminist movement. I was a secular feminist all the way. I also threw in a little bit of existentialism and all the rest.
Wow.
All right? Knowing that path and how dangerous it is, I have a huge warning label for any girl, any woman that is traveling down it. It will bring you nothing but ruin, because nothing will be enough. Nothing will be enough. The Lord himself is what is enough.
Yeah.
And so when we can embrace how he designed us to be, and that doesn't mean being feminine. Biblical femininity doesn't mean eating cupcakes and going shopping. I'm very opposite than that. It requires the bold faith. It requires the person to say, I am accepting of who I am and how God designed me to be, and I am going to give my all to make heaven crowded.
Yeah,
I love that.
Love it. Yeah.
There we go.
Fantastic. Yeah. Can't thank you guys enough. The OGs. The OGs, everybody.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you, guys. We got a gift for you guys as well. And I'm waiting for the countdown here. Whoop.
Today we're out in the woods and it's a beautiful day, but we need to get out of here. We need to escape the forest. And so today we're going to use only what God has given us in his creation to navigate our way out of the woods. It should be a lot of fun. This is Trail Hacks. All right, guys, here's what I'm thinking. We need to do a couple different things. One is find a reliable water source. Asher, if you and Kian can work together to find that, that'd be great. Meanwhile, Hudson, you and I can work on trying to find our sense of direction out here.
All right, Kian, you and Asher, let's just use the buddy system. Don't separate, stay together.
Sounds good, Hudson. Yeah, Kian and I will stay within towing distance, and we'll be back with as much water as we can here soon.
Good.
All right.
All right.
We need to find north, find our sense of direction, understand where we're at, and how to make forward progress. Now, in order to do that, we need the sun and some shadows. And with those two simple elements, we can find our sense of direction. We can find true north.
In order for this to work, we actually need a sunny spot, and we need the sunny spot to last for 10 to 15 minutes in order to accurately read the shadows. So right now, the sunlight's filtering through the trees, but it's kind of sporadic. Every time a cloud hits, it disappears, and so we're just looking for a nice little sunny spot.
Okay, it clears out a little bit right here. I have a nice shadow here. The trees kind of cleared out. We're getting some beautiful sunshine. The first thing is to plant our stick firmly and then to mark the very tip of the shadow. Wherever the shadow of the stick lies, that's where we need to mark it, and then we'll wait about 10 to 15 minutes and see how far that shadow moves. And then we'll be marking the second point. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. And so as the sun is making its arch over the sky, well, it'll hit this stick and it'll give us a shadow, and that's a point of reference. Then as we find our second shadow, it gives us a second point of reference. So Morgan, go ahead and mark the end of this shadow here.
Looks about right. So we just want to line that up, and now it's just a waiting game. We're gonna sit back, we're gonna chill, soak in the sun, get some rays, and the shadow is gonna progressively move. Man, direction is really important, and we're out here kind of lost in the woods trying to find true north. But the truth is, in a greater sense, because of our sin, we are all born spiritually blind, and we don't know the truth. We don't know how to get back to God, how to be in a right relationship with Him. And so we're stuck. It's a big problem, and everybody faces this. But thankfully, God has made Himself known. He's given us His Word. God's Word, the Bible, it's basically like our compass. It shows us how we can be made right to Him again, how we can escape the penalty of our sin and death and be brought back into a right relationship with Him. And so it's the most important thing out there. And honestly, that's one reason why you should never go anywhere without God's Word. Never go anywhere without your compass. You don't want to be stuck in this situation in real life, but how much more so without God's Word. All right, I think we have our shadow. Looks like a good 6 inches away from the first mark. Hudson, you get a second mark there. Nice. That's a good 6 inches or so. It's pretty good.
Yep. All right, so we have our 2 points of reference. The trail hack is to put your left foot on the first marker, your right foot on the second. Now, where I'm facing tall and straight, this is now north. So we have found our sense of direction. North, directly behind me is south. I have east to my right, west to my left. So now we have just created basically a compass rose. We know our direction, which is pretty incredible because all this was based off of just the sun and the shadows. Isn't God's creation amazing?
Okay, now we know true north, so that's one step closer to escaping the forest.
Morgan and I are now going to use these same shadows to figure out what time of day it is. So stay tuned for the next episode.
If you guys enjoy this channel, make sure you like and subscribe. And if you're interested in learning more about Trail Life USA, then go visit their website at traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in learning more about us and our adventures, the Wild Brothers, visit our website at wildbrothersproductions.com. See you guys in the next video.
My brother Hudson and I were out here trekking through the woods this morning, and man, it's super pretty out. We're out in our snowshoes, and it's just absolutely amazing to be out here. But one thing that we're noticing is that there's always little footprints in the snow. And the snow is really like an open book. You just need to know how to read it correctly. So today we're going to teach you guys how to identify tracks, read the signs, and learn how to track the animals that made them. You guys are watching Trail Hacks. So right here we see, man, a lot of footprints already. And these are one of the most common footprints you're going to see. These belong to snow hares. They're like big white bunny rabbits. And yeah, they're just flourishing out here in the woods. But right over here is a great example of some tracks right here. This rabbit looks like he went bounding off this way. But we can tell right away that it's an older track because it's not a clear, crisp image. It's like it walked through here, but and then a couple nights later, some more snow fell and it froze over. So right now, it's kind of just a really soft image in the snow. But this track over here, for instance, this one's much newer. You can tell because it's a really crisp image. It's like the rabbit went through here, stomped his feet in the snow, and little bits of snow kind of went flying out as he did that. And the little bits of snow are still there. They haven't been covered by new snow, and they haven't melted away either. They're still fresh. And so if we were in a survival situation, you want to be able to tell the difference so that if you're trying to hunt or set traps, you could follow the fresh tracks and kind of figure out where the rabbits have recently been to and where they still are.
As a good trailman, it's important to be aware of your surroundings. And so a big part about tracking is just to know what kind of wildlife is in the area to be aware of. Now, just the other day, Asher, myself, Keen, and Morgan were out hiking on a trail and we came across really fresh wolf tracks right in the middle of our trail. It was incredible, but really good to know, whoa, we need to be aware. So a good trailman is always aware of his surroundings, aware of the signs, the tracks, so he can know what's in the area.
Hey, there's some little squirrel footprints over here. Oh, they're so cute. Oh my goodness. You can see exactly what their little paws have been doing. They're kind of just indentured in the snow like that. Super clear. Man, these little critters have been active this morning. They're just everywhere. I think one of my favorite parts about tracking is it just really gives you an amazing appreciation for all the different type of animals around here, all the different type of animals that God's made and put specifically in this environment and how He's equipped them to survive here. For the rabbits, it's their big feet. And I think that just gives us a really good appreciation for God's creation and teaches us to be mindful of them and to value them. And it's not like we're glorying in the creation itself, but we're just giving glory and praise to God because He's the one that made them. And so, yeah, that's probably my favorite part about cruising around here in the snow.
Oh, Asher, look, this is really cool. Oh, man, this is super cool. Asher and I have been tracking these snowshoe hares for a while now, and they've led us to these bushes. It looks like these little seeds here are food for the snowshoe hares. So they've eaten some and then they've left their droppings. So we've been able to see exactly what the snowshoe hares have done this morning. So what we've learned so far this morning is that 1, it's good to be able to tell fresh tracks from old tracks and which direction the animal is going in. 2, to be able to read tracks so you're aware of what animals are in the area, whether they're deer and rabbits or predators like wolves and mountain lions. 3, to be able to read the tracks, it gives us a better understanding of what the animals are doing so that we can document them, observe their behaviors and their habitat, what they've done, and really that leads us to an appreciation of God's creation, the amazing world that God has made. So if you have learned all these things and can apply them, you're well on your way to being an equipped tracker.
Thanks for watching Trail Hacks. If you guys liked this video, feel free to like and subscribe. And if you're interested in learning more about trail life, head over to their website at traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in learning more about my brothers and I, feel free to head over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com. Thanks, guys.
We thought this ministry first and foremost was to boys, helping them become courageous young men. But the secret for us was that as the dads got together, the dads bonded just as much as the young men did.
It's far more than just something we're doing for our boys. It's actually this incredible place to connect and find that community that we're often looking for as dads. And Trail Life is a place as dads to come alongside one another and say, you know what, you're not in this alone. Let's do this thing together. Let's have some fun while we do it. Let's get outdoors. But while we're at it, let's make friends. Let's have our boys make friends, but let's also be dads in it, in the journey together.
Pastors often we're trying to bring in guys and it seems like we're roping them in and it just doesn't feel like it's working. But I can tell you with Trail Life, guys like adventure just as much as young men.
When you call a man to serve God and he comes awake maybe the first time to who Jesus is in his life and he wants to do something big for God and he shows up at his church and his pastor doesn't quite know what to do with him, you can put an orange vest on and say, here, help us park cars. Well, there's more that man can do. Here's something the pastor can do with him. You can put him with a group of other men and set him in the outdoors and Trail Life leader, and he can impact the next generation, and suddenly men come alive. These ministries that we've been out reaching out to men for years, now we've got something for them to do.
You know, sometimes as pastors, we have to nudge and urge men and they kind of resist us. We have found it the opposite. All we've had to do is almost like throwing gasoline on a fire. Once the woof has happened, they just get lit.
We went through that time in the 80s where we had those accountability groups and you went out to coffee with a guy and you sat across the table. We don't do that very good. We do it side by side. We do it outdoors. We do it turning a wrench. But I'll tell you what, these guys in the outdoors with the boys camping, the boys all bed down and the guys sit around that fire and they talk about the things that we should be talking about. Like, hey, I'm struggling with this in my marriage or this at work or this thing I can't get off my mind, or I saw the way that you treated your son. How did you get a relationship like that with your son? How can I do that? And those are the things we're saying. One of the hidden secrets about Trail Life USA is that we're also a ministry to men.
Men do not form a relationship by communicating. They form a relationship by doing, and then they communicate. Not until I know I can trust you am I really willing to listen to you. And I'm not really willing to trust you because of what you say. I want to see you out there hunting, fishing, skiing. You know, when you have a yard sale and you're skiing and then we get together afterwards and we all make fun of you for having the worst wreck. That's how men form a relationship. We can have lunch for 20 years, once a week for 20 years, we still won't be friends. But I tell you what, you spend 3 days with a guy camping and seeing how he exists under stress. That's how we learn who each other are.
It's that heart of challenging boys and coming alongside them as dads, as fathers in the Lord, as mentors, as men of God, and shaping them and teaching them how to be men who love Jesus. It's also church-based, which means it's ours. It's led and initiated and organized by members of our church family. And so it's going to carry our heart and our vision and our values and DNA.
You know, we consider ourselves an outreach of the church. Another difference between us and Boy Scouts is we just don't meet in the basement of that church. We are a ministry of that local church. We're an extension of that local church, which is why our church partners are vetted to make sure they agree with the values that we hold up.
Finally, it's for fathers and sons. It's that unique opportunity that we get as dads to pour into our boys.
There's InReach. Connecting dads and sons to God in creation, what could be better than that? It's a vital component to developing our member families, which leads us to discipleship. And not just for the boys. Male leaders grow in their walk with Christ, learning to become better husbands and fathers as they lead the truth. This builds the entire family.
Really, this is for the whole family. And I know there's probably some moms here who have boys who don't have a father figure in their lives. And we want you to know this is the perfect place for your boys, and we want them to come. They are absolutely welcome.
Those single moms, they're finding a place in Trail Life. We had a single mom, and she said, well, my husband died 10 years ago and left me with a 2-year-old son. And she said, I cried out to God that he would give my son godly men to show him how to be a godly man. She said, now 10 years later, my son is in Trail Life USA. He's surrounded by godly men who are showing him how to be a man.
And I find that when we see the heavens declare the glory of God, how can we get past that this Creator also is our Redeemer? And there's a real inlet into the heart and soul of people to consider Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior and come to saving faith. And to open new realms to us that we had never seen, that's not in typical church culture, but that has revolutionized and brought us closer to our Redeemer through His creation. And Trail Life has been that blessing to us.
Hey, welcome back to the Trail Life booth here at AmericaFest. And just what I'm looking at is a sea of humanity and cool outfits. We got a sequin lady in a cowboy hat and sequins over here. Man, it is just, this place is impressive. I'm excited about this interview. We've known each other maybe 8 months.
Very short amount of time.
Sean Dickers, lead pastor of Calvary Chapel, White Bear, on the White Bear Lake in Minnesota. Did I get that right?
You got it, all the way from Minnesota.
And it was cool. I was walking in this morning, and you saw me, and you're like, Kelly! And so it was really cool. We got to connect. Also, because you are starting a Trail Life as lead pastor, you've planted the flag and said, this is going to be a ministry of our church.
Yeah.
And you told me you got some great volunteers who are kind of leading the charge there.
We do, and they're looking at it, and a lot of them have sons, but we even have one dad who's got 2 daughters, but he wants to be part of I think he wants future husband to be ready to go at some point. So they're very excited about it. And, and the process has been really easy. So Trail Life, once you put that name out there, they take you step by step right through the process.
Oh, fantastic.
So it's been really nice. And so if there's pastors out there thinking about it, like that's one of the worries for a pastor. How much time is this going to take me to set this up? And at the end of the day, you kind of have your lead person at the church, and they do a lot of it. And then as a pastor, you just need to confirm, yes, this is somebody who goes to my church, and I trust them. I trust them to set this up.
Yeah, fantastic. Tell us give us your vitals, like married, kids, and how long you've been at the church, and and we'll get into some other stuff then. I'm married, 2 kids, grown, homeschooled them all the way through. Really?
It's been kind of fun, but I was a public school teacher, public school principal, worked at the university training teachers in, and that's kind of my background. And we started, the church started as an invitation to my college students. If you want to know what the Bible says,
really,
you can come over to my house on Sunday night. We'll start at Genesis 1. We're in the Psalms right now, 8 years later. A lot of them have grown up, gotten married, had kids, and a number of them have stuck with it. And at some point they were like, this is kind of what we want to keep doing for church. So we went back to the Calvary Chapel group, went through a little bit of a process with my pastor in New Hope, Minnesota, Calvary Chapel, Twin Cities, and had just this great, talking through the doctrine. We want to make sure you're aligned with the doctrine.
That's right.
And then got ordained, and we started doing Sunday mornings. That was 3 years ago. And we have a unique group of people that walk in the door. What they want is Bible study. And they don't need the homilies and they don't need the narratives and the little cute stories. They want to go chapter by chapter through the Bible. And in Minnesota, that's pretty new. And if you're from California or the East Coast, you've seen Calvary Chapels for a while doing that kind of Bible study. But in the Midwest, it's refreshing almost to just go back to the scripture and dig right in.
So Trail Life is in a lot of denominations. So a lot of denominations, as long as they're evangelical, hold to a pretty standard statement of faith. We align enough to be there. But it's really interesting. Our number 2 fastest growing denominations, Calvary Chapel, around the world.
I didn't know that. That's outstanding.
Yeah, so number 2. And by number of actual churches, like the percentage blows everybody else out of the water. And so there's a real cool alignment that happens with kind of our culture and your culture, I think.
Yeah.
And Jack Hibbs is
big advocate.
Big advocate. And so and he's one of the largest Calvary Chapel pastors in the country. A lot of people listen to him, and so he's given us a lot of airtime.
Yeah, good
I think.
for him.
Yeah.
So who's your number 1 denomination?
Southern Baptist.
Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Just raw numbers.
Yeah, raw numbers. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Well, it fits with Calvary Chapel in that the distinctives of Calvary Chapel. One of them is let's keep the big things, and the small things we're okay to disagree with each other on, and let's have debate, let's have discourse around those things. But we're not going to lose unity over the details of baptism.
Yeah, secondary issues are secondary issues.
Right, but we will stand firm on what the Bible says about core doctrines. Jesus died, he rose for your sins. He is the atonement for all sins. You're saved by grace alone. The big things we'll have agreement around, but the little things like, I don't know, I think at our church, we're a very small church at this point, but I think we have most major denominations in Minnesota represented in our church.
Oh, wow.
Because they just want to learn the Bible.
Yeah.
Just let's get back to the core.
There's a hunger for this, right?
There's a hunger.
So Bible sales in the last 10, 15, 20 months, 24 months have just skyrocketed 12-fold.
Right.
Number of Bibles being sold in our country, which is fantastic and awesome. And one of the reasons we've chosen to be at Turning Point USA AmericaFest is because we believe this can't be a microwave moment that happens with culture, embracing masculinity again, embracing Christian values again, that there has to be formation.
Right.
So the microwave without formation is just popcorn.
Yeah, well, like Matthew 28, 19, 18, it's, we're going to make disciples of all men, of all nations. And if you're not and discipleship isn't a one-moment thing or a one-day thing. And that's, I think, and I'm here with Portals, where we're doing K-12 education, but Trail Life gets it in that, it is a relationship with young men all the way through their childhood. And if you're not discipling them, what are we doing with our lives?
That's right.
So you see dads and their hearts are turning back to their children, and the other half of that is then the children's heart returns back to their parents.
Yeah.
If you want to pass your values down to your children, regardless of your denomination, time spent with them is a pretty big part of that equation.
That's right.
And Trail Life gives dads this opportunity to spend time with their kids in meaningful ways, where you do cool things. We'll throw axes together and blow things up. There are a number of ways in which we can spend time together across all different personality types with kids.
Yeah.
And that's part of it. So that discipleship aspect, I see Bible sales increasing. Here's another stat for you. We see at the same time Bible sales are going up, university-aged young men and young women have a decreased interest to go to a traditional church.
Oh, yeah.
And that's interesting. I want to read the Bible, but I'm not interested in what's going on over here.
Right.
And so you see this kind of movement towards alternative, like Orthodox churches.
Or authentic.
Authentic churches. And I think that's what it is, because we've doubled in size since we started every year.
Wow.
Part of that is we want what's real. We're not interested in the religious trappings that are going on.
Yeah.
And that's a major thing. So if discipleship matters, that is in our churches, but it's also in our trail life, after school, weekend kind of things. And I think with Portals, it's also in your day-to-day education.
Yeah, tell me about Portals and why Portals decided to come to this event.
Right. Well, Portals is a product of COVID, really, and some amazing Christian businessmen in Alexandria, Minnesota. They're in a Bible study, and they said, we're complaining about the government schools so much. Why don't we do something about it? And so they went to me, knowing the homeschool world and research and education, and we started to have conversations. They have built this amazing 12,000 lesson plans, all subjects, all grades across the board, so that anybody can start homeschooling, microschooling, hybrid schooling. We've even helped some small Christian schools get up and running. One of the big roadblocks is, well, we don't know how to do it. That's nonsense. If the best person to parent a kid is the parent of the kid.
Yeah,
and so putting that control back in the parent's hands, good things happen universally across the board. So we want to really just give people the equipment to individualized education across the board, and not just Christ-centered education. That's core to what we are. We also want it to be the best set of tools that exists, period.
Awesome.
Because we think there's room to grow in the education
How do
space.
people find Portals?
You can find us at portalsedu.com, or you can come to our table if you're here at TPUSA.
Okay, all right.
Come by, talk to us. My wife is here. She's one of our lesson planners. Phenomenal project-based learning that's going on there.
Fantastic. Why did Portals choose to be at AmericaFest?
Yeah, a lot of the reason is Trail Life. We see Trail Life at all of our homeschool conferences.
Yeah.
And it was one of those things, we talked about it and said, if this movement, this homeschool movement's going to grow, if we're actually going to see a decreased usage of government schools, we have to reach out to new populations.
Government indoctrinational centers. Right.
Yeah, it used to be kind of, they at least pretended to be neutral, but they're not even pretending in Minnesota anymore. It's straight up. So we want to invite in and have as many groups of people as possible at least consider the idea that you as parents can start your own educational program.
Right.
And you don't need the government's permission. You don't need their approval. And the homeschool world is wonderful because 50 years ago they were doing it illegally. So you've got these old guard homeschool people that remember the days, you know? And today's homeschool crowd...
It's way more mainstream now.
It's way more mainstream. The results are in 50 years of data and research, homeschooled kids, but also microschooled, co-opt. They're outperforming the government schools in every area and in every subject. It's not even close. So why don't we bring that to the whole country? Why do we need the government to create a socialized system for education that hyperinflates the cost of it so that we think that we can't do it ourselves, right?
Yeah.
Create certification and training programs where, well, you can't do it if you're not certified. Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Get the right tools, you can do education. It's very easy.
So talk to me. There's this moment of transition that happened in your life from principal, teaching at the college level, inviting in a small group, and then there's this moment where the chain link has to break, the rope has to cut, and you have to say, okay, God's calling me to be a pastor. That's a moment I think every man who's watching this is going to face sometime in their life. Like, this is the decision. Do I believe what I believe?
Right.
Am I going to follow the voice that I hear in my heart?
Right.
The still small voice of the Holy Spirit speaking to me.
Or very loud voices sometimes.
Sometimes, right, yeah.
I think of Moses, when the Lord first approached him, Moses' response was, well, why me? I don't...
I stutter, God.
Not every guy wants to be the center of attention or out in the middle of it or in the mix or
I'm
in
not
the
that
fight.
guy.
Right? I think most good, decent guys would rather lead their families, contribute to their churches, take care of their business. But there is a point at which when cultures start to move, not Christ with culture, but it's Christ against culture.
Yeah.
And when your culture starts to shift away, there is a point like Moses where you're like, why me? At the end of the day, God went to Moses because he's the guy that you are called to take a stand sometimes. So for me, it really hit when, this is before they invented the phrase cancel culture, but I started to run into other professors at the university that wanted nothing to do with even a conversation. It was absolute shutdown culture. And I kind of, being a nice person, I didn't really understand it at first, because I was the professor that actually believes the Bible is true, and I was happy to talk about it with anybody. Like, that's the best part about the Bible, is it's pretty easy to defend. It holds up to pretty intense scrutiny.
Yeah.
So I would love those discussions. I had an open invite with all my students. You have somebody that says there's an error in the Bible, you bring that error to me and let's take a good look at it. And so, I went 3-4 years, and it was, some of the errors are humorous, but the more you say it, the more people believe it.
Right.
But they'll say, oh, there's errors in the Bible. Well, which one? Prove it. Because I'm going to commit my life to this book. I don't have time for a book with errors if I'm going to commit my life to it.
Yeah.
And that was really the switch flipped for me. I realized nobody is going to take a stand for Christ, Christian values, base American values of life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. Well, if we need it in our generation, we need people that are willing to talk about that. And I'm not the best guy to talk about it. I get that. But when you're in Minnesota and you look around, you realize you're the only guy that's ready to talk about it. So I'll admit, I don't have the memory of Charlie Kirk, the enthusiasm and energy of a Ben Shapiro, but I'm willing to talk about it with anybody, anytime, anywhere.
Right.
Let's talk about these topics because we want to commit our life to them.
Always be prepared.
Always be prepared. I got an invitation last week to go into a middle school, a Christian middle school, and they said, we just want to do this thing where we sit you down and all the middle schoolers can grill you with their questions. And I was terrified. But I was like, you can't find anybody else like to do that. And they're like, no, and you're a pastor. If you're a pastor, you should know how to do this. I went in and I got to tell you, the Lord gives you the words to say in the moment that you need them.
Man,
and there
so
wasn't
true.
a question. We went an hour and a half. We filled our time. And then the teacher said, okay, I know some of you guys need to get to your study and your projects that you're working on, because this was a Portal school. They're all using Portal. And they're like, I know some of you got to get to your projects, but if some of you really have spiritual questions you want answered, you want to stick around. We went another hour and a half after that.
Wow.
It was amazing. And you should, if you get the opportunity, Kelly, do it. Don't be scared of it. Don't think that you're not going to have the right things to say at the right time. And you always have the answer of, I'll look into that and I'll get back to you.
Yeah.
And so I started to learn I don't have to sit in the corner. I can actually get out and start talking about my faith boldly. I like your hat, by the way. The
Bold Faith one?
Bold Faith hat. That's a good hat.
Yeah, that was a gift today.
Yeah, that's a good hat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it.
It resonates.
So we're in this moment where Christianity's kind of back on the forefront. The blood of martyrs is the seed of the church, right? And there are people who are probably opposed to us being here, and probably opposed to you being here, because they in their mindset they don't see the martyrdom in Charlie Kirk's death.
Yeah.
They see a political figure on the right got murdered, which they also think is terrible.
Yeah.
But they don't see the martyrdom in that.
Yeah.
And so this moment is, we see culture embracing. And I think there's a call to churches, to organizations like ours. We're not a parachurch ministry.
Right.
I think I told you that the first time we met, right?
Yeah.
We're not a parachurch ministry, but we are ministers each in what we've been called to do.
Right.
And we do represent ministries all over the world. If we're not here to speak to this culture and be available to disciple, as the church is embracing Christianity, masculinity, true femininity again, then we're missing what we've actually been called to do in a real sense.
Right.
Like missing the point. And so that moment, that weekend, that's first Sunday after Charlie, I'm going to ask this question as a pastor.
Yeah.
Churches all across the country saw more men show up that Sunday. Holy cow, we got 25% more dudes here.
Yeah, where'd they all come from?
And there were so many pastors, out of lack of awareness, lack of courage, or the lack of boldness, didn't address. And a lot of these guys who showed up in church that Sunday were hurting. Like, I was emotionally broke over this for, like, it was
a blow.
I was on the struggle bus.
Right, yeah.
How did you address it in your church?
Yeah.
What have you seen come out of it?
Right.
Talk to me about how what you've seen in the men, the young boys, out of this movement.
Yeah, good question. How do you deal with that is one of the first things as a pastor is like, what am I going to do with this? I know I got guys coming in, they're hurting, like you said. We do it, honestly, our focus as a church is we're going to work through the Bible no matter what. So the troubles of this world that are outside those doors, we're going to leave them outside those doors for Sunday morning, but then we need to go back into that storm. And if you don't get your heart to a point where you've settled that storm, and I don't think we can do that, there's a supernatural element to where the turmoils of the world will overwhelm you.
Right.
Unless you have something that can say, peace, be still. So in our church, I just kind of started out before I started the sermon. I said, look, a lot of you guys know this situation. Charlie Kirk was assassinated. I know a lot of you guys are hurting about that. But the response to that isn't mourning for a season. The response to that is commit yourself to the Word of God for the rest of your life. So we're going to start with that this Sunday morning. We're going to dig into this chapter. We're going to leave here knowing it better than when we walked in the door. And that's your response to the world. They press in on your leaders. They take out and kill your leaders. That doesn't work with Christians because we've already given up our lives. I don't think it works with Charlie Kirk. I think that's where Erica can mourn and then move on. It's where Turning Point doesn't stop, it triples in size.
Right.
The reason for that is if you're a committed Christian, you've already considered, counted the cost, you've added it up. My life is forfeit because he gave his life for me. The only manly thing to do is give him my loyalty. All in. And so we have that. That's our podcast. It's all in gospel. It's all of our Bible studies kicking out. But that's the only response there is.
Yeah.
And so instead of, well, and here's the other thing. I think a number of churches, if you didn't address it, you didn't talk about it, you're saying you don't care. Or you're saying we're somehow above that fray, that we're separated from that culture, that we don't live within a context.
That is such a horrible,
but
it's true.
It's the wrong response. So we didn't spend a lot of time on it, but address it, note it, and then give people direction, which is what they're looking for. And for the new guys that show up at church, churches have been overly feminized. Some of them have. You come in, give us your money, walk out the door, and we're all good because all we really want from you is your money. And that's sad. Church is saying, you come in, we'll disciple you, we'll train you, we'll equip you, we'll get you connected with the Trail Life group. We're going to plug you in and get you going so that your life has the meaning that God wanted it to have.
Yeah.
So salvation, saying a prayer, understanding it intellectually, that's the first battle, but it has to become your lifestyle. We're here to follow a way, not a religion. And so that changes the tone when you're a Christian as to how you handle things like that.
So organizations like our predecessor are kind of the canaries in the coal mine, right? They have not a pseudo, but somewhat of a faith covering in there, and they're the first ones to quote unquote go apostate, right? They're the canaries in the coal mine of what we've seen culture.
Right.
And it's so interesting that was happening 2013, 2014. And then we roll into 2016, 2017, 2018, and we've seen the apostasy of the church happen. And you touched on something a second ago, which I think is really important. And one of the things I think Trail Life helps men flesh out, and that is the apostate issues all come from the lack of surrender. Like whether we're talking about the trans debate, the homosexual debate, I don't want to give my life fully to this Jesus.
Yeah.
Right? Or they have a completely different Jesus that's not represented in the Bible.
Their Jesus isn't worthy of their life.
But they're not picking up the cross. They're not dying to themselves and living for Him.
The amazing thing is you do pick up the cross, which can be terrifying when you first kind of think or consider that decision. But once you do it, you realize you get way more back than what you started with. I would go a step further. I think when you see these institutional organizations get taken over, we've seen that in public education now over the last 80 years. The reason that happens is because there is an intent by people with their own motives, their own agenda to get on your board, to get in your decision-making power, to affect your CEO and as institutions move on, you lose the courage to say no to those people.
Wow.
This is our vision. This is our courage. We're not going to bend on this. We're not going to let you in just because you think you ought to be in. And I think that's where, your predecessor had that issue. I think the American government schools used to have the Ten Commandments hanging on the wall.
That's right.
Now it's just Texas having to pass a law to reinstitute that. When you abandon God, you abandon education. Why are we here? Why are we learning this?
Yeah.
And you don't have an answer as a secularist. You really don't.
No.
So why can't I just be ignorant the rest of my life? Well, as a secularist, okay, I guess there's no meaning to start with, so why build yourself into
And that's exactly where the world system wants us.
Right.
It wants us to keep us on, you can have your church thing, but keep it on Sunday morning, right?
Yeah, keep it into your world. And the weird thing is every religion is welcomed into the secular environment except for Christianity and really Judaism too.
Right.
Because they're worshiping a real God with real power.
Yeah.
But if you want to teach all the Greek gods, you can go ahead and do that. If you want to teach Mayan spells, you can teach that as poet. Like everything's welcome except for a true and living faith. So yeah, keep separation of church and state around every religion. And hey, as a public school teacher for years, I was okay with that. I don't need to proselytize to my middle schoolers. I can teach geography without doing that. But then year after year, you start to realize, am I the only teacher left that's trying to not give my religion? Because these people seem to have no barriers around that.
Right.
You keep your religion to yourself, but we're going to tell our socialist, neo-liberal religion to these kids, and we're going to push it down their throat.
You make a good distinction that it's not personal beliefs. Like I have right to share my personal beliefs in the school.
Right.
That's what the world would tell you. All the rest of the teachers, all of the rest of the institutions are just No, that's their religion.
Right.
That's their core worldview belief system.
Right.
That they're espousing, and it is the same as a Muslim trying to share their faith. It's to take you away from Yahweh,
right,
the true God. Right.
Yeah. That's the goal.
Yeah.
Awesome. And if everyone else is ready to teach their religion, then you have to ask, well, why is the Christian community so meek and so timid around something that means so much to us, and it's so powerful? So enough of that. It's time to talk about our faith. It's time to train up young men to be ready to be courageous. And part of courage is I've already sacrificed my life, so I got nothing to fear. There's nothing left you can do to me because I'm not worried about the accolades of humanity. So you want to call me names, pick a fault. There's a great courage that comes from that, but it's not a secret sauce or a personality type. It is a decision that you make before the problem ever happens.
And it's not just that I'm already dead.
Right.
Right. It is also that what awaits is so much better. Right?
I am alive in Christ.
That's right.
I've died to myself, less of me, more of Christ.
And absent from the body is to be present
with the Lord. I'm good to go.
Yeah.
I have no fear in that area. So on the other hand, I'm not out looking to be, the security here at this event was incredible.
It was overwhelming.
It's sad that we have to do that, but I'm okay, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's do that because we're not going to stop. We're going to continue to meet. We're going to continue to talk about it. And at the very least, as for me and my house, we're going to follow the Lord. That's how we're going to run.
Yeah.
And so the more households that have made that decision, the more this culture and our nation is protected and guarded against people that are perfectly ready to undermine what we're doing here.
Well, that's the starting point. I think there's this interesting, it's not a dichotomy, but these two truths that we got to hold in balance with one another. We juggle them as dad, as mom, with our family. The starting point is, as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord, right? But this other side of the coin is, and we're called to be in culture.
Yeah.
We're called to bring the message. If we're not making disciples, like you said a second ago, what the heck are we doing?
Right. The real solution is in the hearts and minds of humanity. If hearts and minds don't change, if there's no repentance, you won't change that culture.
Yeah.
You're giving the culture over. So it is okay for a dad, if you're in a restaurant and they start playing music that isn't really healthy for you, it is okay to go up to the owner and say, I'd like you to change that song if possible. I don't need my kids hearing that. So culture's set by those that are bold enough to demand an environment that they want.
Say that again. That's good.
Culture is established by those that are bold enough to explain or to clarify their expectations to the people around them.
Man, that is
Please don't cut in line. We stand in lines here in this country.
Right.
But you don't want the friction, right? There's that part of you that you just don't want to get into it with people. Yeah. On the other hand, we're taught that to be truthful and to have grace and love alongside of it. Well, now I can explain what I expect, and I can do it with love, because my heart really is that they're part of a community where we live together and work together.
There's another tension that we hold this balance on, and you just kind of touched it a little bit. And I think we have the pendulum in the Christian church, modern Christian church, has swung way too far to the God is love side of things. That is a truth.
That is true.
That it's 1 John, right?
Yeah.
The God is love, right?
Yeah.
It's a truth that we have to embody, we have to live.
Yeah.
But there's also the other side. Jesus said, I didn't come to bring peace, but to bring a sword, right?
Yeah.
And so these two things that we do. How do you teach that with your congregants?
We just got done with 1 John, so God is love, but really they initially started doing that because they were trying to engage with Christians. Now it's love is love, which is a fallacy in any logic. You're self-defining. It doesn't work anymore. If God defines what is right and wrong, and He is the embodiment of love, we as humanity don't get to choose what is loving.
Yeah.
Loving is to share with and disciple people under God's law and what God said is right and wrong. So take a loving father, right? We're talking about fathering. Does a loving father let their child go off and do things that are self-destructive and horrible and harmful to others, or even just rude? You know, if I see my kid being rude or disturbing someone's meal at a restaurant, a loving father steps in and says, yeah, knock it off.
Yeah.
But that has nothing to do with my love for my child. In fact, it's an expression of my love for my child.
Oh, that's good.
Because if God is love, then God's law, be kind to one another, actually is to be implemented. But if I see my child choosing a lifestyle or going in a direction that will destroy them and ultimately make them be contrary to God's law, I am not loving my child if I don't do everything I can do to take that sheep and bring them back into the fold.
Man.
So when the world, essentially when they say love is love, it's, well, they want us to accept how they've defined love. I'm sorry, that's not my definition that I'm going to operate with.
Right.
God's defined what love is, and he's made it very clear. You can go to Corinthians and get full descriptions. You can go to Ephesians and get a nice description. But he gives us this great image of a husband and wife, right? In a proper, healthy husband and wife relationship, we'll do anything for each other. You know, if I'm in love with a young lady, a lot of college students here, if you're in love with a young lady, if you're in love, right? And there's a lot of, you guys there should be a pairing up thing. Like, here's your date cycle at Turning Point USA. But if you find somebody you love,
speed dating at Turning Point
USA. You will drive across the country to go see them. You will be on the email texting. My son, his fiance was doing missionary work in Cambodia. They were on every night.
Yeah.
He would get up early and she would stay up late so that they could be together. But look at how we express that with our Lord and our Maker.
Yeah.
Right? And God's like, boy, some people are going to get to the judgment seat and God's going to say, I never knew you.
Yeah.
Like, we never hung out. So if you love someone, you'll do anything to spend time with them, connect with them, be with them. So that's the answer to your question. How do I express God is love over, say, love is love nonsense, and still be a truthful person with somebody and be loving at the same time? The same way I love my kids, the same way I love my wife. We practice it in the home so that we can do it in the world. Wow. We practice it at church so we can go out on Monday morning and be that person.
That's really good.
I remember one sales guy talked to me because he's really good. Like, he wasn't the high pressure, annoying salesperson. He's really nice. I'm like, how do you do it? And he goes, I just pretend in my head, everybody I talk to, even the men, I just think of them as my mother. So I'll say, Mom, you don't want that couch. You want this couch over here. Let me tell you why. And just the way his disposition was all in his framing and how he set it up. But I think when we go out in the world, we're not being hateful when we tell people what God's law is or what his commandments are. That's not hate. That's actually love. I'm the only guy that'll tell you that you're on your way to hell. I'm the only guy that'll tell you that I want you to be over here with me.
Yeah.
But that has to go with a willingness to bring people into our communities that maybe don't look like us, act like us. There has to be a grace tolerance sometimes with the new believers. Like, we'll put up with the new believers, but when we see growth and they're taking the right steps, amazing. So it has a lot to do with, we can't just complain about a social issue. We have to actually bring those people and work and disciple them over the long term.
That's awesome. That's awesome. All right, 60 seconds. And you got a big crowd here. And the camera that you're looking into is right there.
This one right here.
Yeah, 60 seconds. So you're a pastor who's just chosen, you're on that new walk into trail life. I want you to speak to the pastor's heart. 60 seconds.
Yeah.
Anything you want to say to that pastor's heart. Not about trail life, not about Calvary Chapel.
Right.
Just what would you tell all the pastors out there on any subject?
Wow, all the pastors out there, and who am I to say anything to them? In the church, here's my 60 seconds. We have to get back to the Word of God. We have to. And I don't even care if you're in a denomination where you're told what to say on a Sunday morning. Abandon it. Take up your own book and start reading it for yourself, studying it and teaching it to people. That's the core of any revival, any movement. It's not just a bunch of emotional people after a concert. It has to be people that get back into the Word so they can live what they read. And that's been historically the only thing that changes cultures and transforms cultures. But here's the encouraging thing. That's always been the thing that changes cultures.
That's right.
It's always been the heart of the matter. And I think that's where Trail Life saying, let's be bold about our faith, or Portals Education, we're going to have Christ-centered education tools ready to go. All of it has to do with a return to the Word, return to Scripture, and let God do the work on people's hearts.
Fantastic. Good job. We got a gift over here for you.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. And he's going to count us down. We'll be right back in just a few minutes with some more interviews.
as trailmen, you guys are going to find yourselves out in the wild quite a bit of the time. And so it's really important that you guys know a couple of the basic and efficient methods of finding food. So today my brothers and I are going to walk you through a couple of those methods. And by the end, you guys should have a really good understanding of how to kind of improv, catch some food if you're ever in a survival situation. You guys are watching Trail Hacks. We're all out here and we're all gonna try to catch food in a different way. So Morgan and Hudson, they went into the woods. Morgan's gonna be making some homemade snares. Hudson's gonna show you guys how to make a slingshot. And I'm still here on the beach and I'm gonna try to catch some fish, but I didn't bring a fish hook with me. So I'm gonna have to jerry-rig some fish hooks based on what's around me. It's gonna be really fun. It's gonna be a challenge. Let's see if I can do it. Already seeing some junk, which is unfortunate because it's plastic and stuff. I'm gonna take this back with me though and throw it away when I get back home because this is just junk and it's here on the beach. So what I'm really looking for is something sharp, probably metal, something that I can use to make a fish hook out of. So let's just kind of stroll the beach here and see what we find. I'm just wading through the tall grass here. Sometimes trash gets caught in between the reeds. Gotta be careful because they're super pokey. Okay, here we go. Yep, I found something. Oh my goodness, guys, this is perfect. This is just what I was looking for. All right, all I need is the tab. So I'm gonna take this off. And then I'm just gonna take the rest of this and throw it away with the other stuff. This is what we're after though, perfect. All right, I found some shade. It's always nice to get out of the sun when you're working. And I have my, my fishing pliers here, and so now I'm gonna show you guys how to turn this into a world-class hook. Basically, I'm gonna make a cut right down here, which is gonna be the tip of the hook. And then the hook is gonna circle like a normal hook all the way up to around here. And then I'm gonna cut this part off right here, and that's where we're gonna tie the rope on. And then bring the pliers in, and I'm gonna cut it right there. There we go. So even from that one cut, it's amazing how much it looks like a hook now. And that little barb right there is kind of like the barb on a normal hook, and that's what's gonna get caught in the fish's mouth. Next, I'm gonna make a cut right there. There we go, cut 2. So you guys should be able to see the hook forming now. Now I just need to take out this middle part, and we'll be almost done. It's pretty cool because technically speaking, this is just a little piece of trash that we found on the beach, but man, in the right hands, you can mold it into something that's actually really useful and can serve a really great purpose. And to me, that's such a cool reminder of what Christ does in our lives, because, man, we're sinners, guys, and we don't bring anything to the table. Christ says, apart from me, you can't do nothing. And that's so true, guys. We're hopeless without the Lord. But he takes us in our broken state, and in his hands, he can mold us, sanctify us, and cause us to be beautiful in his sight, to look like Christ. And then we can be used for his great purposes, for awesome things, right? And so that's cool. And so even little fish hook like this can remind us of a cooler purpose and how God uses us for his mission. So there we have it, guys. One bottle cap hook made off of a strap of trash on the beach, and it's nice and sharp. That can easily pierce a fish's mouth. That's pretty cool. So I made my hook, and now I just have to find some bait and go ahead and start fishing. Guys, thanks so much for watching the video. Feel free to like and subscribe. And if you're interested in learning more about Trail Life USA or becoming part of a troop, head over to their website, traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in learning more about the Wild Brothers and some of our adventures, head over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com. Thanks for watching, guys. See ya.
Today, Asher and I are on our cross-country skis going on an adventure, and we're going to be talking about how to stay hydrated out in the cold, because we're surrounded by water if you just know how to use it. You guys are watching Trail Hacks. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Asher and I are on an adventure, cross-country skiing. We're heading that way into the mountains. So much fun, but I'm still getting the hang of it. When you're out in the snow, it's really easy to get dehydrated because it's so cold out and your body's cold and you don't feel thirsty. But man, your body still uses up all that liquid, and so it's really easy to get dehydrated. But actually, man, we're surrounded by water if we just know how to use it. So today, I'm gonna be showing you guys
how to use snow as a water source so you can keep yourself hydrated on adventures out in the cold. So here we have some amazing water that has been frozen into snow. But you don't want to just eat it like this. It's fine if you're just around the house having fun eating snow, but this is actually going to cool off your body temperature on the inside, and it's going to make your body work really hard to try to warm you up again. And so when you're out on an adventure, that's the last thing you want to do because hypothermia can set in. So you want to try to melt the snow. And an easy way to do that is just to fill your water bottle full of snow and stick it somewhere close to your body. This isn't fresh snow, and so there's a kind of layer of debris on the top of it. It's kind of dirty. I don't want to drink that. So I'm going to dig down until I find some clean white snow, and that's what I'm going to use to put my water bottle. I grew up in Southeast Asia, right on the equator, where there is zero snow. And so I've just been amazed up here in this winter wonderland to see how beautiful and white and pure it is. And it's amazing because the scriptures talks about snow and uses it as an image to talk about something that's just pure and white and untouched and sinless. But as people, man, we know that we're the opposite of that. We're sinful and we do wrong things, and in God's sight, man, we're soiled. But the great hope of the gospel is that Christ has made a way for us to become clean again. And through his sacrifice on the cross, it's like he took the punishment we deserve and he paid the debt that we have against God. And so for those who believe in Christ and trust in him, he makes them white as snow again. And it's like he washes them from all their sins and all the wrong things that they've done until they're just like this beautiful snow again. And so it's a cool reminder whenever we see snow to think about what Christ has done for people to be made clean again. All right, that's about enough snow. My water bottle's filled up. Now I'm gonna stick this next to my body, and hopefully in about a half hour of hard work, if my body's heating up, it'll turn the snow into nice, cool water. Here we go. Whew. Guys, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed, like and subscribe below. And if you're interested in joining a Trail Life troop, head over to traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in seeing more adventures of my brothers and I, go over to wildbrothersproductions.com.
Stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas.
I started Trail Life looking for an alternative outdoor program for my boys. Never expected it to end up being like a band of brothers for us. Iron sharpens iron. I needed it just as much as my boys needed it. You did. And then I find these knuckleheads, so that's all right.
So I'm brand new to this. We just started our troop last year, but the amount of resources and the amount of stories and the support that I've gotten from this brotherhood and this program has been phenomenal. I feel like I'm able to do things that I wouldn't normally be able to do without this kind of support. I'm able to lead by example, and the thing that I want most for my son is to be strong and courageous, and I can't think of a better way to do that than to do something that I'm uncomfortable with myself. And so I'm trying to lead by example, and these guys are helping me. Michael.
I love Trail Life, got my boys into it, and actually found a home here for myself as well. Met some great men. No matter where you go, it always feels like you're at home. You're already family.
I retired after many years in the military, and there was a brotherhood there, and I didn't know where I was going to find that. And I thank God every day that He's given us something like this to cherish together. The other thing I'm able to do as well is to help brothers in their battles, pray for them and fellowship, and even be there for them when they really, really need somebody. I would go to battle with these guys any day.
I joined Trail Life back in 2019. My son was looking for that outdoor adventure. He wanted to go fishing specifically. Here I am, 4 years later. He's having fun with the troop. At first, I thought, oh, great, we're going to be part of this troop. I'm part of a region. I can go up to North Texas. I can go up to Oklahoma. I can go up to New Mexico. I have brothers. I have brethren I can call upon, someone I can text, someone I can get together. And it's a family reunion whenever we are together, and that's Trail Life. And the ministry I have, boom, just the biblical conversations on the drive here for 15 hours, 15 hours of biblical conversation and just how to get out in the outdoors and improve the program. It's real. It's something we care about. It's where we are. It's our heart.
I'm a chaplain, retired Army chaplain, and I was out of the military for 5 years. I was in a funk for several years, just needing to find where God would lead me to the next group, and God brought Trail Life into my life. It was opportunity to hear Mark Hancock on American Family Radio My wife happened to be in the truck with me that day, and she said, Doug, that's where you need to be. And I tell you, seeing an organization that has their commander as Jesus is just a rewarding thing for all of us, man. And I love being a part of this group. I love these men. They're godly men. And if you're in the time in your life that you need to change, this is an opportunity for you to get into a ministry that loves Jesus. God bless you.
Hey guys, Hudson here. While the boys are off working hard in the sun, making snares and fish hooks and whatnot, I'm gonna be just relaxing, chilling here in the shade, making my own homemade slingshot. You're watching Trail Hacks.
All right. Well, welcome back. We are live once again. Hopefully you've enjoyed the different interviews and conversations that we have been having with really just a wide spectrum of those who are super passionate about boyhood masculinity, are passionate about Christ, and so I'm really excited that Bill and Michael Federer have joined us, and so we just met, and I am really looking forward to our conversation together. And so I'm going to go ahead and just kind of tee you up, talk a little bit about who you are, so our audience can have a little bit of context, and then we'll dive into some really good topics.
Oh, thank you so much. It's great to be here with you. I'll introduce my father here. This is Dr. Bill Federer, and he's been writing books and teaching history for over 30 years. He's got about 30 books, so we're at about a book a year right now.
Wow.
The America's God and Country Encyclopedia of Quotations is used regularly on the floor of Congress and was recently cited in a Supreme Court decision. So basically our mission is to we understand that the most important thing is to bring people to truth and to Christ, and the second most important thing is to preserve the freedom to do the most important thing. Now, if you follow that thought process a little bit, you're going to quickly arrive at the need for masculine men and healthy masculinity. And now my father is an Eagle Scout. He was an athlete, a wrestler. Today he's more of an author. But I want him to do a lot of the heavy lifting in this conversation, because he can speak to what a Boy Scout used to be and what trail life is offering everyone right now.
Can I tell you something that's really cool, Michael, is the fact that you're a father and son. When I think, just real quick, when I think about fatherlessness in our country, we talk about one problem that needs to get solved, yet here you are as a father and son. I think that in and of itself speaks volumes. And so I just think that's just really cool and neat, because many of us don't necessarily have the benefit and the privilege of that. And so I think that's just really cool. And you get to introduce your dad.
Well, he's been patient with me. I was the guy behind the scenes for a long time, but you'll hear and see a lot more from me soon. So
that's great.
Yeah, he's as genuine and humble as they are, and I decided, you know what? So I was a health and wellness director at this point, and I was writing programs for over 20 gyms, and then COVID hits, and just like that, they're all closed. Now, when your father's a historian, you know the bigger picture, and I say, if we're not open in 2 weeks, it's I'm going to go fight the bigger battle. So I returned to ministry with my father.
That's
and
awesome.
Thought it would be an acute chapter of my life, but we're picking up steam. So so anyway, Pop, what do you have to say today?
I love that.
Yeah, well, I'm very proud of my son, and he is an athlete. He ran track and football, and we actually finished a book together. It's called Courageous Christianity, and it goes through the Second Great Awakening revival, and they had a muscular Christianity movement. That was literally the name of the movement. It's called Muscular Christianity. And you want to jump in?
Yeah. So the book starts with Charles Finney, who was a lawyer turned preacher, and he would preach like a lawyer. He would build a case for God and then ask you to make a decision. So he's accredited with, the first altar calls.
Right.
Come serve the Lord openly. But anyway, that's just the beginning of the story. It starts there. You could start with several of these revivalist preachers, but what you see is that you see all the way across the pond, you find that George Williams picks up these sermons from Charles Finney, and he's inspired. He says there's got to be more than bars and brothels.
He's 22 years old.
Right.
Yeah. And England is having an industrial revolution. Population of London increases 8-fold in 10 years. People are leaving the farms, and the city's filled with prostitutes and drug and gangs and pickpockets. And he says there has to be a place where young men can go to escape the temptations of the street and pray and read the Bible and exercise.
Yeah. And so me having a background, I started personal training at 19, and you really learn the need for young men to understand what brotherhood, camaraderie, just competition, and so in the gym, it's very typical to see someone come in and they're timid, they don't make eye contact, and then a few weeks in, they're walking a little more upright, and then soon they're making eye contact, and then they shake your hand, and then the real payoff is when you see someone else come in, just like they were a month or two before, and that young person then says, hey, let me show you how this works. But what you find is that when you take care of your body, mind, and spirit, that spills into your heart posture about how you're going to work with other people. But the Courageous Christianity, it was a movement that kind of reminded people that by taking care of your whole self, you invite this cascade of benefits into your life. So the book kind of follows all these figures that embody this message. And it does have some fun Easter eggs in it, such as the invention of basketball. James Naismith at the YMCA invents basketball, and then 4 years later they say we need another sport a little more friendly for indoors or for different age groups. Volleyball is invented, but all these things come out of the desire to minister to other people.
Yeah, basketball was actually a witnessing tool. So you had, it was wintertime, Massachusetts, YMCA headquarters, and James Gulick, who's the one who invented the spirit, mind, and body triangle, he tells James Naismith, can you come up with an exercise a little more interesting than jumping jacks? And so he tacks a couple peach baskets on the walls. They take a soccer ball and they throw it in. Then they get a ladder and pull it out. Then the bottom falls out of the basket. And then they end up having tackling each other. So he writes the 13 rules of basketball, and then they print it in the YMCA newsletter. Next year it goes international. And they're using it in China and India and the Philippines. And it's the best witnessing tool. So you're going to witness the gospel in China. Well, good luck. How hard? Right. But then if you just play basketball and the kids see it, hey, you want to come over? Let me show you how to play. And so they become friends. And then you get winded. You sit down. Somebody opens up a Bible. And so basketball was basically invented as a witnessing tool.
I love that.
It's a fun. Well, it's one of the most popular sports today. Right. And my hopes in telling that story is that, guys will be sitting around watching the NBA playoffs and say, hey, did you know basketball was invented at a YMCA as a tool for ministry? And remind people that a lot of good comes out of the desire to minister to others. And
yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, we could talk about that for a long time.
So the book is Courageous Christianity.
Yes, sir.
And is that out?
Yeah.
Currently out?
Yeah,
right?
It is.
So you can find it at any major Amazon or...
Correct.
Yeah?
Yeah, my father's written over 30 books, and AmericanMinute.com, you can find all of them, but of course they're listed on other places like Amazon, etc. So.
That's awesome. Now, I remember when I was in college, I remember reading about the muscular Christian movement. There wasn't a lot of literature, but if I remember correctly, the YMCA, but my understanding was when that kind of broke out in the UK, that it was in some ways in a response to feminism. Do I understand that correctly, that there was a real movement around kind of this idea of feminism within the UK, that this muscular Christian, now I could be I could be remembering that wrong.
Well, the first mention of the word muscular Christianity was Thomas Arnold was the head of a school in a town in England, and the name of the town is Rugby.
Okay.
Rugby, England. And every boy that lived in sight of the tower got free tuition. It was a public school. And the boys would fight. And so Thomas Arnold came up with a way of fighting with rules. And he invented a game that got named after the school, and so the game of rugby.
The game of rugby.
Right, and so you would have a huddle of guys, and they would call it a scrummage or a scrum, and it would move down the field, and they would tackle each other and beat each other up, but it was with rules, right? And so he's the first one that used the term muscular Christianity. Well, then it was taken over to America, and the different coaches that were, YMCA instructors as well, they said, okay, let's take the scrum and turn it into a line of scrimmage. And we'll move it down. We'll have a huddle, but we'll move down the field incrementally in plays. And then you had the YMCA. James Naismith invented the first leather helmet because they would be bashing their heads out. And
But to answer your question, there was an error like that, and masculinity seems to be challenged often. And it's the understanding that we all know that, strong individuals create good times, prosperous times create relaxed people, and those relaxed people allow times to get tumultuous again. So you need masculine men. So essentially, if anyone ever wants to take over a nation, so one thing that we're gonna sidebar this, please. But one thing I talk about often is socialism. I teach a lot on that, and it sells really well. Hey, free stuff, equality. But when you look at the history of it, it is not what it's built up to be. So post World War II, warfare changes. They say, look, you can't defeat the United States on the battlefield. You need to rot that apple through the inside. Enter the long march through the institution, as Antonio Gramsci would call it. But basically, in 1984, a gentleman named Yuri Bezmenov goes on G. Edward Griffin's show, and he does an interview that's now quite famous, but he lists, this is what people are going to do in your country.
He's a KGB defector.
Right.
Thank you, KGB defector. But he tells, this is what we've been doing in your country and across the globe. But what is it? It's demoralize, destabilize, crisis, and then a period of normalization. So that demoralization, typically that happens, you have to get the men demoralized first. So anytime there's an attempt to move a country from something of freedom in the hands of the people to concentrated power, throughout history, kings, pharaohs, sultans, kaisers, caliphs, what we have here is very rare. But anytime someone wants to inject that into a nation, they're going to attack masculinity first.
Well, and at some level, by attacking that, you're attacking the family, correct?
Yes.
Because, if you're demoralizing, and I would be careful with this, the head of the household, but if you're attacking that position and undermining that position, it's going to have tremendous impact on marriage and family. And again, all of the statistics that go along with poverty and, divorce and all of that. But you're right, that central focal point will be the man.
If you can break up the nuclear family, then everything else becomes a lot easier. It moves a lot faster.
Yeah, so our website's AmericaMinute.com, and the new book is called Courageous Christianity. For 10 years, I knew Charlie Kirk. When I first met him in 2014, he was the warm-up speaker for me in Robinson, Illinois, at a civic center with a couple hundred people. 19 years old, right?
Right.
4 days before he was shot, I was the warm-up speaker for him in Seoul, Korea. Right, and from 19 years old on, but he would contact me with questions about history.
Yeah,
and so I would feed him different stuff, and he'd text me scriptures back. But one of the stories we talk about
all the time, he would receive a text message, and Charlie was always quick to the point. Hey, interview coming up, history of this. and so I grew to look at him as
points, right?
A colleague and a brother of sorts.
That's awesome.
But one of the books is Socialism: The Real History from Plato to the Present, and in there we quote J.D. Unwin. J.D. Unwin was an anthropologist in London, wrote a book in 1934 called Sex and Culture. And he said civilizations go through 4 stages. A period of pain and poverty, and then so a culture comes out of war, comes out of famine. Israel comes out of slavery. They come out of this pain and poverty, and then they work hard and get productive. And then they work together and they get patriotic. And then they finally achieve prosperity. Then they want to enjoy prosperity, and they get promiscuous and lustful and indulgent and lazy and weak. and then they get conquered by the next rising civilization. It's a cycle. Right. He even called it a sexual marketplace. He says when women as a group say nothing happens unless there's a commitment, well, the guys make the commitment and then go out and work hard to provide for their wife, and then something else happens, children appear, and the guy gets protective.
Right.
And when all the men of the country are productive and protective of their wives and children, rising water floats all boats. The whole country gets productive, protective, creative, innovative, expansionistic, even militaristic. But when the women as a group say there does not need to be a commitment, well, water seeks its own level. You have a bunch of guys getting a little lazy and pleasure-focused and selfish and, immoral, and there's going to be fewer kids born, and the ones that are born aren't going to have the dad around, and it's going to weaken the whole society.
Yeah.
And when it gets weakened enough, they get conquered by the next rising civilization. And J.D. Unwin said it's irreversible. He studies 5,000 years of history, 80 civilizations, and he always sees that sexual promiscuity always precedes the collapse of a civilization. Romans, Greeks, Assyrians, Babylonians, and so we're faced at this place in America where we've seen this. Why does he say it's irreversible? Because human nature wants the pleasure. Now, we're a little different than those other civilizations because we have a big magnet in the sky called God, and we're going to be moral because we're accountable to God. So we need a religious revival to draw people back to their awareness of God, and then that God loves you, but he has rules, and we break the rules from time to time, but then Jesus died on the cross to pay for the sins. But this idea that there's a just God that we're accountable to provides the ability not to yield to the promiscuousness.
Well, and I would say, and I would add to that. I mean, I think where we find ourselves. I think about Charlie and why we're here, and the platform that he created. Part of why we're here, and I believe he embodied that, was like, this isn't something you microwave. This isn't something, there's no quick fix to this. This requires a ton of intentionality and formality around the inner life, the character. What are those foundational pillars, which is a huge part of trail life for us.
Yeah.
This is about fathers and their role, vital role, in terms of modeling this in their own sons and their daughters, and the vital role they play in that. I mean, that is foundational, and it reminds me of the passage in the Old Testament where, but as for me and my house, we also serve the Lord, regardless of what culture is doing. And I think that's what Charlie embraced. Like, as for me and my house with Erica and their kids, like you got to see this model in front of everyone.
I like that word that you just used, model. And I would love for my father to talk about his relation to trail life and its origins. But before I get to that, we're here at AmericaFest. This is the largest attended AmericaFest yet. So prior to the election, that was packed.
Right.
This is even, there are more people here than prior to the election. Now, one thing that warmed my heart, and that I pray it warms your audience's heart, is that while we were in South Korea, we were there for about 11 days with Pastor Rob McCoy and Pastor Sohn, who is still in prison. Please look this up. We finally got some traction on this story, but we need some attention on South Korea. But we are there at the behest of Mina Kim. She's the founder of Build Up Korea. And Build Up Korea is, so you walk into the event, right? And it looks just like an AmericaFest. It's, big, bright lights. And she says, Charlie was who I modeled it after. And so Charlie gets in and he's getting ready to speak, and he'd been flying for 15 hours. So they say, hey, keep Charlie talking so he doesn't get tired. And so anyway, we're talking, and we're in the back room, and he's getting ready to go speak, and he's watching the speaker before him walk out, and he sees the loud introduction, the bright lights, and the fireworks. He goes, "This is so cool," and he takes out his phone and he starts to record it. And at the moment, it didn't seem too significant to me, but looking back, you see that, yes, he played a pivotal role in a crucial election here in the United States, but he did so much more than that. Right. He became the model, the blueprint for how to connect faith to stewardship of your nation, faith to stewardship of your family, your community, and your nation.
Yeah, totally agree.
So,
absolutely agree. That's really well said.
I'm glad that he got to see that, even for a moment.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, hey, tell him about hunting with Charlie.
So, So I was a late addition to a hunt, and this was at the behest of our friend Foster Freeze. Now, Foster, he saw what was coming for America, so he put a group of us together.
He's the nicest billionaire you'd ever meet.
That's cool.
He passed away, but he was a dear friend
and
of
we
both
could
ours and Charlie's.
hardly call it pheasant hunting because there were so many pheasants in this field that you'd be, walking, talking to Charlie or someone, and then
20,000 acres,
and then you just go back to your conversation.
Right.
But this is where we met Charlie.
He had all the trained dogs and everything. Was
That's
fun.
very cool.
Yeah, and so I'm standing there thinking, well, how do I fit into this mix? And
Right.
I found that, you know what, maybe I can invite people into a deeper sense of brotherhood. And so I met Charlie before Turning Point is what it is now.
Wow.
And so I always wanted to just be that guy that he knew I didn't want anything from him. I was just there to
cool,
be his
Michael.
friend. And anyway, we love him and miss him
O'Keefe was
dearly.
there.
James O'Keefe was there. We were the youngest of Foster's Outriders that year. But Pop, in the minutes we have left, if it's okay, I would love for him to mention just a little bit about how you were tied
I
to
would
Trail
love
Life.
that. Yes, talk about your relationship with Trail Life. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, what I've would speak at
He's
events
been doing
for him
interviews all day.
and
Right.
but I didn't want to mention. So years ago, I was an Eagle Scout. I was the youngest Scoutmaster in St. Louis, Troop 4. They kept that number. Then when I became friends with John Stemberger, and he was an Eagle Scout, and we were seeing the Boy Scouts go in the direction that they went,
right?
Pushing all the different sexual stuff, and we're like, what do we do about it? And so John gets together other Eagle Scouts, and we, have conference calls on the telephone. We're talking to the leadership, and they're like, millions of dollars in debt. Well, we need to cave because we need this money coming in, and it was so disappointing to watch.
Right.
What Lord Baden-Powell actually called Boy Scouting applied Christianity. I mean, it had a Christian base, but it had diverted from its original mission.
Right.
So when we saw this happen, I said, John, maybe this is the time for you to start something new. And I said, I have a friend, Patty Garibay. She just started American Heritage Girls. And let me put you in touch with her. Here's her number. And got them in touch. And he, asked her all. And then he got another bunch of great guys around, and they started Trail Life. So I've been invested in Trail Life. So cool. It's been so much. It's an answer to prayer for me. And then he'll mention it in his American Minutes, which is it started out as a short radio spot, intro, outro, 30 seconds of what the significant history of that day was. So one for every day. Now it is an email, but I joke that that's the American 5-minute because it's quite a bit longer. But he mentions Trail Life favorably in there at every intersection that he's able to. Every young man needs to be a member of Trail Life. You learn leadership, you learn skill, you learn strength, you learn self-reliance, but really relying on the Lord. Right. It's perfectly designed to bring out leadership. I mean, leadership, and the world needs leaders. They need young men who don't go through a decade of sexual immorality and drugs and being distracted with playing video games all night long. But they say, look, we can be leaders. Charlie Kirk didn't have to go through a decade of trying to find out who he was. He was a young man. He says, I'm going to just, it says, remember the Creator in the days of thy youth. It's like, hey, as a young man, you can find your calling. You can serve the Lord. You can make a big difference right where you're at. You don't have to go through wasting a bunch of years. You can apply yourself.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So I just encourage. Yeah, and I mean, and in defense of Charlie, he was the most genuine person that I'd met. And it shows the nature of the country when someone who says, oh, you disagree with me? Here's a microphone. Tell me about it. When you can paint that as divisive, something is wrong. And when we lost Charlie, that sense of justice that is inside everyone until you completely corrupt it, that was rocked. People felt that this was the guy that they realized that he was holding back people on both sides. He was the peacemaker. He was the communicator.
I think that's become very clear now.
Yes, I agree. So I think the final gift that Charlie left us was shoes too big to fill, requiring us all to work together. So it is an honor to be here to talk with you on Trail Life.
the thing that strikes me, and we were having this conversation earlier, I haven't had a chance to read his new book, and when he talks about the Sabbath, but I think that speaks volumes to who the person he was, right? About how to care for himself. So he is able then to care, provide, protect others. But I always felt like, even though at times his truth was hard, like he didn't shy away from truth, but he genuinely cared.
Charlie I loved.
He genuinely cared about people. And I think that's beautiful. And I'm sorry for your loss, right? I think like all of us have experienced that very differently, but you both have known him in a very different way. And so I'm sorry for that loss. But I love how God has used you, even in small ways or big ways. I think that's the beautiful thing about God is that we work as it depends on us, but then it's trusting the Lord with whatever those outcomes are, whether that's a book or 30 books or an email or going pheasant hunting, like being able to lean into that and treasure and savor those moments, and then just trusting the Lord that great fruit will come out of those seeds. Like we just never know what's going to come out of the work of our hands. And I think that's so important for a lot of our young men and troop leaders to understand. Like I just loved your words, like do that now, define what success looks now, and be after it, work hard for it. Don't be discouraged or by the challenges or whatever storms that might come, is just leaning into that really well.
My brother-in-law was my scoutmaster growing up, and we went on a camping trip or a canoe trip or a hike every month, and it was the thing we looked forward to.
Right.
And you learned that you could hike 10 miles or 20 miles in a day,
Right.
We'd swim in creeks, we'd jump off of waterfalls. I mean, somebody get a snake bite, you'd learn how to deal with it, or a tick or something. And then first aid.
Right.
I mean, and then common sense stuff. I know how to tie knots, how to make tools, use tools.
Fire.
Right.
How to light fire and make it go up 3 feet to burn a string. And then so I'd take my sons and we would go scuba diving. I had to make sure and get their scuba licenses. We'd go skiing. We'd go, hunting. And so the funnest times for me growing up was these activities.
That's right.
And being in the outdoors, and then to have your son with you. I mean,
there's nothing better. I have 3 kids myself, and they're all now grown. I miss those times. Those times that we have, but we reflect on those in a great
and the funnest thing would be to come back and tell mom that we were so scuba diving and a shark came by and she's like, and then an octopus, and then
right,
and then we were and she'd be like, oh, be careful, and that would just egg us on.
Too exciting or too dangerous, there'd be like this. We probably have to wait a year or two, so this is it doesn't have that sting to it.
Yeah, so mom doesn't let us go. We can go on the next
bows
trip.
And arrows, shooting rifles,
Right.
even what hatchet throws or some of those different things.
That's great. That's great. Well, hey, we're at our end of our time together. Thank you so much. This has been a blessing to hear the stories. I wish we could get some more time together. But make sure you get out and you get Courageous
Courageous Christianity.
Courageous Christianity. I think actually that's just I can't wait to go get that myself. Seriously, there's something about the masculinity movement that is fascinating to me.
Yeah, we got a whole chapter on Teddy Roosevelt. I mean, he was a boxer. We got the rags to riches stories. It's a lot of fun when you realize that, hey, things that you don't just sit there and listen to sermons.
Right.
You put the sermon into your life.
That's good.
And then
each of these characters has a story arc that shows how if you suffer and you don't turn it into a lesson, it's suffering for suffering's sake. You get nothing out of it. But if you have a story arc and, Teddy Roosevelt loses his wife and his mother on Valentine's Day and he writes in his diary, the light has gone from my life. What does he do? He goes out and becomes an outdoorsman again.
He becomes a cowboy in South Dakota for several years.
You extract the lesson from the suffering, and then you do what you can to help other people avoid the suffering that you've had. So ultimately, when you take care of yourself, you have a heart posture that is focused on others.
2 Corinthians, I think it's 2 Corinthians chapter 1, where it talks about the comfort you have received from me, like, it's so you can give it to others.
Yeah.
And so that's so good. Well,
matter of fact, I think in the book I talk about how the YMCA had a boys' work program that Baden Powell volunteered with, and then that inspired him to start the Boy Scouts. But then I talk about how out of that came trail life. So I put several paragraphs in the book on trail life.
All right,
so if you get Courageous Christianity, you'll see trail life mentioned in there.
We're having too much fun up here.
I love it. I love it.
Young men, sign up for Trail Life. Go check it out.
Courageous Christianity, go buy it. American Minute, sign up for the email. Bill,
hey, thank you.
It's such a pleasure. Michael,
of course.
Thanks for joining us. We have a bag over there for you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining our live stream.
Hey guys, Hudson here. While the boys are off working hard in the sun, making snares and fish hooks and whatnot, I'm gonna be just relaxing, chilling here in the shade, making my own homemade slingshot. You're watching Trail Hacks. Growing up over in the jungles of Southeast Asia, my brothers and I, we always carried slingshots. They're just a very practical tool, and they're a lot of fun. So today I'm going to be showing you how to make your very own homemade slingshot. So what I have here are a few different selections of what your Y piece could look like. So these are a couple that I went out just the other day, found and cut. You want to make sure that you're very careful with the saw that you're using or the pocket knife that you're using to cut these, and also make sure that they're responsibly sourced. You don't want to just go hack down a beautiful, young, vibrant tree just for one little piece of wood. Step one, find your Y handle piece. Super important. And what I like to do is the squeeze test. I like to take both the Y pieces in my hand and squeeze it as hard as I can. If you can't break it, that means it's a good piece. It's going to be strong. It's going to last a long time. Step two, we're going to attach the rubber tubing onto the Y pieces. And I oftentimes carry around rubber tubing with me. So what I like to do is take my knife, my pocket knife, and just to carve a little bit right here at the base of the Y. And when we secure it, tie it down, it'll be nice and snug. It won't be moving around on the round surface. And what I want, I'm just going to kind of measure. You want probably about an inch and a half of excess rubber right here. And this is where we're going to attach the rubber onto the Y piece. And then pull the remainder back and see about how far you want it to be. I want mine to be about a foot. That's my first piece. And now I'm going to use this as the measurement for my second piece so that they're exactly the same length. So now that we've completed that, we're going to attach the rubber tubing. The best method to do this is using rubber bands. So what I do to tie is overlap. I'm going to take this end and I'm basically going to just give it over to my other fingers, just like that. Then I'm going to pull. Very nice simple knot there. Put your rubber tubing down across that little notch that we carved out so it's nice and flat. And we take this, we wrap it around. I'm going to put this end through this side of the rubber band. Basically what it does is it cinches down. Cinches down, and this is going to be basically our starting point. But then we basically just start wrapping around this rubber tubing. So it's important to just continue to maintain the pressure as we wrap it. Don't let go because then it'll all come undone. And then leave some space towards the top so that we can tie the very end of the rubber band. So I've left some excess here. Now in order to tie it off, wrap a little bit around your thumb, not too tight so it doesn't hurt your thumb, and then take the remainder and squeeze it up in that space. Sometimes this can be a little bit tricky. But put the tip of that through that little gap, grab it, pull it tight, and then you pull your thumb out. There we go. Again, applying lots of pressure on that rubber band, wrap the remainder around. So with the very remainder, I'm going to bring it till it's just a little guy. Last little loop here, and I'm just going to twist on itself and put it up top. And that'll keep it secure. And then if you ever need to undo it, all you have to do is take this off the top and the whole thing will unravel. So that is our first strap, our first knot. Now let's do the second one. So now we have both sides secure. Awesome, it's looking a lot more like a slingshot now. Third and final step, attaching the pouch to the rubber tubing. And today I don't have any leather with me, but a great hack I learned when I lived over in the jungle is to use what you have on hand. And the best material that you often have on hand is your backpack straps. All you have to do is cut off a little bit of excess, and this material, this backpack strapping, makes a great slingshot pouch. Don't cut any straps that are necessary to your backpack functioning properly. only find a piece that's excess, that's not needed, it's not essential. So what you'll want to do is just burn the end of this. That way it doesn't continue to unravel itself. And I'll do the same on my backpack strap right here, and that'll keep it intact. All that remains now is to make a little hole in each side of the pouch. That way I can string my rubber tubing through it. You don't want it too close to the edge because then it might tear through. Now, on the underside, I'm going to take the lighter and I'm going to basically just do the same thing. I'm going to burn and kind of close up all those little frayed ends. Once you've completed making the holes through your pouch, it's time to attach it to the slingshot. String your rubber through, and again, look how tiny these holes are. They seem really tiny, but trust me, you can work this rubber tubing into them. Once you've gotten the rubber through the pouch hole, we're gonna bend about 1/2 inch of it over the other side, and this is where we're gonna tie it. Cinching down, making that nice connection here. Sweet, we got one end secure. We're gonna do exactly the same thing on the other side. And that, my friends, is a wrap, literally. Alrighty, let's test it out. It's important to shoot the slingshot the right way. Don't be doing anything like this all sissy-like. The correct way to hold it is to wrap your forefinger around the front Y piece. Your thumb supports it right here. You have it at a sideways angle, pull back and launch. Awesome, looks accurate. So there you have it. Now you know how to make your own custom homemade slingshot. If you guys liked this video and found it helpful, like and subscribe below. If you're interested in learning more about trail life and how to become part of a troop, go to traillifeusa.com. If you're interested in the Wild Brothers and more about our adventures and to learn more of the history of the Schroeder Slinger slingshot, go over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com.
Hey, welcome back to the Trail Life live stream here at AmericaFest, Turning Point USA. We got the awesome folks who I've seen you guys all over the country. iVoterGuide.com. Is that right? iVoterGuide.com. So you're not just iVoterGuide.com people, but you're also a Trail Life family and have spent some time in Trail Life. So we're going to get a chance to mix and match. I think your perspective, Corey, is going to be fantastic. It's no shame in our game, okay? Moms of young men are our most staunch advocates for trail life. They really are. So we trust in the guys and the dads to be there and train and mentor those young men. But moms are like, I want my son to do that, right?
That's right, yes.
So give us your stats. Tell us who you are, what's your age. Not you, Corey.
Thank you.
So we got Corey, we got Brandon, and we got Silas here. So we're trying to fit everybody in on this interview booth table. So we'll start down on the end. Tell us who you are and give us your stats.
Yeah, Silas
Tell us
Peterson.
about your wife and kids.
Oh yeah, no, not quite there yet. Maybe one day. Silas Peterson. I was a first officer in Trail Life for I think 2 years, and then I served as an assistant chaplain as well. So I was in Trail Life for 4 years, and absolutely loved it. It was a lot of fun. But I am now. I'm sorry. How old? Oh, I'm 20 years old now.
Oh, fantastic.
This was many years ago, but now I'm working with iVoter Guide, of course, and have been loving it ever since. But Trail Life was definitely something that kicked off my boyhood turned manhood. So
I think I met you in Kansas City the first time.
That's true. That's correct.
You remember me?
Yes, sir. I sure do.
Awesome. I remembered you too.
I met Mark there too, and it was a lot of fun.
That's right.
Well, I'm Brandon Peterson. I'm his older brother. I was first officer and quartermaster for the same troop for a little while. I'm 21 now, working for iVoter Guide for going on almost 6 years. Been doing that since I was 16.
Oh, fantastic. Corey, give us your stats.
I'm Corey. I'm the mom to these awesome guys. Yeah, I drove him back and forth to Trail Life until Brandon was able to drive himself, so I was really glad for that. I have been working for iVoterGuide since 2019 as a researcher, and then I ran the research department for about 4 or 5 years through the 24 election, and now I am policy advisor and ambassador for the organization. And we're under the American Family Association umbrella. So it's really fun that we are a family organization, and I get to work with these guys.
Well, I'm probably going to get you in trouble, but as far as I know, and all the events I see you're the face of iVoterGuide.
Well, as the ambassador, I think that'd be appropriate. Debbie
Yes.
Wethnow is our president.
Oh,
She's here
fantastic.
too, doing lots of interviews around.
Yeah, they're all over the place. Our CEO is running his feet ragged
Yeah,
a little bit,
yeah.
trying to get to everywhere. So let me start. Tell me a little bit about iVoterGuide, what your hopes are for that. Then we'll get into some trail life stuff.
Okay. So iVoterGuide was started in the early 2000s, 2008-ish. Started off as a paper guide, actually, in Dallas. And it was a binder that would be passed around churches and shared. And then eventually, Richard Ford was our founder. He met a guy named Jim Sneeringer, who was a programmer. And he said, have you ever thought about putting this online? And so first they were just covering the Dallas area. And then they started covering Texas. And then the rest of the country was like, we need help too. So so we expanded to eventually, I mean, it took some time, but we've expanded to all 50 states. So now we're covering federal elections in all 50 states. We go down ballot to the state Supreme Court level in 37 states. We do
Wow.
cover some school boards and ballot measures, and sometimes a local election or two. We've got 70 researchers now. When I first came on as a researcher in 2019, there were 12 of us. So it's really grown. We, of course, would just love to expand our coverage, but that's kind of a nutshell. I mean, I could get into the details of what we research, but that's iVoterGuide. So we're an online voter guide, iVoterGuide.com, and we've got just deep dive research on the candidates.
So tell me why you guys are here at Turning Point AmericaFest. And anybody can answer.
Well, I'd be happy to answer that. After with everything that happened with Charlie Kirk in September, Turning Point was already a very influential organization, and that after the assassination, it kick-started everything. I know a lot of patriots that had fire burning in them for this country, and that just got so stoked by Charlie Kirk's martyrdom. And so that definitely spurred us to get involved as much as possible, myself included. It's been amazing. Being here has been so fantastic. This is only day 2. We still got 2 more days to go, and so this has been
I feel
a
like
lot of
it's
fun.
day 50.
It does feel like it. It does. It's true. It's been lovely.
How about you, Brandon?
Well, let's see. I don't think any one of us likes seeing a martyr happen, but when a martyr is so influential as Charlie Kirk, how can you not show up to his mission, stand beside him, or what's left of his mission after he's gone? I don't think TPUSA is going anywhere, and I'm glad to be here about it.
They've only tripled, right?
It certainly seems that way.
That's right. That's right. Corey, why'd you guys decide to be here?
Yeah, I've been actually scoping out TPUSA events all year. Went to Young Women's Leadership Summit and checked it out in Dallas. And then went over to SAS and the TP Educators Summit in Tampa over the summer. And at the executive level, we've been talking about how do we, iVoterGuide is hitting, boomers, Gen X, but how are we going to hit Gen Z? And I kept saying, TPUSA, I mean, where else do you go? And so I've been kind of scoping out events, hoping that we'd be here at AmFest. So I'm real glad that American Family Association, iVoterGuide, decided to go ahead and have a presence here. So it's just something, it was kind of a no-brainer. If we want to hit Gen Z, you got to come to a Charlie Kirk
Right.
event.
And I know you guys are a Christian organization. You're
Yeah.
a Christian family. For us at Trail Life, the decision to be here was really about embracing what's happening in culture and standing in the gap. So it's one thing for people to get motivated to know how to vote or to vote generally in a general direction, but it's another way for them to make informed
right.
decisions down ballot even, and not just the one big vote that everybody cares about every 4 years.
Yeah. When I've always considered myself a patriotic American. And then I think the raising my kids and homeschooling them, and then learning more about the Constitution and our founding, I just started falling more and more in love with America. And then, but I was going into the I was going into the polls and going to the ballot box uninformed. I would know about the upper level races, but I wouldn't know who was running for sheriff. And I'd see somebody who was maybe a lawyer and an officer, and I was taking a guess. And then the 2008 election occurred, and I think that kind of put us all back on our heels, and we realized, okay, wait, this country isn't as, it's more fragile than we think it is. And if we are going to be flippant with our vote, we're going to find ourselves in a lot of trouble.
Right.
So then I decided I am not going to ever fill out anything on my ballot until I know exactly what I'm voting for. So then I started doing my own research. When I realized how long it took to do that research, I thought, well, no wonder. Not everybody can do this.
Right.
It's taken me 40, 50 hours to do this. So I started posting it, and then found out about iVoter Guide and what they're doing, even a deeper dive. And it was just the perfect thing, because we've got to have, we've been pushing vote, 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 but we haven't been pushing know what you're voting for. And I love that iVoter Guide is just putting all the data out there for the voter to use.
Yeah, I won't even give my my belief in who should vote and be able to vote. But in being informed is the key principle there.
Right.
Know what you're voting for. So that's fantastic. I want to switch gears a little bit, and I want to talk about, as a trail life mom, we call them trail moms. I just learned that term today, I think, or yesterday, trail moms. Tell me why it was important for your boys to be in trail life, and why they grabbed onto it and had leadership positions. By the way, if you're watching this and you're wondering, like, what the product is, we're here. We're interviewing some of our Freedom Rangemen. You probably met them over in the booth. Awesome young gentlemen. And you guys were in trail life for 4 or 5 years, right?
Yes, sir.
This is the product of trail life. Guys who can hold themselves, or stand in front of public, be godly, masculine men, and understand what it means to provide and protect for a family, embrace culture in the way that you guys are working for iVoter Guide. And so, as a mom, why was it important for your boys to be in trail life?
Well, as I was raising them, I realized I really want to raise up heroes. I want to raise up heroes. And so we were watching what was happening with Boy Scouts, and we were thinking, okay, we don't really want to go that direction. We started seeing American Heritage girls rising up, and then Trail Life USA. And I thought, oh gosh, this would be great. We were always living in a remote location, though. And so we were always hours from the nearest troop. So we were living in Southern California at the time, and we just couldn't find a troop nearby. And so when we moved to Texas, Northeast Texas, we started looking around. We found a troop still not nearby. It was an hour and a half, but we just decided, you know what, it's worth the drive.
Wow.
We're just going to make that drive.
So your first troop, an hour and a half away from you.
Yep, and we did that for 4 years.
Wow.
Yeah, just made that trip an hour and a half because it was worth it to us to have this kind of mentorship.
Why was it worth it?
Because the leadership, the mentorship, both at the spiritual level, but also at this very practical, hands-on survival level. And then, like you said, it's encouraging masculinity in the boys, and then they had opportunities for leadership, and then beyond that, of course, they're learning new skills, they're working hard on different badges and everything like that. So it was just a great program for them.
Wow. So it was a commitment for you guys to drive an hour and a half.
Oh yeah.
It was a bigger commitment for mom and dad to get you there, right?
Well, it was right up until I hit 15, I started learning how to drive, which I actually have to credit Trail Life for this. Most of my drive time that I needed to get my license was done on the route to or from a Trail Life event.
And he needed that.
Hey, young boys, if you want to be a driver, get into Trail Life.
Exactly.
It's certainly one way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to hear, what was the one takeaway, if you had to break it all down into one takeaway that you took away from your time in Trail Life, what would it be?
I'd love to answer that. My biggest takeaway that I took away from Trail Life, being there for 4 years, being able to serve in different roles and stuff, the main thing that I saw and the main message that I saw is let boys be boys, and encouraging that biblical masculinity. What it looks like in the Bible for boys to grow into men, and for those men then to do the same with other boys, and just continuing that line of mentorship, of discipleship. That was the most beautiful thing to me. And so that was my biggest takeaway by far.
Awesome. How about you, Brandon?
Well, I kind of have to say the same thing, but for a slightly different purpose, discipleship. Because I had a really special relationship with our troop chaplain before he passed away. One of the many victims of COVID vaccines, I believe. But his name was Bob Brown. He was very, very old man, very white hair, but he was a former sailor for the Navy, and he had a lot of really good pearls of wisdom to impart to all of us in that troop. And because I wasn't quite as athletic as the rest of the boys, I actually stayed back at the camp more often on campus than the rest of them, so I had so much more time with this very influential man in my life.
Yeah, I think as a mom, you're like just, you have to be a little bit, like, I had this environment to put my son around great godly men who would mentor, form them into, add to what we try to do as parents.
Right.
I have 5 kids. There's no way I could be the answer to all of their issues and all of their things.
Yeah. Well, my husband is a retired California Highway Patrol officer. And so, yep, he's a chippy. And so it was really great to have that example to the boys as well. But, they even say, I was listening to a study, I think it was John Stone Street, he was saying, kids will stay in the faith if they have spiritual influence beyond their family. And I think that's true with this as well. They had a great example, and they have a great example in their father. But then they also have these other examples through Trail Life also. So it was just a great.
Well, fantastic. Well, I'll always end interviews, and I'm going to ask you guys two different things, okay? One of you is not going to have to go first, so you're going to know what it is, and you'll be able to think about it. Corey, I want you to speak to the moms out there who are watching this, or they're going to see a video that's posted at some point about Trail Life, and they're thinking, like, my son, I would love for him to do these kind of things. Maybe he doesn't fit the athletic mold, or maybe he's not very outdoorsy, or he is. And how did you make that decision? Why did you drive an hour and a half? 60 seconds, anything you want to say on that topic, and that's your camera.
Okay, very good. Moms, the hand that rocks the cradle is the hand that rules the world, and I already said I wanted to raise up heroes. So I was looking for sources and programs that were going to help support that for my own children. And Trail Life was it was really an easy decision. And now, Trail Life has grown so much, and they're all over the country, so you really can find a troop close to you. But having that influence in their lives, not only just the very practical skills they're learning, but there's leadership opportunities, and then you've got the strong spiritual foundation as well. And so it's just a wonderful program for boys to grow into men and just kind of help you along that way.
Awesome. 60 seconds, one at a time. We'll start with Brandon.
Oh, no.
You're the older, so you got to lead the way, bro.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, 60 seconds. I want you to talk to the heart of a young boy about getting involved in Trail Life and embracing culture seriously, and why Trail Life makes that happen.
Oh, man. Really, I think for me, when I was doing this, I was also, being raised by her, it's a little bit different than a lot of people are going to have. I was homeschooled. I was already civically engaged before Trail Life ever happened. But when you get into Trail Life, when you get into the forest, when you get into the woods or the wilderness, you start understanding something about nature, about the way God has created a thing. You will start understanding more about where we come from, both as a people, as a species, and also where God has brought us. Because there is something to being in the woods with nothing but your camping gear and yourself, and having to make it work. And this is where you'll get really, when you get into Trail Life, you'll end up finding these very, very fun activities with large groups of people. Maybe you'll be in a fully wooded area, maybe you'll be in a desert. It doesn't really matter. When you get into God's nature, there is something really special about learning what He has created us to experience. And I think the artificiality of today's society really does that a disservice. Everything we have in a city is curated. I'm blessed that I grew up in the wilderness, in the sticks, where even if we did Trail Life campouts in my backyard, it was so large. But if you don't have that experience, if you don't have that to work with, you need to understand it.
Fantastic. Silas.
Man, one message for young men out there, I would say, don't be an idiot, okay? That's the number one. But no, the number one is follow Jesus. And that's something that I learned in Trail Life. I can't top what my brother just said about nature. It is beautiful when you're able to look at God's creation and to just marvel at it and notice that out of all the beautiful things that the Lord created, He loves you the most. take that with you. Use it as your motivation to be disciplined, be self-controlled, to push your comfort zone. That's what getting in the outdoors is. It is not comfortable a lot of the times, and that is okay. That is healthy for you. It is so important to challenge yourself daily. That's how you grow. And so constantly challenge yourself, push yourself towards discipline, invite discipleship into your life. It will change you for the better, and you will grow closer to Jesus.
Man, Brandon and Silas, way to wrap this up. We got some awesome gifts for you guys. Thank you for sharing with all the people who will be watching this video. Don't forget, if you want to be an informed voter, go to ivoterguide.com.
That's right.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morgan and Hudson are up in the woods a ways trying to figure out what direction we need to go in and how much daylight we have left. It's Ashton's job to find some water for us so that we can power our way out of these woods and escape. You're watching Trail Hacks. An amazing trail hack we learned living in the jungles is that when you run out of water, look for moss. Moss has so much moisture in it. There's been several times where we're on the trail, completely run out of water, and then we have to actually squeeze the moss and get the moss juice. It's usually very clean. It tastes like dirt, but you're hydrated. So I'm seeing tons of moss around here. This is gonna be perfect.
Kean, I don't know about this, man. This is American moss. This is deer moss.
Dude,
this stuff is dry as cardboard.
It's as dry as a bone.
I know.
How are we gonna find water?
We're in America, so the rules are a little bit different, but I think I know what to do. See, right now we're kind of on the slope right here. I think if we follow the slope downwards, we should make it to a point where we'll find a creek or something.
I believe we're on a faint game trail here. A game trail is kind of a path through the woods that you can notice where you're just seeing there's a kind of a natural path where animals use to go through. And we're not the only ones who need water out here. Animals do as well. So if you can spot a game trail, usually it leads somewhere in the vicinity of water. So this is really good. We're gonna keep following this, keep going downhill, and hopefully see water soon. We're definitely going downhill. Hopefully we reach water soon. We need to stay within calling distance of the boys though.
Yeah, let's not go too far.
Watch out for a spider web.
Oh yeah. Hey Kean,
Yo.
see this?
Yeah.
It's starting to get really green. Usually when you're close to a water source, the environment starts to shift a little bit. Like back where we started, everything was a lot more dry, not super green. But right here, we're starting to see this shift. A lot of the trees and plants are looking more like a jungle actually than a forest, and so I think that's a really good sign. We're probably getting closer to a water source, hopefully a stream or something. Hey Kean, hold on, I think we got something.
No way.
Oh yeah, look at that, it's the stream.
We got water.
Okay, don't poke your eye out.
Watch out for snakes. Even though the stream is crystal clear and beautiful, we're not gonna just drink it straight like this because we don't know where the source came from and if it's infected or not. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get the water and then bring it to a rolling boil for 2 minutes. And once the water cools off after that, it should be safe to drink. Man, the Lord really blessed us that we could find this water so quickly. This is awesome. And this is just what we need to be able to escape out of the woods.
Yeah, and with all the water that we got, it should keep us going for actually quite a long time. But we are going to run out eventually, and we're going to get thirsty again. And that's just part of being human, is that we get thirsty, we have needs and desires, and water, it cures and quenches our thirst temporarily. In the same way, our souls, our spirits, we long to have our spiritual thirst quenched. And the only person who can do that is Jesus Christ. Jesus said that I am a spring of living water, and whoever drinks from me will never be thirsty again. And so as believers, man, that's so encouraging, because this is just a reminder of our dependence on this water to stay alive. And just like we need this water, man, we need Christ, and He's our living water, and we drink from Him, man, we're never going to be thirsty again. So that's encouraging to hear. That's what this reminds me of. But we need to get back to the boys and see if they figured out
where we're going.
Yeah, where we're going.
Thanks for watching Trail Hacks. If you guys enjoyed this video, I want to stay up to date for the next awesome trail hacks that are going to be coming out. Make sure to like or subscribe below.
And if you guys are interested in learning more about Trail Life USA, go over to their website, traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in learning more about the Wild Brothers, head over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com. God bless, guys.
Thanks,
See ya.
guys.
Welcome back to the Trail Life booth live feed here at Turning Point USA, AmericaFest. Man, we have had a busy day.
Yes, it's been great.
We have had a busy day, but I'm telling you, like we squeezed Joe Evermore in. He came up to our booth. He saw what we were doing, and he was telling us about his story with his boys. Absolutely incredible. I think all dads who are watching this are going to be inspired. I think all moms watching this are going to be inspired. I think if you're a single guy and you don't have kids, you're going to be inspired by the way this guy's raising his kids. It's really phenomenal. And he's living out core principles of trail life, which I think is really fantastic. To my right is Roy Baldwin, and we've got Joe Evermore here. And so, Joe, give us your stats. Tell us about Give, Send, Go. Tell us about your family, and then we'll get into kind of the story, the meat and potatoes.
Yeah, Give, Send, Go is just an amazing crowdfunding platform that is really, it's the competitor to GoFundMe. GoFundMe sucks compared to this. This is like... This is a Christian platform that doesn't cancel you, that's cheaper, and that prays for you, prays for every campaign, calls every campaign, thousands of campaigns when you sign up. And, man, you'll raise a lot of money on their platform.
So, Joe, I'm just telling you, I've got about 5 campaigns I need to start.
Okay.
And I need you to pray for them.
He's got to run them by me first, though.
I got a campaign up there right now. We're trying to fund my film that I'm making, and it's already at over. I think we're at about $470,000 raised.
That's amazing
on the platform. So, yeah.
And the film is about rites of passage.
That's right.
That's right. So let me give a little bit back context for rites of passage. Every culture in human history, other than the Western culture, modern Western culture, has had a rite of passage that a boy knew when he became a man, right? And so you're creating this movie. You could speak more articulately about it than I could, I'm sure. So tell us why you decided to write this movie, and then the cool stuff that's happening in your family and the cool stuff that they've done through that process.
Yeah, well, so many. I mean, like when my kids were young, I started talking to men and saying, "Hey, how do you kind of turn them into men?" And I heard different people say, like, "Well, when they turn like 17, we throw them this party and things like that." And I'm like, "Well, that sounds great, but they didn't really earn it, you know?" And so I just began to put together a plan. And our vision is that when our boys turn 5, we start them on our plan, on my plan.
Sounds familiar.
And at 5 is when they kind of leave mom. They leave the comfort and love of mom, and they turn to dad. And it's now time for that masculine formation to begin. And so we have one mission every year per kid. And so we start that with a 5-year-old. You know, we always, in our house, the first mountain we climb is called Pingora. It's in the Cirque of the Towers of Wyoming. And so it's a 2-day backpack trip just to get to the bottom of it. And then sending this mountain is, you know, it's not the hardest mountain in the world, but through a 5-year-old, this is almost impossible. There's only been a few 5-year-olds to do it, and they're all mine. And so,
oh wow,
yeah, and so that's where we start our rites of passage there. And then every year, it's one mission. The mission is only considered is if it's got to be big enough that you work on it a little bit every day. And then secondly, it's got to be truly remarkable since we only pick one. And then rule number 3 is you can't die. And so,
or you didn't complete the challenge.
So you got to be dialed. You got to have your kid ready. You got to be ready.
That's
you got to
awesome.
have the right team. You got to have the right gear, and you got to know what you're doing, because it's not cool if somebody dies.
That's not. Yeah, it kind of ruins the
cool.
entire experience.
Yeah. So that's how we roll.
So one of the pictures that he showed to us right before we got on air is your 8-year-olds, and this means something to me because I just came about a month and a half ago from El Capitan, from Yosemite National Park, and I was driving down the mountain looking at El Capitan, and I looked over at my wife, and it said, "You see those little lights on the side of El Capitan? Is that people sleeping up there?" Because it was night, sunset was happening, and she was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Not me, brother, not me." But your 8-year-olds are the youngest people to ever climb El Capitan, huh?
Yes, and so no one had ever climbed the wall with an 8-year-old until we did it, and then no one's done it since. And so then I took my second 8-year-old up El Capitan this last October, and it was 7 days of hanging from our fingers or our anchors This took years to prepare Sylvan to do it, and a daily routine to have him really understand the disciplines and be ready for that kind of exposure.
Tell us your boys' names. You just mentioned Sylvan.
So I got Sam Adventure. He's 11. And
Sam Adventure.
And if you go on Instagram, you can find these kids by these names. And then Sylvan Lightyear is the 8-year-old. And yeah, God really revealed to us that he's going to be on a really big scale. And so Lightyear is 6 trillion miles. And so that's where the Lightyear came in.
So are you guys in the Guinness Book of World Records? Have you submitted for it, or you're just like, no, it's a personal thing?
Whatever. And we know what we did and what we accomplished. It really is more about my boys and the pathway that they're on with me than trying to compete with anybody else. But I've got to do El Capitan 2 more times, because I've also got Joey Danger, who's 6, and then I got a 1-year-old named Blaze Wilder. And I got the full set of wild boys. It's a miracle that they haven't burned the house down yet.
So I have a question. What's the motivation for you when I think about the intentionality that you're putting into this? Like, where does that come from? Why such a pursuit? Structuring your life
Good question.
around these, creating these markers that. Those will reap incredible fruit. The seeds that you're planting, the adventure that you're creating. Where does that come from with you?
Well, it's exactly what you just said. There's nothing in my life that is more important right now.
That's so good.
Than me being a dad. Like, there is absolute, and if you're out there and you're a dad, there is nothing in your life right now that is more important than
I want to
being a
challenge
dad.
your answer a little bit.
Okay, bring it on.
We're
Bring
having
it on,
fun.
because we will fight over this.
Yeah, no. No, I think a lot of dads see themselves as like, this is the most important time. But there's a difference with the intentionality that you're putting into raising your boys. I'm not a good dad compared to you. I
don't know about that.
I felt that it was the most important thing that I could do. But I don't know that I came with that level of intensity to my intention.
I don't think what I'm doing is prescriptive. I certainly don't want a whole bunch of other people out there climbing El Capitan with their son. That would be very dangerous. We are experts at what we're doing, absolute experts, in what we're doing.
Right.
But I think it's, each of us as a dad, we need to raise our boys through intentionality and through apprenticeship. What are the skills that God's given us? And then we need to architect a pattern of how am I going to get these kids what they need before they graduate from my home.
Oh, that is so good.
So in my house, I have a list of things that when you're ready to graduate from my home, you've got to do this whole list of things. And they are some rough and tough and badass things. Some of them that I didn't even get, that I got to go out and get other men involved to do. But it's that list that's building like this concept that's saying, okay, well, when you're ready for the world, you've got to be able to do all of these things.
I loved what you said, though. Apprenticeship is part of the process.
Absolutely.
That is really, really,
and that really is the ancient practice that we're all trying to find, right? I mean, that's what you built Trail Life off of, is that ancient practice we're trying to re-dig up.
Yeah. So my son's going to be a good interviewer. No.
He needs Light Symphony Pro to help.
LightSymphony.pro.
Well, I know a guy who builds homes. Okay, he's amazing. He's an amazing, person. You give him a piece of wood and he could turn it into something truly beautiful. Okay, his kids could build the entire house by like 16, like the entire house, every part of it, and like he could just say, hey, "Go do that," he could get it done. My kids will not be able to do that. Okay,
well, I think that's beautiful.
A boy becoming a man. That's what it's supposed to look like. And yet we have a system where a man can sit back, he can, watch football and eat chips while he farts. And the system will raise that kid. And it's a system that's entirely created and architected by women to make your boys like women. And that's what you're gonna get if you don't get off the couch, build a plan, sign up for Trail Life, and really be intentional about your fathering. This is life and death for your kid.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Well, we see that. I mean, what I love about that is we see that throughout Scripture. I think of Deuteronomy, right? Deuteronomy 4, Deuteronomy 6, even the end of Deuteronomy. I put before you life and death.
Yeah.
And part of that is this understanding generational curses or generational blessings. I mean, there's nothing about, I think, when you look at Scripture and all of Scripture, that there's a short game, there's a long game, and it's a generational long game. And
That's
Joe, when
right.
I hear you talking about these things, right, our kids are going to grow up either accepting or rejecting the very truths that we have built our lives around, that we have communicated to them. And what I love about that, and part of it is because when I see the breakdown of the family, I've seen so many of the youth who see the hypocrisy in the home. And it's one of the major reasons why they turn away from, I would say, some level of family, but turn away from faith. And what I love what you're talking about is you're talking about the long game. You're talking about this generational blessing that is literally life and death. And I think in our culture today, it is, I mean, that sounds really painful or guilt or shame-ridden, but that's not what we're talking about. It is the seriousness of what it means to be a father and embracing that role, knowing that we're not left to ourselves to do that we have a Heavenly Father that wants us to be successful in that role as well. And so I'm really struck by that, just hearing what you're sharing. And
Yeah, there's a pastor who's in my life when my boys were my first Sam was just a baby, and he's always jetting around the world, kind of a famous pastor. And I went to him, I said, how do you do it with your kids? And he had this line, he said, it's not about quantity of time, it's about quality of time. And when I first heard that, I was like, oh, that's interesting. But then when I would try to have quality time with my kid, he would crap his pants. And and the truth is that this is the 10 years since that conversation. His kids are grown, they don't have a relationship with him. Okay, he's broken up with his wife. Okay, wow. And really that was a cover line. That was a massive cover line. If you want to have great kids, if you want kids to really rise up and have an impact on the world, it's a massive amount of time. Quantity of time is what it is, because it's not about having these moments where you say this spiritual thing.
Right.
It's about hours of training in the gym, in the backyard, shooting the gun, like whispering in a in a blind, waiting for an animal to come out to blast it to hell. That's the time when masculinity is past.
Right.
It's not in this that quality of time moment that you somehow put together.
Right.
It's a lot of time. And so your architecture for your masculine formation of your sons needs to have a father that's very present, very intentional, building that with you. And
that's so well said.
And in my case, I'd say what's making us successful at what we're doing, I think, is it's if I don't give this the time, my kids are gonna die. Sam climbed the Matterhorn this summer. This is a gnarly mountain. This is not rated, G. This is super hardcore. Right. It's one of the most famous mountains in the world. And he had to be absolutely dialed. That meant that I had to spend thousands of hours with him training on all of these disciplines. And when he got on the mountain, he aced it. Perfectly ran the mountain.
Wow.
But it's in that time, not on the mountain, but all of that other time that really is where he's becoming a man and knowing who he is.
That's good.
Yeah, that's good.
You said two things I want to highlight from what you said. You talked about the dad who's a general contractor, and his 16-year-old sons and kids know how to build a house. They can foundation up to the roof and put it all together. I think it's interesting, and one thing I wanted to point out about that is that God gives every father the tools it takes to apprenticeship
absolutely
into masculinity. You're not sitting there because you're not a mountain climber, or you don't ride horses, or you're not a football coach, or you played football. You're not sitting there without the tools and the equipment, whether it's just a trail life troop. I hate camping, but my boys are in trail life. My 9 and my 5-year-old are in trail life, and they're learning skills that I couldn't teach them.
Right.
The Bible says that the eyes of the Lord search to and fro over the earth to strengthen those whose hearts are fully committed to Him. And that fully committed is part of that, I think. When you're fully committed to being intentional and raising godly, masculine men, I think you'll find the things that you already have inside of you or that are available to you to begin apprenticeship your son to godly masculinity.
Yeah, and there's certain things that you might not be equipped to do. Like, are you an REI man or a Cabela's man?
I'm neither.
Because it's usually one of the two. You're neither?
Neither.
Okay, so I'm like on the REI side, but I have tremendous respect for the Cabela's people. They actually ideologically fit better with me. You know, all the REI people kind of hate God, but like the Cabela's people, they are rad.
Well, then I'm with Cabela.
Yeah, you're more with Cabela, but
I
Cabela
found out something new.
But REI is all about human power. Cabela is about gas powered and they're not as into leave no trace. They want to blast the animals and take them home. And so the aspects of my fathering where it's I want my kids to know how to hunt and kill an animal and skin it and all that. I didn't get that training, and so I bring in another man, and that's what I think trail life is. It's able to give the skills and the apprenticeship that I couldn't provide, but I could then find that man and bring him in and say, you're going to go hunting with my son. Would you do that? And that man will do that if you ask him.
Right. So you're providing that community, that connection. I think of the body of Christ, right?
Yes.
It's just all of us bring in a unique thing that communally we benefit from that. And they get to see things maybe not in you, but they'll see something in another man that's like, man, that resonates with me because of the way God has wired me. And I think that's one of the beauties of trail life is that masculine community where you get to see masculinity not in this cookie cutter thing, but expressed in lots of beautiful and amazing ways. And I love that aspect of the program.
Yeah.
That's just been great.
Joe, what is the name of the movie that you're producing?
So right now, the name tag we're holding is called Against the Sky.
That's good. Against the Sky. How do they find it, and how do they participate in it, and when do you expect release date?
So the best way to find it is actually just to go on Instagram and look up Sam Adventure, and it's right there. It's one of those top posted things. You'll see the trailer for it. You can get the link right in his bio, Sam Adventure, and hopefully it'll come out next summer. We'll see if we can get it done in time.
That's fantastic. Sam Adventure on Instagram.
Yeah.
SAM Adventure.
It's actually, I think it's Samuel Adventure, maybe.
Samuel Adventure.
One of the two.
Sam or Samuel Adventure.
You'll find it. Yeah. Or you can put in the El Cap Kid. One of those.
Awesome. Joe, one quick thing. Now keep it G-rated, because if we have to hit the B button, it's a crash the whole system button.
Okay.
So we don't want to hit the emergency switch. But I do want you to speak from the heart to fathers, the fathers we've been talking about, the ones who maybe feel ill-prepared. We all feel ill-prepared when we step into fatherhood. And we find we part of what we do is a defense of masculinity, but it's also an empowerment of the father. So I want you to speak to that father's heart and inspire him for 60 seconds.
Yeah, this is it, guys. This is it. This is your mission. Your mission number one, if you have a son, is to raise that boy into a man. That is your mission. There is nothing more important in your life than that. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I mean, it's like if honestly, if I could save the whole world, and my kids grow up to say my dad was a big fat loser, I'd feel like I failed in life. And I'm telling you, this is the mission, and it's you're actually wired for it. It's actually part of it's supposed to give you tremendous gratification in life. Nothing should be more exciting in your life than raising men. I mean, that's what we're made for.
That's it. Amen. Amen.
How's
Amen.
that?
Joe, that
Great
was
stuff.
wonderful.
You killed it, brother. Thank you for stepping up to the booth and sharing your story with us. We love it. Hey, if you're watching this live feed, hang tight. We got our CEO, Mark Hancock. We got Nick Freitas coming up. Big Nick. And so we're
It's gonna be
excited.
good.
It's going to be a great interview. We're excited about that. We'll be back in about 2 and 2, in the words of Chuck Woolery. 2 and 2.
Hey guys, I'm Asher Wild. Today, Morgan and I are going to head out on a little paddling adventure. It's a beautiful morning, and while we're out paddling, we're going to show you guys some of the basic skills you guys will need to know how to properly paddle your canoe, including using the J-stroke. You guys are watching Trail Hacks.
Before you head out on the water, it's important to have a float plan. Now, a float plan is basically just letting somebody know where you're going and how long you plan to be out in the water. Today, Asher and I, we're just going out here close in the bayou. It's not going to be a very long trip, but still it's important to make a float plan. You never know what might happen on the water. It's good to let others know. You can't have fun without safety. All right, let's go.
It's always important when you head out in the water to make sure you have a good PFD that fits your body type and is nice and snug. So I got mine on right now. Probably the most common technique for paddling is just simple strokes. Basically what I'm doing right now. You paddle on one side and then eventually the canoe will start to turn in the opposite direction and then you alternate and paddle on this side, right, to make up for it. This isn't the most efficient method though, because what's going to happen is you're going to zigzag a lot. You're going to be going back and forth, and that takes up a lot of time and energy. A more effective way of paddling is what's called the J-stroke. And it's basically the same thing as a normal stroke, except what you're going to do is you're going to plant your blade into the water nice and far, bring it all the way back until it's past your hip, and then you're going to twist the blade so that it's parallel with your canoe. So you bring it up top, pull it all the way back past your hip, twist it a little bit so it's parallel, and that's going to actually offset your stroke so that instead of going like this, you're going to stay nice and straight so that you're more efficient. Sometimes you'll find though that the J-stroke actually isn't enough. If you're facing a strong wind, kind of like right now, the wind's picking up, or a strong current, what's really helpful to know is what I like to call the rudder method. And the rudder method is basically taking the J-stroke just a step further. So right now I'm paddling on the left side. So say there was a really strong wind coming this way, I could use the rudder technique to off-balance that wind and keep me turning in the right direction. So what you saw right then was probably the background shifted a lot, right? I'm paddling one way and I use the rudder method and I turn this around, right? This is a really effective method for properly turning your canoe. We recommend that when you're going paddling, it's best to go in groups of at least 2. The buddy system is really helpful. Not only do you go faster, but it's just better for safety in general. And when you're paddling with multiple people, it's crucial you remember teamwork. The person in the back, it's his primary job to make sure that you're steering correctly, that you're going in the right direction. The person in the front, in my case Morgan, it's his job to provide a lot of the thrust needed for us to get from point A to point B. It's also his job to be the lookout. Paddling is great because it teaches you all about endurance and perseverance, and that's really what the life of a Christian is all about. In the world, there's going to be all kinds of currents and winds that are going to try to push us back, but for the true follower of Christ, we have to be pushing forward. We can't stop and give into those, because if we stop for 1 second, we're going to be pushed back. We have to persevere and follow after Christ with all of our hearts, souls, mind, and strength. Thanks so much for watching, guys. If you enjoyed watching this video, please like and subscribe. And if you're interested in learning more about Trail Life USA, about how to start your own troop or become a troop member, please head over to their website, traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in learning more about the Wild Brothers and about some of our adventures, feel free to head over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com. Thanks so much, guys, and looking forward to seeing you guys in the next episode.
Welcome back, everybody. Trail Life live stream here from the AmericaFest in Phoenix, and our guest is Nick Freitas. I know, without introduction, I know a lot of our trailmen follow Nick and are familiar with his ministry and what he does. Maybe half hour ago, he was on the main stage here, and you just knocked it out of the park, Nick. Your message there was so powerful. It was right on point for everything that went before you. It was really beautiful, and I just want to thank you for giving us a few minutes here in our booth.
Oh, it was my pleasure. Absolutely my pleasure.
Yeah. I remember we met at a homeschool convention in Cincinnati, and we said, let's get together for coffee. If I remember correctly, we were like an hour we sat there until we were interrupted by your nemesis, I know now recognize John Lovell, who walked up and
John Lovell. Yeah, he's it's tough being John Lovell's hero because he's just so clingy. But look, I think he's a sweet kid, and I try to help him out whenever I can.
Yeah, well, that's really nice. That's really nice. My first interaction with John was we went to get a cup of coffee at a homeschool convention.
Yeah.
And the barista couldn't give me what I wanted, which was a cup of coffee. You know what I mean? It had none of the fancy words or anything. And it's like,
that's what confused
I'm
me.
like, why is this so difficult? And I walked away with John and I said, was that me? And he said, yeah, Mark, that was totally you. And I thought, okay, this guy's going to be my friend, you know? He was razzing me for
well, I think you guys sponsored the talk John and I did, which was Dangerous Dads.
Yeah.
And we were 15 minutes into the talk, and John's like, Nick, we got to actually get to like what we're talking, because we were just hazing each other the entire time. No, John and Rebecca are wonderful people. I would never say that to John's face,
of
course,
understand.
But he is a great guy.
Yeah, we can absolutely edit that out before we send this to him.
Please do. Yeah, that's in my contract.
Yeah, I had a chance to read and actually endorse Rebecca's book that just came out on boys. Amazing stuff.
I was a little bit offended that they didn't take my first endorsement of the book, which was basically saying that I was thanking Rebecca Lovell for saving the written word from her husband and his book, which is barely readable. But no, that's not true. It was a great book, but that was my recommendation. Then when he wrote his recommendation for my book, he just sent me a sentence that said, worst coloring book ever.
Well, that sounds like him.
Yeah.
Well, again, thanks for being here. Your message this morning was just spot on. And of course, you're familiar with Ministry of Trail Life and what it is we're doing. Talk to me about what it is that you're seeing in biblical masculinity, as we would say, maybe there's somewhat of a resurgence, or we're starting to pay attention again to this again. But talk to me about what it is about you're seeing.
I think the important thing to look at with respect to how masculinity has been under attack. And again, if you're an older man, like, you didn't really live through this. It was irritating to you, but it didn't impact whether or not you got into college. It didn't impact whether you got a job. It didn't impact whether or not you found a wife, right? So you looked at kind of this like hyper feminist attack on masculinity and toxic masculinity as irritating but not life altering. Well, if you're a millennial or Gen Z, this was something that colored your entire life. When you showed up to school, when you went to college, when you tried to look for a job, like all of the fact that you were a male or a white male or whatever it is, that could mean very serious consequences for you. And I think we don't fully appreciate what that's done to men psychologically on how they look at this, because it's not as if they're just weak and lazy. What it is they were told that they were the problem. They were told that all of those masculine instincts that would have said, pull yourself up by your bootstrap, adapt, conquer, overcome, right, all of it. They were told that was the problem. Don't do that. Put that away. Sit down. Shut up. The future is female. And then all of a sudden, the only guys that were defending him were certain guys that they had properly assessed some of the problems.
Right.
They had even given some good advice with respect to be strong, be capable, be intelligent, But it all went toward like hedonistic instincts.
Yeah.
It was all either about revenge on the people that did this to you, or doing this so you could just sleep with as many women as you want, or have a nice car. And what men, thank God, are understanding is, I don't think that gives me ultimate meaning and purpose.
Right.
I don't want to just be strong and capable so I can say I'm strong and capable. I want it to be in service of something greater than myself.
Yeah.
And this is where biblical masculinity has an answer.
Yeah.
But before they listen to us, we better be able to demonstrate to them that we have their back.
Right.
And we better be able to demonstrate them that we've actually lived out what we're telling them is worth fighting for.
Yeah.
And so that's why I get encouraged by looking at guys like John Lovell and Chad Robichaud and Victor Marks and Josh McPherson and Howerton and these other guys, Wes Huff, right? These guys are demonstrating. And by the way, their wives are also demonstrating too, because I can't emphasize this enough. I think one of the reasons why guys will listen to me when I talk about marriage is because they see a marriage that they might want to have one day. Well, that's not just because of stuff I've done. That's because my wife has embraced biblical femininity. And it's the two working in concert with one another that creates the sort of environment where both masculinity and femininity, as it should be properly understood, can flourish, where children can be raised in a home where they're loved and secure and ready to grow up and take the mantle of responsibility to defend these things in the future. And so I just, again, You look around the men here at Turning Point, right? They want meaning and purpose, and if we can first show them, and Charlie Kirk did this beautifully. If we can first show them that their identity first and foremost is in Christ,
right?
Then we can start to identify, like, okay, what is the meaning and purpose? What is your goal? What has God uniquely created you to do in this world? That is your mandate.
Yeah.
And how do other men come alongside and mentor and disciple in order to help you and achieve that? That's where you get that community, and I think it fixes so much with our country.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm older than you are, but I don't know if you remember the ministry of Edwin Lewis Cole. He maximized manhood.
Yeah.
And he had a quote. He would say, "Christ-likeness and manhood are synonymous."
Yeah. Yeah.
And I hear that through everything that you're saying. And you're such an advocate for men and for biblical masculinity. And I mean, it just is. You're passionate about it. It bleeds out of you. Everything that you say. I can see that the way that you talk about your family, your relationship with your wife. It's so encouraging to see that. But I have to wonder, where does that come from for you? And I'm not looking for the talking points.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, it comes from screwing it up.
Okay.
It comes from screwing it up. It comes from having a foundation where I believed it was true, but it wasn't having much of an impact on my life.
Right.
And then it comes from little things like looking around at Christian men and thinking they were weak and not wanting to be associated with them because I was a Green Beret and I wanted to be strong, right? Yeah. And as a result of that, not governing what I talked about, what I watched, my thoughts. And then one day being there with my wife and having my 3-year-old daughter, my wife and I are talking about going back to church, and my 3-year-old daughter goes, "What's church?" I could take you back to the place I was standing.
Okay.
When I heard that and recognized I am failing.
Yeah.
I mean, the world would look at it and be like, "What do you mean you're failing? Ranger, Green Beret, combat veteran, sniper." Like, no, dude. Those are nice credentials to have, nice capabilities to possess, but to what end?
Yeah.
To what end if my daughter is asking me what church is, if my daughter is wondering what faith is, because I have totally failed in my role to provide spiritual leadership for my family?
Yeah, but that doesn't come out of anywhere. I mean, obviously that was a powerful moment when you said that. It struck my heart too. But where did that come from? That idea, that understanding that moment was critical. I mean, was there church before that?
No, there was, but it was the other part of God had placed men in my life who I respected as men.
Okay.
Right. So my neighbor Anthony Brown, a team leader I had, Ryan Neighbor. What I was is I started to meet Christian men that I could trust in a firefight.
Okay. Wow.
And all of a sudden I'm starting to realize, like we were saying before, this idea that being a Christian and being a good man should be synonymous terms.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm a man and I claim to be a Christian, well, then I should be a biblically masculine man. I should be the sort of man that people can depend on in the midst of chaos. I should be the sort of man that my wife can absolutely trust to protect and provide for, that my kids can find wisdom and safety from. I should be all of those things. Why? Because I started to see it in other men that I admired who claimed Christ.
Right.
And all of a sudden it was the proper understanding that, when you live out your faith, halfway, you get halfway results.
Right.
And when you start to dig in more, and this is the other part too, that I cannot stress this enough, because I think a lot of people will look at this and they'll either think about struggles that they have, or they'll think about ways that they failed, and it's like, well, that's great. Maybe if I had started doing the right thing at 15 or 20 or 30, maybe then. One of the greatest evidences of God's grace and mercy for all of us is that very, very imperfect attempts at carrying out His word are blessed exponentially. Right? It is like, man, God is rooting for you.
He really is. He's on our side when we're on His side.
He is rooting for you. And you think about David, and you think about all the horrific things that David did, and yet David being described as a man after God's own heart.
Yeah.
That's not because God excused the bad things David was doing, but there was a faith to David that he was diligently trying to carry out, and God rewarded that faith.
Yeah.
And so that's where I think it comes from. Was one of the reasons why I appreciate male mentorship and discipleship is because I kind of inadvertently got mentored and discipled by men that didn't even think they were doing it.
Right.
They were simply living out biblical masculinity, their commitment to Christ, and it reflected in the way that they operated as a soldier. It reflected in the way that they treated their wives and the way that they treated their children. And when you see that being executed faithfully, I don't see how you can be a man and not be curious on how is this working.
Yeah. Now, I was suspicious that there were men that you looked at and they kind of provided a picture of what it meant to be a godly man. And you realize, I trust these men. There's something about them that's different than mere men.
Yeah.
And you're familiar enough with Trail Life to know that that's really what we do is we set up this male-centric environment for boys to be in where they're surrounded by men, godly men, who are living their godly lives in front of them. And whether it's a boy with a dad and their connection is growing because they're spending time in the outdoors doing guy stuff, or whether it's a boy without a dad who's surrounded by this band of brothers who's showing them what it looks like to be a godly man. Talk some about that piece for you that you saw in those other men and how powerful. I'm giving you a softball here. How powerful that is to create those kind of environments. Well, and you're, like I said, you're familiar enough about Trail Life to know that that's really the magic to what we're doing. You know, our best kept secret is we're also a ministry to men. The brotherhood that we create, they're guys who don't even have sons in the program. But they're there. A lot of them LEO, a lot of them military guys who are there, and they've been searching for that band of brothers, that experience that maybe they had in Afghanistan or somewhere else. And they said, "Where's my brothers now?" And they're finding them in the Trail Life and creating that picture of boys. So talk more about that. How powerful. Confirm for me that what we're about doing is effective.
So I think when you talk about it as being a ministry for men, if you were to ask a lot of veterans, for instance, you mentioned Iraq vets, Afghanistan vets, if you ask them what they miss when they leave the military, it really is the community, it's the camaraderie, but it's a camaraderie based off. This is something that sometimes women will ask me questions like, how do men experience love? And I'm always, loyalty. Men associate love with loyalty. Every guy has had a friend that probably was not the best friend, but they had your back at one point where it really mattered, and there is a connection there and a loyalty there that we associate with. So they leave the military, and now all of a sudden they're searching for that in an environment where it's not readily available. And loyalty them meant I can trust you with my life. And so it's hard to find a lot of times in the civilian world. And then you go to a place like Trail Life where people have a commitment to Christ. So what is it? They're secure in their identity, because that's the other thing people lose. You come out of the military, well, if my identity was I'm Nick the Green Beret and now I'm not the Green Beret, what am I?
Right.
Well, if I'm Nick, a follower of Christ, and I find other men that are also followers of Christ, and that's not just something I say on Sunday school, it actually impacts the other decisions that I make. Now all of a sudden I'm seeing this vestige of community. What it means for boys, though, this is, I honestly think one of the most important things that you guys do for boys is you create rites of passage. The world has become devoid of rites of passage for young men, for young boys. I mean, maybe they'll get it on a sporting team or whatnot, but you look at the secular sports leagues, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, we don't keep score. Well, then what are you doing, right? Like, we don't want anyone to feel bad about screwing up. That you're supposed to feel bad. It's like, well, we don't care who wins or loses, really, because I found out that losing sucks, right? Like, now that doesn't mean you can't learn something from losing, right? But you go into this environment with Trail Life where it's like, no, there's standards. There's things that you have to do, and if you fail to achieve them, we don't give you a participation badge. Right? You've just got to do better. You've got to work harder. And so what you're doing is you're giving these young boys a sense of earned accomplishment within an environment where things are difficult and they're stressful, and it's supposed to bring discomfort, and it's supposed to be challenging, and maybe it hurts at times, right? But that's okay, because a big part, when anybody says, be a man, we instinctively know what that means is that I am to keep my word and accomplish the mission regardless of fear, regardless of discomfort, regardless of pain. Well, where do they learn how to do that?
Right.
Well, you got a place like Trail Life where they can learn to do that with godly mentorship and discipleship, where they're going to have to endure tough things, where they might fail and be expected to get back up. You don't coddle, right? You bring along, you give age-appropriate challenges, but you bring along and do that. And when you have a young man that has had this sense of accomplishment and they understand how to deal with failure, you're preparing a man for the world. Because when he gets out into the world, nobody cares if he has a bad day.
No, your first week at work, they don't hand your participation check.
Right?
You got to do the thing.
Well, and I the rites of passage. I think that's I think it's I think it's more important than we ever realized.
Mm-hmm. Tell me about a rite of passage that you experienced. I'm sure becoming a Green Beret, there was all sorts of things along, because the military does this really well.
Yeah.
Who's in charge? Who's with me?
Yeah.
What is our mission?
Yeah.
That's magic for boys. We do that in trail life. It's magic in the military.
Yep.
Also magic in gangs. They do the same thing.
Yes.
Who's in charge? Who's with me? And that's why gangs are growing a lot faster than our youth groups.
Yeah.
Because they've answered that. So tell me, outside of the military, which is obvious, other times that you've either experienced that or that you've used that in order to develop
outside the military.
Yeah.
I think there's.
I mean, is it that rare that it's just trail life in the military that's doing this?
No, I think there's. I mean, there's things within the political world that I've had to go through and whatnot. There's things which is like homesteading and like having animals and trying to take care of things and learning things through trial and error.
Mm-hmm.
But if there is one thing I could reference in the military though that I think was that stuck with me, was a Special Forces ODA is a 12-man team, right? It shouldn't work. You got 12 A-type personalities that all think they should be in charge, right? Like, it shouldn't work.
Yeah.
Why does it work?
Yeah.
Well, it's not just rank, right? Because if you tried to govern an ODA based off of rank alone, you would be suffering. So what did we have? Well, you had shared mission. Okay. You were all Green Berets. Mm-hmm. You had shared trials. You had shared things that you went through that were difficult and tough that you had to overcome, that let other people on the team know that there was shared experience and shared hardship.
Mm-hmm.
But then you specialized. We recognized the various talents that men had.
Yeah.
And so now you could be on a team where you had shared mission, you had shared trials, but then you also had your place in the team. You had your specialization, which was critical because people were depending on you. So you were respected for it, but you were dependent on it as well. And then you had to do that in kind for the other men that had different specialties and skill sets.
I love that.
And so you combine all of that, and now you have this environment where you have guys that in any other walk of life would probably be tearing each other to pieces, working together as one of the most cohesive and efficient and effective forces ever devised by the military.
Yeah.
And when you start to take that sort of mindset of, now you can take that mindset anywhere. You can take it into the business world, the professional world, farming, like whatever it is, right? It's what's the shared mission, what's the shared trials that we've gone through, and what are the specializations, what are the talents, what are the unique gifts that I bring to the table that makes this team more effective with me than without me. And then you learn the respect for the other men that provide other skill sets and other capabilities which you don't have.
Yeah.
And so it's that shared respect and dependency in service to a larger mission.
Yeah, I love hearing that, because in trail life, that's what we do.
Yeah.
We put boys in smaller patrols.
Yeah.
They're electing leaders. They have guys who are in charge of a certain thing. They're the quartermaster, the first officer, second officer, whatever. Yeah. And they have their roles, and they understand who's with me, who's in charge, what is our mission, and that really focuses. You've got the heart of a boy and the heart of a man when you can give that kind of purpose. Which, like you said earlier, the challenge of masculinity, where men are like, where do I fit?
Yeah.
And they show up at church saying, God's calling me to something, Pastor. And the pastor says, well, you can help us park cars.
Yeah.
Because there just isn't room in the church.
You can be a greeter.
Yeah. So that's why we love Trail Life, because it gives men in church and ministry. They're in ministry.
Yeah.
In that troop, and they're building this type of bond that you're talking about. So really appreciate what it is you've shared, the wisdom that our folks are gonna pick up and utilize in the troop. So you're making a difference. And you're backing and you're understanding and you're just affirming for us that we're on the right track.
Yeah,
it's just really, really helpful.
Well, look, I mean, to the other boy organization, which shall not be named, the other thing that's so important is that you guys didn't start this with a general commitment to the outdoors or a general commitment to merit badges or a general commitment to survival schools. You started it with a commitment to Christ.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing that I think it's very important for right now. I think there's so many fathers out there where it's, I can't even let my kid watch a TV program without something coming on there that is violating their youth or their innocence or whatever else. And so it becomes this question of what organizations can I trust? And again, when you have an organization that is rooted in Christ first, and then everything flows through that, there's a lot more room for being able to build that kind of trust that men are looking for to build community.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. I wasn't part of that organization that we won't name, and they keep changing their name.
Yeah.
but I can tell you that at our core, we're a Christian ministry that uses the outdoors to turn boys into godly men. And if there was a better way of doing it, I'd probably be doing that.
Yeah.
But I've grown to love the outdoors and what it is to put fathers and sons on a level playing field, put them out there and challenge them a little bit, do the kind of things that you're talking about. It's too easy. What we expose boys to is just too easy. And we take them out and give them challenges, and it causes them their spine to stiffen. My wife said one time we came back from a trail life camping trip, and she said to my sons on the porch before she hosed them off, she said, when you come home, she said, you're smelly, but you're taller.
Oh, that's
and I
nice.
thought, that's good. And I just recognized, and that's what happens with men and boys in the outdoors. This spine kind of stiffens as they recognize this is where I fit. I don't fit in school. Sit still, be quiet, pay attention.
Yeah.
I'm not wired for that. My brain is different than girls. I'm not some sort of defective girl. I'm something else.
Yeah.
Not necessarily better, but different. And so we give them that environment. And so thanks for affirming that we're on the track. Y'all, thank you so much. If you don't follow Nick Freitas, you need to. He's hilarious. He's a lot of fun. He's in our tribe. He's one of our guys. He gets what we're doing. He understands the work that you're doing in the field. And thank you for the work that you're doing for those boys. You're making a difference. Just like Nick talks about men that he saw, that he was surrounded by, that were in service with him. You're in service with boys and other men who are looking at you. And they're being inspired by the life that you're living and the way that you're honoring God. So thanks for watching. Look up Nick, connect with him. He's a friend of Trail Life, and we love him. God bless.
Hey guys, we're here at the Ark Encounter up in Kentucky, and I'm here with Mr. Kent and Mr. CJ. And these guys are veteran trailmen. They're experts. So they're going to show me a couple different ways of how to make a fire using all different kinds of resources. You guys are watching Trail Hacks.
Okay, so here we are with a table with different ideas of way to start fires with something you might find in your house, might find in your day pack, might find out in the wilderness. But we've got Clifford Joe here from Wisconsin and his dad CJ. How can we use a magnifying glass to start a fire, Clifford Joe?
Well, the first thing you want to do is you want to find where the sun is. Basically, right now the sun's directly above us.
The sun's above. Oh yeah, there we go.
Then what you want to do, you take your magnifying glass and you want to make a tiny pinpoint with it. See?
That's awesome, man. Very effective. The magnifying glass is handy for looking at little insects and stuff, but also making fires.
Oh yeah.
That's so cool.
I'm going to take this ferro rod and I'm going to throw it into a piece of cotton ball. Now the trick with this is to pay attention and not do it up in the air, but to bring it right down and throw a spark right into the cotton ball.
Done.
That quick.
Wow.
This is a confidence builder for a young man. You get a young man out there to throw a spark into a cotton ball, he's got confidence knowing that he can do something effective to survive, to stay warm, to provide a flame to start a fire so they can cook. CJ, you have some actual flint and steel, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is called a char cloth. It's actually a piece of blue jean.
Nice.
Like this.
Okay.
So we cooked it off, put that over a camp stove or a fire or some coals.
Interesting.
And the ports let the gases escape and the smoke escape. And when it stops pumping gas and smoke out, you open it up and you'll have char cloth in there. But you take the char cloth, it's going to catch the spark, because the spark from these guys is not going to be anywhere near that of the ferrocerium rod. You may not even be able to see that. See that little spark that come off?
Yep.
That's about all you're going to get. That's what the char cloth is for. It's all carbon-based material now that we've cooked the impurities out of it. And you want to make sure that is along the edge of your flint where you're going to be striking it.
One of those sparks will land on that char cloth and create an ember. And once he does the ember,
super cool.
put it in the little bird's nest that we created.
There you go. We caught it. So it's just generally starting to get red in there.
You get one?
Yes, sir.
Smoke. Watch the smoke.
I'd never seen that.
That is actually flint and steel. This is an actual flint nap.
And it's a dull piece of flint, but it still works.
Yeah.
Okay, so where do you find flint?
In the woods.
Huh.
the creek beds.
Yeah.
So let's show the battery and the steel wool there.
You just take a battery that you might have in your weather radio or walkie-talkie or something, and
little 9-volt.
Yeah, a little 9-volt battery, and you take some steel wool, and you just touch those terminals. It's almost instant that it catches that steel wool on fire.
Wow.
And then you should be able to put your.
There you go. It's catching a spark.
But there you go.
Wow.
So steel is a conductor of electricity, metal, but it's in a open where air can go through it. It's not a solid piece of steel. It's really thin shreds of metal. Really unique ways to start a fire.
Yeah, I'd never seen that done before. That's super cool.
Yeah.
One thing that was common throughout all the techniques, it's like the more fuel that you give the fire, man, the bigger it gets, the more it can do for you. And it's kind of reminds me of our relationship with God's Word. It's the same thing. It's like, man, if we want to really be active, if we want to be able to grow and be useful, we have to be fueled by God's Word. As a believer, that's what really gives us the life, you know?
And you got to work at it too, because you got to prepare more stores of fuel for the fire.
The fire needs to be continually tended to, just like we need to continually tend to the Lord.
Well, Mr. Kent, Mr. CJ, thanks so much for teaching me some really practical new ways to make a fire.
Sure.
I can't wait to implement this the next time I'm on the trail. If you guys have liked and enjoyed the video, like and subscribe below. And consider joining Trail Life. Go to their website, traillifeusa.com, find a troop near you. And if you're interested in finding more adventures of the Wild Brothers, myself and my brothers, go to wildbrothersproductions.com. See you guys.
We thought this ministry first and foremost was to boys, helping them become courageous young men. But the secret for us was that as the dads got together, the dads bonded just as much as the young men did.
As we mentor each other's sons, we get mentored ourselves.
There's the spiritual nourishment.
Eventually the parents start to realize they are part of it. There's so many opportunities to use whatever skill that those dads may have.
I'm not a very good outdoorsman, but the good thing about Trail Life is that you don't have to be an outdoorsman.
I've heard men saying, man, I'm looking forward to this weekend coming up. I think even more than my son is. We come to life together as we experience adventures.
It's given me an opportunity to be around other Christian men who are sharpening me, who are challenging me, who are showing me new ways to reach my son.
The boys were sharing their testimonies, and one of our adults was really touched that, hey, you're a Christian, but he was missing that relationship with the Lord, and it was because of those boys sharing their personal testimonies. His spiritual growth from that point has been phenomenal.
Hey guys, what's up? Morgan Wild here. In today's video, I'm gonna help show you how to fix one of the most common problems on the trail, a sloppy backpack. You're watching Trail Hacks. Backpacking is a lot of fun, but the truth is, most of us, we don't know how to wear our backpacks. I know I didn't. My brothers and I, we actually grew up in Southeast Asia doing a lot of hiking. And it wasn't until just recently that we actually learned the correct way to align a backpack to your body. And let me tell you, it makes a world of difference. So in this video, I want to show you guys some simple hacks that you can incorporate the next time you get your backpack on before hitting the trail. Step 1, loosen all the straps on your backpack. Don't adjust an empty backpack. Make sure that you have 10 to 15 pounds in it before you start this process. All right guys, my backpack's adjusted my body and it's time to hit the trail. Thanks for watching Trail Hacks. Actually, not at all, right? This backpack looks terrible. Now this is overly exaggerated, but the truth is a lot of people do hit the trail like this. I mean, look at this. My backpack, it's so saggy, it's hanging so far down low. All the weight is being borne on these shoulders. I mean, it's like pulling me back. After a hike like this, I'd have to go see the chiropractor. This is kind of how I grew up wearing a backpack, and this is not what you want. Let's see how to do it right. First, we have our hip strap. This is your hip strap. Now, before you tighten it, you want to find your hip bone. Your hip bone's right here. The top of this strap and the cushioning needs to be at the top of your hip. Buckle it in, and you want to tighten it so it's nice and snug. To do so, you might want to lean forward a little bit. That's going to help me. Easy enough. On to the next strap, your shoulder straps. These are your shoulder straps. Pretty easy, right? Now, you can see right now, there's this gaping hole between my back and the padding of the backpack. In order to solve this problem, you take these two straps right here on your shoulder straps and you just cinch them down. You want to get a nice and tight, nice and snug. You see that gap disappearing? That's what you want. Be sure to find a reference point on your shoulder straps, like these little plastic hoops, in order to make sure that each strap is equally cinched down. I can tell this guy's a little high, so I gotta pull him down until he's about the same with this one. Also, depending on your torso length, you'll need to adjust your shoulder straps accordingly. On the back of the backpack here, you see that you can actually adjust this, where the shoulder straps attach. This can be moved down or up depending on how tall you are. A good rule of thumb is to have this located right between your shoulder blades. If you do that, you'll know it'll be adjusted well to your torso length. Next, we have our load lifters. Now, the load lifters to me are probably the most underappreciated strap on the backpack. I didn't know about it until just recently. There's 4 of them. There's 2 on the bottom, 2 on the top. Tighten all 4 load lifters. That's gonna help distribute the weight of the backpack across your whole body. If you do it right, you should be able to see a Z formation from the top of the ear to the backpack, falling down the load lifter, and then back to the edge of the backpack. You see that Z shape? If that's there, then you know most likely you've done things right. Here's a trail hack revolving around your load lifters. So did you know that terrain actually plays a huge role in what you do with your load lifters? If you're descending down a hill or a mountain, you're gonna wanna loosen your load lifters. And if you're climbing up a mountain, on the other hand, you wanna tighten them. Those 2 small adjustments make a huge difference on the trail. Last but not least, we have our sternum strap right here, this little guy. Now, he needs to be right over your sternum, not too low, not too high, and you just want to make it nice and comfortably tight. Really just like that. It's going to prevent chaffing from your shoulder straps, and you don't want it too tight or else it's going to impede your breathing on the trail. Now guys, if you follow through, then you should be really comfortable, and the truth is, to do this on your own is hard. At Trail Life, we are all about community. We're about working together as teams. And so if you can get a buddy along to help you, especially initially as you're learning how to align your backpack to your body properly, that will save you a lot of stress and a lot of time. So work together with a friend or your dad or your mom, and you should be worlds ahead of most backpackers. If you guys have followed this video, then you've now loosened fully your backpack. You've adjusted the hip strap, your shoulder straps, the top and bottom load lifters, and finally your sternum strap. Man, my backpack feels great. I don't know about you. And if it does feel great, then that's a sign that you're ready to hit the trail. So let's go. Thanks for watching Trail Hacks. If you guys like this video and you're feeling pumped about properly aligning your backpack to your body and getting out on the trail yourself, then like and subscribe. Now, if you're interested in learning more about Trail Life USA, visit our website, traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in learning more about my brothers and I and seeing some more of our adventures, visit our website at wildbrothersproductions.com.
Welcome back to the Trail Life live stream booth here at AmericaFest. Man, if you weren't watching our live stream a few minutes ago, you just missed a Nick Freitas interview with our CEO, Mark Hancock. It was absolutely phenomenal. I encourage you to go back and watch that if you haven't had a chance to see it. But I'm super excited about this interview. We've talked probably 2-3 times this weekend.
Yes, sir.
And you've had more conversations with us than just the ones we've had. But I think you guys align so well with the heart and the mission of Trail Life. And just how you live your life personally. It's a father-son team, Randy Sluter and Josh Sluter. So right here is Randy, and then Josh is down there. You can't see it, or maybe you can on the table. I don't know. Maybe the Light Symphony guys can tell me. Can we see this awesome cowboy hat? Why don't you hold it up really quick?
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah.
The trueness comes out.
Exposed. They typically say, all hat, no cattle, but we like to run some cattle too. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice. So we got Randy and Josh here, father and son duo.
Yes, sir.
Running altruahealthshare.org. That's altruahealthshare.org. I want to spend a little bit of time talking to your your company, which I know you're excited about and passionate about, but having talked to you out there in the hallway or whatever, or right in front of our booth, I learned that your heart is around taking boys and turning them into godly, masculine men. Same mission as Trail Life. And so we'll get into that a little bit too. But tell us about Health Share, why you guys chose to be here at Turning Point Faith, or Turning Point USA, and partnering with them, and then what you bring as an organization to the American household.
Awesome. Why don't you start out, and then I'll
totally
do this.
Well, first and foremost, thanks so much for having us on the show today. We're really excited about it, believe in y'all's mission. Thank y'all for supporting ours. Altrua Health Share is a faith-based healthcare sharing ministry. We got members in all 50 states. We're a pro-life organization who's also exempt from Obamacare. Therefore, all of our members are as well. We work as a community to share in each other's medical needs, and so we're able to fulfill the law of Christ by bearing each other's burdens. So at our core, we're a healthcare sharing ministry that works collectively with communities around the United States of America, and in turn our members, we pool our money together, and what we do is we share in on each other's medical needs. We've also got a pretty massive ministry component to Altrua Health Share, which is really the foundation of who it is that we are, which is called Altrua Ministries, and I'll let Randy hop into it a little bit.
So what you're saying is basically the New Testament church for healthcare, right?
There you go, right? Acts.
Yeah,
there you
that's
go.
true.
Acts.
Yeah.
So Altrua Health Share is a healthcare sharing ministry. As Josh said, having members all across the nation that participate in that. Definitely an alternative to traditional insurance. I know for me it works better because I'm not having to participate in abortion. We are pro-life. No, gender stuff that the insurance companies do and participate in. So the contributions amount that we put into the healthcare sharing ministry is going for biblically based beliefs that we're founded on.
So why'd you guys decide to come to Turning Point USA AmericaFest? I've said that 35,000 times.
It's like say it 5 times fast, really quick. All right,
that's right.
Just joking. Man, we really believe in Turning Point USA. We definitely believe in what Charlie stood for, the legacy that he's left behind, and AmeriFest as a whole is just great opportunity to get out, share our story, our testimonies, collaborate with other great people, like-minded people, and so we saw this as an opportunity to get out there and tell our story and also hear other people's stories. And being an organization not that's just focused on the current family, but also the next generation, we really felt like this is a place where we needed to be, which provided a good platform and a great opportunity for us to get out there and share about who Altrua Health Share is, how it is that they can support the family unit, how it is that we can support individuals as they move into maybe a phase in their life where they will become a family, and really all the above. So we saw it as a massive opportunity. We're thankful to be partnering with Turning Point USA as well as Altrua Health Share.
We also love working with other nonprofits. Altrua Ministries does a lot of philanthropy work.
Oh, so you have a ministry?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Altrua Ministries, and Josh tapped into it briefly, but Altrua Ministries is our 501c3.
Okay.
Altrua Health Share is a DBA of the ministry.
Oh, wow.
So we have two aspects: the ministry side, which we do, like I said, a lot of giving and supporting other nonprofits, families in need, disaster relief, like the Texas floods. We're able to partner with some other organizations to help raise money. Matter of fact, Monday, we've sponsored 2 families, so we're having mobile homes delivered, clothes delivered, cars delivered, things like that. So we're partnering with other nonprofits for their cause also.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah. That is wonderful. That is wonderful. So we're in this moment of culture kind of shifting gears a little bit. So the last 8, 10, 15 years, it's really been toxic masculinity on the decline. Don't be toxic, don't be masculine. You can change your sexes. And now we see in a lot of, they say the blood of martyrs is the seeds of the church.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things that one of the reasons we decided to be here is we're seeing a resurgence of what does it mean to be masculine? What is it, we all can't look like Randy here. We all don't.
Lord forbid.
We all don't have this ability. We just outwardly, not necessarily. But I've been saying a lot lately that masculinity is not what it looks like; it's what it does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true.
It's a set of values that you live by, and so in this moment of culture, what's your message, just personally, to that young masculine dude who's like, or young not masculine dude, that young dude who's 18, 19, 20-year-old, and maybe even younger?
Yeah, hit it.
So I would say the message is, it's funny, what was the guy's name that interviewed me?
Man, I'm going blank on his name. I know who you're talking about.
He's the little podcaster down there and was asking the questions, bring gospel back to America again or whatever. And I really like that because I have grandkids through Josh and through my daughter Alyssa, that the foundation that has been established we're imploding on ourselves, you know, and we've got to get things back. So my voice into what I do as a ministry, if I can get that next generation on a solid foundation of biblical beliefs, that's what Altrua Health Share is founded on. Our statement as standards are biblically based. So in healthcare, for me, even as Josh was on, he used to be on our plan, but now he's on his own with his own family. It's taking things down levels deep. So if we can get that gospel message, which we have a gospel message through Health Share, just like you have a gospel message through Trail Life. Keeping that going and keeping that alive and that foundation strong for the next generation, it's changing America in the healthcare system for which I'm in also, which will go down generations to come.
Awesome.
Yeah. You know, for me, and I'll share with you just like I would with my own boys, and this is for any young man growing up out there in the culture that we live in nowadays. And anybody could walk up to my two boys and they could say, and I've got 3 kids, but one of them's a girl. If they could walk up to any one of my kids and they could say, hey, what are the 3 things that your father expects from you? And they'll tell you it's love, it's protect, and it's respect. And although it's only 3 things, those 3 things encompass so many different things,
absolutely.
right? And each one of those 3 things are a pillar within the foundation that I'm helping them to build in their life, so that then that way as they navigate and they go through life, and I am there to watch, I am there to hold their hand sometimes, I am there to navigate. I'm also going to be the guy that's on the shoreline sometimes, figuratively speaking, having to watch them go through the waves, having to watch them in between the swells, right? And I want to know that what I did in order to equip them, what it is that I ordered to allow them to be sharpened, prepared them for that moment. And so for anybody out there that maybe doesn't have a father, earthly father, you do have a heavenly father, right? And if you lean on him and if you ask him to provide good mentorship in your life, if you ask him to allow people to be revealed in your life that could be a good high watermark for you, he will literally align that for you because he knows the desires of our heart. So for anybody that's feeling helpless out there, maybe as a young man, the answer is the hope of the Lord, right? And then therefore we get hope for heaven, and we know that the Lord's going to provide for us, and he'll place and put men in your life that's going to be able to help you sharpen those tools that you have, allow you to go through situations that, you know, may seem bigger than you, but really equip you for what it is to come, because hard times make good men, right? And so
that's right.
Also as leaders of our home, protectors, defenders, providers of our home, we got to be willing to let our children go through things that sometimes even we think look bigger than them. We already know that they think it looks bigger than them, but if we allow them to go through that and we trust the training that we've given them, but not only the training we've given them, but the example that we're setting forth before them, not just with this, but with our actions, like you said a minute ago, then man, we just got to let them go out there and go get it.
Man, I don't know if everybody caught this, but I really did. You talked about 4 generations there.
Yeah.
You talked about God the Father, then you talked about getting it down generationally, and then you talked about my kids, and there's 4 generations represented. And somebody said something yesterday that I thought was I've heard it before, but it struck me differently yesterday. God the Father doesn't have grandkids, and so you got a father and son, you know, who live in life, and we talked a little bit about, so our goal here at Trail Life, one of our goals is, our main goal is raising boys into godly masculine men, but we're also defenders of masculinity, and we're also father empowerers.
Yes.
I don't know if that makes sense, but we empower fathers, right?
Yep.
Right.
And so in that process, some of that journey that you got to watch him go through, he was parenting for the first time. Lots of mistakes, right?
Yeah.
You're parenting for the first time. You've got a little bit of an example to live with.
Yeah.
But your kids are seeing you be dad for the first time.
100%.
And I want you guys to touch on that a little bit. You know, you can cry if you want to. You know, we call that eye sweat around here.
Where's the tissue?
Yeah, we call that eye sweat.
You'll get it out of him. You won't get it out of me.
Yeah,
Don't wait
I can get it out of him. I know the right touch spot.
Well, it makes for good TV.
Yeah,
so.
there you go.
I'm going to start out on this one.
Yeah, make sure you're up close to this mic.
Yeah, I was trying not to sniff in the mic. Having a partner as a wife who agreed with the discipline of our children, but also yielded themselves to the power of God for discipline in our own lives was a big deal.
Wow.
Being able to watch him grow and his sister grow, and being able to have the authority of God in my life to be able to discipline with love, care, and forgiveness was a big deal. We've been through a lot. He lost his mom a few years back. Big journey. Something I don't want anybody to ever have to go through, because it's a one alone, standalone type deal that you have to go through with that. But through that, the power of children in a parent's life became more real to me than really anything, because
Wow.
the love and support that I needed was different than the love and support that they needed. They needed the love and support of a parent because one was gone. I needed the love and support of the two children that her and I brought into this world that was still alive. So there's certain dynamics through the life journey that we've gone through that has strengthened us, tightened us, and now we get to do ministry together, get to do life together, get to do work together. But also watching him, and I'll ask him a question, let him answer it. How many times a week do I either text you or tell you to your face how proud I am of you as the father of my grandchildren?
Yeah, I mean, it's limitless, at least once a day, which is important to hear,
Yeah.
right?
It is.
Hear and recognize and know that your father's voice means something to you, and it's recognizing you in an area where, you know, a lot of the work that you do as a father is unseen by other people.
That's
but
right.
then whenever you get out in public and you're in relationships and people see the fruit that your children are portraying out there, and they
Right.
see the way that your children, like I said a minute ago, love, protect, and respect you. And a big thing for me, and a big thing that he instilled in me, is the way that your children love, protect, and respect and honor their mother is like a huge thing, right? Judge them by their fruits, right? And so I think it's a beautiful thing to hear that. So yeah, a lot of
So,
times.
So
you
how,
know,
go ahead.
yeah, being able to see that journey that we've had to go through has been very important for me, because now I get to see that handed down from him
Yeah.
and his wife to my grandchildren.
Wow. So in that journey, you watching him being a dad to you, and not necessarily the journey of you losing your wife,
Sure.
but just the journey of growing up with a dad who taught you discipline and all those things. He over-disciplined at times, I know. I see it in this guy's
That's
face.
why I got so
He's
fast
like-
growing up, because I was running away.
Yeah, and so the value of him watching you on your journey with Christ and your journey submitting to the Father, the
Yeah.
way, like, how was that dynamic with you guys?
If I could touch on it real quick. So one of the things I honor and respect about my dad, and I would encourage all the other dads out there, and I really try to hold myself accountable to it too, is like, let your kids see your wins, let your kids see your losses, let them see you adapt,
That's
let
so
them see
good.
you overcome, let them see you in the sharpening process, because if you don't let them see that, then whenever they're going through that, they're going to be like, whoa, something's wrong. You know what I mean? I don't
Right.
know what this looks like. So don't be like a closeted father where you only have stuff going on where you don't allow your kids to see it. So if you allow them also to see those moments where you're going through a hard time, but then there's those redemptive moments where Holy Spirit steps in and is like, here's this situation that I'm going to allow to happen, which is going to build you, grow you, sharpen you, make you stronger, but more than anything, lean more on Him, then I think that that's a really important thing. And one of the things that He did such a great job with me growing up with is allowing me to see that, allowing my sister to see that, and not just that, but having an impact on other families, because I was really close with all my friends growing up, everybody on the football team, all that sort of stuff, and Like, we had an open door policy at our house. Like, there was always, probably 7-10 kids over there. No joke.
Right.
So, allowing me to see that also meant that those dudes saw it too. And then that spills into their homes, right?
Right.
And so I think allowing yourself to be seen as a father, be the father that's willing out there to go fight, provide, defend, and do what it is that you need to. Like, be the father that's willing to go to war, but also the father that's willing to come in and know, like, what you're capable of doing out there, but also being the father that has a gentle lap and a gentle touch and, like, soft eyes with your daughter, with your son, with your wife whenever the time comes, right? So it's like, it's very important to allow yourself to be seen and to allow yourself to be heard, but also to listen to the words that are shared with you by your kids while you're going through that, because the Lord will also use your kids to communicate to you through a time. I see a look on your face right now. I'm sure that your kids do that with you sometimes. You're like, Lord, you're using my kids to speak to me right now, and I am listening.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. It's
What he
interesting.
said.
Yeah. You go through things, and he said something, you want to love and protect and provide. There were times through my journey, just being in multiple businesses, founder, sell, whatever. He visually saw the financial decrease that we would go through. Mm-hmm. He never experienced it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there's a difference there. And I'm going to tell a little story. So we rode dirt bikes, him growing up. And I went through a really bad business deal and had to regroup my family, sell cars, do cash cars is what I call them. And I remember we call it the red truck. And I was able to pay cash for a red truck. We were riding dirt bikes, and he was doing his thing, and so every weekend we're out at the dirt bike track. He visually saw the difference in a truck, but not the experience of the relationship.
Right.
He never got to experience the downside of failure that I had to go through because I protected him from that.
Wow.
You understand what I'm saying?
But he saw it.
Oh, he saw it.
Yeah.
But he never had to endure the pain, of that, and so, is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, it's super fair, and it sets a good example. And, you fast forward to whenever I was in my mid-20s, was back from the Army, like, trying to figure out what to do with my life. I knew I wanted to be a part of something bigger, greater than I could imagine at that point. I was at a pretty low spot in my life and reached out to him, and he was like, hey, I can teach you how to negotiate medical bills. And he was telling a funny story earlier whenever we were on another podcast about how he trained me for one day. He had a big opportunity. He came in. He's like, hey, I got to go focus on this. You're going to have to figure this out. So for me, being an outdoorsman and being somebody that loves adventure, I'm like, man, I'm just going to fall back on my training. And so that's exactly what I did. Was able to get in, execute accordingly. And then you fast forward about a year and a half later, and we founded another company. We went through the founding of that company. It was like super stretching times. And he told me, he was like, hey, you're not going to be able to get paid. It will make sense on the back end. If you just give this everything that you've got, you'll see that the Lord takes care of you. And, you fast forward, and I ended up being provided for. My family ended up being provided for. My wife and we only had one kid at the time, my oldest son, Wyatt. We came together so close during that time. And whenever we were on the backside, he shared a story with me. He was like, I saw everything that y'all were going through, and I honor the way that you walked through it. And he said, I know how hard it was. And he said, but as your father, I knew I could step in and stop it financially, and I could step in and stop it in multiple ways. But if I would have stepped in and stopped that, then that would have limited your experience. That would have limited your growth. That would have limited the closeness that you and Megan felt during that time, and that would have limited y'all from the experience. And so, it goes back to my original point of, like, let your kids go through things because they're going to surprise you and they're going to show you, but also, too, like, letting them go means that they get to experience and discover a new level of the Lord, right? It's about adventure.
Right.
Go out and have an adventure.
Such a powerful testimony and lesson for everyone. One, how you didn't overprotect in that moment. You didn't come into the rescue. You let him rely on God to get through it. And then two, life hits all of us.
Yes,
man, it'll hit us right between the eyes. And it does come to a place like, what am I made of?
Right.
Who do I trust in? And do I have 2 feet firmly planted on the rock?
Yeah.
To weather the storms in my life. In fact, that's the illustration Jesus says. Like, if you build your house on the rock, it'll withstand the storms. But if you build it on the sand, it's going to crumble.
Yeah.
Well, and to referencing the Bible and the different things that we can take away from it, going through what he just said, if he knows the number of hairs on our head and he knows exactly what we need, he can drop food from heaven, manna from heaven that quick. I could have done the same thing, but I knew he had to go through the journey to be able to become the man of integrity that he is today,
right.
That his kids would honor him the way that my kids honored me. And there's going to be this story take place in him and his son's life as well, to where they're going to know Dad could have bailed me out, but Dad let us go through the journey all along knowing that he's there to pull me out any second.
Yeah.
Dad let me go through it because he believed in me. You
Absolutely.
know what I mean? And for your kids to be able to realize that one day is a big thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's part of that belief also comes from a couple of things: knowing what you've put in them, knowing what the challenges are, knowing who they rely on, because you've done a somewhat decent job as a fouled human being.
Yeah.
Somewhat decent job pointing them to your source and all those things. And that's one of the things. So I encourage y'all to go to our booth and meet our Freedom Rangemen.
Yeah.
So it's a product of Trail Life. We've got 3 of them over there. We flew them all over the country. We're doing interviews with them. So when you find your interview, you'll find their interviews as well. It's that challenge that we put them in. So we put them in the woods to teach them adventure, character, and leadership. Adventure, because every boy, that's the compass of a boy's heart.
Yeah.
Is who's with me, where are we going, and who's the leader, right?
Yeah.
And what we've done in society, and I want you guys to touch on this, because you guys are kind of anti-societal medical, the big pharma, big medical experience. And I think that's one of the reasons that you aligned so well with Turning Point USA. But counterculturally, the culture is giving our boys fake relationships through pornography.
Yep.
And they're giving them fake adventure.
Yeah.
And those are the kind of, like, we all have a God-shaped size hole in our heart. We also have a hole that needs to be filled in terms of adventure, in terms of relationship. God didn't create us to be alone, right? So.
Yeah. So Josh and his wife Megan and their family run our family ranch. It's full working ranch, cattle, everything. He's also a businessman.
I need a half cow. I'm just saying.
We can hook you up.
He can hook you up. But he's a partner in a large TPA firm also that we started. That was a company that we founded. I think going through the journeys that we've had to go through, knowing that his children are being led by a man who's gone through the fire, is really unique. And I forget where I was going with this, but you were saying something that led me to think that. I'm sorry.
That's all
got
good.
distracted.
You know how many times I've lost my train of thought on this thing today?
I was on a roll. Can you cut that part out?
No cutting. We're live, buddy.
Yeah, we're live out here. No, I think, you've said it a few times, like adventure, and it's so important. And reading the Bible growing up or reading the Bible as a young man or whenever it is that you find the Lord, like, you can't help but feel that sense of adventure, right? You read about these guys like Gideon, Nehemiah, right? Abraham, Isaac. Like, you read about all these people, King David, Joshua, Caleb. It's like, man, these dudes, like, some of them, like, the warfare is so close, like, you can feel the breath of the dude that, like, you're in a tussle with, right? And these guys are still choosing to take the mountain, right? They're still choosing what we would perceive to be the hard way, right? And so I think, like, within us, the way that God built us as men, right? You know, we were talking about the Y chromosome, like, what's our Y? He built us for adventure, because if we're on the right adventure and if we're in step with Holy Spirit, where does that adventure lead to? It leads to Him. Now, there's things we pick up along the way. There's relationships we pick up along the way. We find our spouse typically along the way, unless God has something different for you. We have our children along the way. We go through, we go through peaks, we go through valleys, right? And for anybody going through a valley, like, man, that's where the rich soil's at. So allow yourself to, like, regroup, gather up what you need to and get ready to go assault that hill.
Dude, that's good.
Yeah.
The valley's where the rich soil is.
Yeah.
All right. I want to give each one of you 60 seconds. Just your message to men raising sons.
Yeah.
Because you both you've raised a son, and you're raising a son, and I think that would be good. So I'll let Randy go first.
Yeah.
You wrap us up. You got 60 seconds
So
ready.
what's the question?
Yes.
Say the question again.
Anything you want to say to fathers who are raising sons?
Yeah.
And that's your camera.
I would say the one thing, there's probably 2 or 3 things, but your knees better be worn from prayer, fasting, and staying steadfast with the hope of glory that gives us the strength to raise children. The second thing would be just stay prayed up, because you never know what tomorrow holds, and do not despise small beginnings, because a small beginning as a baby is born then turns into a man of great strength.
Fantastic. Josh.
All right, man. Hey, my message to all y'all is this. There's an enemy out there, all right? And there's going to be times where in some situations, you know, you do have to physically defend and protect your family and the rights that you have as a father, but we battle not against flesh and blood. So to Randy's point, man, battle in prayer, fast, show up for your family. A big thing now is consistency. Allow yourself, like I said a minute ago, to be seen. Show up for your kids. Get them out in the wild. Let them get dirty. Let them scrape their knees. Let them have fun. Let them fail. And constructively work with them to allow those failures to become some of their biggest wins. And my big encouragement is let them see how much you love their mother. All right? Let them see how much you love their mother. Dance with your wife in the kitchen. Go on adventures with your wife. Allow your sons to see that, because the best way that you can have an impact on the next generation is with the current generation that you're raising, and it's by literally helping them to write the word upon their heart. Read to your sons. Show your sons what the gospel looks like. Use words when necessary. Let your actions be seen. Love their mother, and be a proper depiction of who Jesus Christ is in your home. Man, defend that gate. Make sure that you honor those around you and lead by example and lead from the front.
Awesome. Fantastic. AltruaHealthShare.org. I'm going to give you a phone number like I'm a pitch man on the radio. 888-244-3839. Altrua.
One more time?
Yes, no. 888-244-3839. If you're looking to really align your life and where you spend your dollars in insurance, this is a really fantastic opportunity. You've heard the heart of 2 fathers here and a father and son. And what you guys doing is really fantastic and amazing.
So much,
and we look forward to partnering with you guys long term.
Absolutely. Perfect. Kelly, thanks so much, man. This was a pleasure. Had a great time.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hey guys, what's up? Morgan Wild here. In today's video, I'm going to help show you how to fix one of the most common problems on the trail, a sloppy backpack. You're watching Trail Hacks. Backpacking is a lot of fun, but the truth is, most of us, we don't know how to wear our backpacks. I know I didn't. My brothers and I, we actually grew up in Southeast Asia doing a lot of hiking. And it wasn't until just recently that we actually learned the correct way to align a backpack to your body. And let me tell you, it makes a world of difference. So in this video, I want to show you guys some simple hacks that you can incorporate the next time you get your backpack on before hitting the trail. Step 1, loosen all the straps on your backpack. Don't adjust an empty backpack. Make sure that you have 10 to 15 pounds in it before you start this process. All right guys, my backpack's adjusted my body and it's time to hit the trail. Thanks for watching Trail Hacks. Actually, not at all, right? This backpack looks terrible. Now this is overly exaggerated, but the truth is a lot of people do hit the trail like this. I mean, look at this. My backpack, it's so saggy, it's hanging so far down low. All the weight is being borne on these shoulders. I mean, it's like pulling me back. After a hike like this, I'd have to go see the chiropractor. This is kind of how I grew up wearing a backpack, and this is not what you want. Let's see how to do it right. First, we have our hip strap. This is your hip strap. Now, before you tighten it, you want to find your hip bone. Your hip bone's right here. The top of this strap and the cushioning needs to be at the top of your hip. Buckle it in, and you want to tighten it so it's nice and snug. To do so, you might want to lean forward a little bit. That's going to help me. Easy enough. On to the next strap, your shoulder straps. These are your shoulder straps. Pretty easy, right? Now, you can see right now, there's this gaping hole between my back and the padding of the backpack. In order to solve this problem, you take these 2 straps right here on your shoulder straps and you just cinch them down. You want to get a nice and tight, nice and snug. You see that gap disappearing? That's what you want. Be sure to find a reference point on your shoulder straps like these little plastic hoops in order to make sure that each strap is equally cinched down. I can tell this guy's a little high, so I gotta pull him down until he's about the same with this one. Also, depending on your torso length, you'll need to adjust your shoulder straps accordingly. On the back of the backpack here, you see that you can actually adjust this, where the shoulder straps attach. This can be moved down or up depending on how tall you are. A good rule of thumb is to have this located right between your shoulder blades. If you do that, you'll know it'll be adjusted well to your torso length. Next, we have our load lifters. Now, the load lifters to me are probably the most underappreciated strap on the backpack. I didn't know about it until just recently. There's 4 of them. There's 2 on the bottom, 2 on the top. Tighten all 4 load lifters. That's gonna help distribute the weight of the backpack across your whole body. If you do it right, you should be able to see a Z formation from the top of the ear to the backpack, falling down the load lifter, and then back to the edge of the backpack. You see that Z shape? If that's there, then you know most likely you've done things right. Here's a trail hack revolving around your load lifters. So did you know that terrain actually plays a huge role in what you do with your load lifters? If you're descending down a hill or a mountain, you're gonna wanna loosen your load lifters. And if you're climbing up a mountain, on the other hand, you wanna tighten them. Those 2 small adjustments make a huge difference on the trail. Last but not least, we have our sternum strap right here, this little guy. Now, he needs to be right over your sternum, not too low, not too high, and you just want to make it nice and comfortably tight. Really just like that. It's going to prevent chafing from your shoulder straps, and you don't want it too tight or else it's going to impede your breathing on the trail. Now guys, if you follow through, then you should be really comfortable, and the truth is, to do this on your own is hard. At Trail Life, we are all about community. We're about working together as teams. And so if you can get a buddy along to help you, especially initially as you're learning how to align your backpack to your body properly, that will save you a lot of stress and a lot of time. So work together with a friend or your dad or your mom, and you should be worlds ahead of most backpackers. If you guys have followed this video, then you've now loosened fully your backpack. You've adjusted the hip strap, your shoulder straps, the top and bottom load lifters, and finally your sternum strap. Man, my backpack feels great. I don't know about you. And if it does feel great, then that's a sign that you're ready to hit the trail. So let's go. Thanks for watching Trail Hacks. If you guys like this video and you're feeling pumped about properly aligning your backpack to your body and getting out on the trail yourself, then like and subscribe. Now, if you're interested in learning more about Trail Life USA, visit our website, traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in learning more about my brothers and I and seeing some more of our adventures, visit our website at Wild Brothers Productions.